Buat aku jadi tergila-gila. Buat Cok, batch pertama siapa, Cok? Cok.
Oi.
Match pertama
Halo,
siapa?
halo. Apa?
Match pertama siapa?
Griffin. Kok Griffin sih? MTH Secret.
Oh, seru sih.
Main lah. Gak jelek-jelek banget.
Yo.
Halo semuanya, P anjir. Bisa P dulu nggak kata-kata itu P? Lagi pinjol kalian ya? P. Pinjol kah? P. Pinjol. Sepi amat nih. Kan baru live kocak. Sampai aja enggak? Seperti biasa harusnya enggak. Cuma sampai Onik paling. Karena jam 6 latihan. Latihan cuy, Senin sampai Jumat. Baru bangun banget. Kagak. Kalau gue dari tadi sih bangunnya. Udah dari jam 8. Tadi gue mau live dulu malah main. Tapi namanya orang bangun tidur kan. Badan masih menolak untuk bangun ya. Di tiduran main HP, tiduran main HP. Pagi Goro. Sabar ya. Ya soalnya kemarin gue nggak main kan malam. Tidur cuy, anjing ngantuk banget. Kalau bangun pagi tuh pasti habis latihan tuh rasa pengen tidur ya. Niatnya pengen tiduran jadi ketiduran. Tadi gue rencana pengen langsung batan anjir pagi ini. Gue udah siapin kamera untuk tidur. Tapi takut gak enak sama apa? Takut gak enak pasti remnya di stopin. Iya, karena itu makanya gue masih mikir nih kayak gimana kalau misalnya baton tuh tapi masih latihan tau nggak? Baton tuh kayak apa ya? Kayak ya yang gue lihat sih kayak misalnya ada waktu gitu buat stream, lu ngapa-ngapain tuh di streamin gitu, intinya begitu. Kalau stream biasa kan bebas kita ya, sebebas streamernya ya, mau off sekarang juga off sekarang gitu. Pas Baton kan lu kan udah didonasi, udah ada yang subscribe segala macam kan, waktunya nambah tuh, jadi kayak ada waktu tersendiri gitu. Gue udah mempersiapkan kamera nih, lihat nih guys, buat gue tidur. Gue misalnya jadi Subaton tuh. Tanggal 6 ada acara, ya kan? Tanggal 6 ada acara, mau nggak mau harus keluar. Gue tuh pengen tuh kalau Subaton tuh bener-bener yang kayak lagi nge-stream, bangun, makan mandi, main gitu loh. Kalau ada kegiatan tuh kayak jadi kentang gitu Subatonnya anjir. Nah iya, karena sekarang masih ada jadwal latihan, jadi gue mikirnya kalau subaton, kalau gue masih lanjutin subaton, kayaknya gue mau nggak mau harus stop streaming. Kelar latihan gue lanjut lagi, mau nggak mau. Tapi gue nggak tahu deh. Bagus banget itu setupnya, anjir bagus apaan, sempit kocak. Khusus kayak tempat tidur untuk subaton doang. Gimana pagi ini guys? Mendukung siapa nih? Secret atau MITH match pertama? Memang harus lagi nganggur sih kalau subaton tuh, maksudnya nggak ada kegiatan, atau nggak? Kalau masih ada di apa? Masih ada kegiatan yang kayak apa sih namanya? Ngetim gitu-gitu agak susah anjir. Kayak gue rada nggak enak. Mana play moment nggak? Menurut gue MITH biasa aja sumpah. Gue yakin banget Secret yang menang karena gue waktu itu latihan lawan MITH biasa aja anjir, yang gantiin juga nggak jago, gantiin Dylan. Next tour nih nggak ada next tour nih. Tadinya ada mau ikutin turnamen, makanya gue mikir kayaknya nggak mungkin untuk gue ngelakuin subaton gitu. Tapi masih 2 mingguan lagi, tapi nggak jadi, batal. Lu latihan berempat atau ada satu orang lagi? Pasti berlima lah. Kalau latihan berempat gue mendingan nggak latihan sih sumpah. Kalau gue misalnya latihannya cuma berempat nih, gue kayaknya mending gue langsung setting subaton hari ini anjir, sumpah. Tadi gue udah setting subaton tapi error ya, kenapa ya, kayak nge-stuck gitu. Padahal udah lagi mau setting jadwal apa jam-jamnya gitu, kayak nggak wajar gitu anjir. Kira-kira lawan terberat buat Indo siapa di LCQ? Antara Bleed sama Tim Secret. Siang. Gue tuh udah ngeliatin beberapa apa, mau atur waktu itu kadang akan kayak gue coba ya. Dan nanti tinggal kalau emang udah siap tinggal potong.
Rp10.000 dari Om Roni. Pesan, D asteris nanti malam main ke part Om ya. Om udah beli kostum kelinci sesuai request.
Bisa ada. Telan nggak bang? Sponsor nggak, aman. Oh udah makan belum? Udah kok Mike, aman. Udah sarapan tadi sebelum stream. Bisa ada KGP anjir pagi-pagi. Pagi bisa ada. Wah, ngaco. Om Roni udah sama Rusman aja kocak. Serius udah kok. Demi. Ngopi-ngopi anjay. Anjir komik bisa-bisanya. Hari loh komik loh. Kok gue lagi setting sebatan nih. Bener apa? Nge-stuck anjir. Saya kirim WA lagi dong, alamat lu tenggelam alamat lu. Aduh, kayak nggak enak gini kok. Ntar kok ya. Kayak nggak enak gini. Maksudnya kayak enak gini jadi. Kemarin apa kabar, sehat kah? Kasih kucing gak enak. Yang belum mulai kan guys? Belum kan? Aman kan? Nge-lag cuy, kenapa ya? Udah makan Miko. Tuh, gua lagi setting kayak nge-lag gitu anjir, cacat. Kamera kenapa sih? Nipu ya? Terima kasih komik. Oh, pantas nge-lag kocak. Nih, 9 Oh, begindang. Lu nggak pernah kelihatan lagi batang hidungnya. Apa kok ada kok? Kemarin kan gua seperti juga. Aman cuy, aman cuy. Sabar ya, lagi setting ini ya. Dua, tiga, empat, lima. Nonton 3 match kayaknya enggak deh. Cuma kayak apa? Sampai AE doang paling. Karena ada ini. Ada latihan, guys. Bersama belum ya? Harusnya aman sih ini. Nah, udah di setting nih, guys. Tinggal mulai aja nih. Yang adpi kalau sampai AE berarti sampai kelar. Sampai AE. Sampai onik. Main Blade yang baru itu mantan PPRS jago nggak bang? Biasa aja, guys. Oke lah. Udah mulai kah? Oke, busuk gini kalau mulai. Menurut kalian? Duh. Bang sponsor mana, bang sponsor? Apakah hari ini kita mulai? Buatannya enak gitu anjir. Red lah ya, si red lah. Sehat Arif. Nanti optik direct latihan nggak bang? Kemarin vakum ya. Hari ini nggak tahu deh. Masih nak. Cuy. Bang Kaca kalau pakai volt tinggi apa rendah vape-nya? Berapa ya? 70. Indo, yang Indo langsung enggak. Valorant Indo kok tiba-tiba hilang 1080 cuy. Temu Rusman dong. Iya, dia belum ngabarin kapan mau ketemu. Pakai nikotin 3 doang. Yes. Aduh, yang Indo kenapa 720 doang? Bang Admin, WhatsApp ada nggak ya? Kepot gak? Dulu pernah coba tapi nggak terlalu kerasa rasanya. Rasa liquidnya nggak terlalu kerasa. Pulses nggak masuk. 16 tahun bisa. Kayaknya 16 deh minimal umur deh. Gue nggak ngerokok, langsung vape. Gue nggak suka rokok. Kita nonton ya. Lagu dulu. Dan dulu. Kita tebak-tebakannya di Onic ya. Guys. Biasa khusus tim Indo.
Sih kayak lu udah
tapi
nyampe
kenapa sekarang
semua bisa nembak kecuali Paper X. Maksudnya bukan Paper X jelek. Paper X mau lu kasih taktik apapun dia tetap jalan. Mereka
kok nggak ada 980 ya?
Sampai diketahui oleh tim-tim APAC yang lainnya.
Iya, itu tuh. Itu tuh gue juga nggak paham yang begitu-begitu.
Misalnya kita lihat kan Sersia di stage kedua. Oh, Sersia taktikalnya tembakannya kenceng pas ketemu Paper X yang nggak main taktik-taktik banget.
Yang satset-satset beres.
Dihajar bisa-bisa nggak gerak sama sekali.
Enggak coba keyboard enggak. Aldi, enggak Aldi.
Setuju dengan tim yang bermain taktik.
Coba tanya Sinap ya.
Kiblat dari Valorant tuh masih ada
kayaknya
yang
ya.
condong ke
Nap
gitu kan, dimana ya EMEA kan udah jelas
Apa,
taktik
bro?
banget, apalagi
Nap.
kalau EMEA ketemu EMEA
Lu
udah slow
apa?
banget tuh temponya
Nonton
tuh.
di mana?
Di YouTube lah anjim.
Nonton kocak.
Sorry. Maaf.
Oke lu YouTube.
Di Twitch Valorant ID.
Burang masih 720 doang anjir.
Enggak kok. Di gua bagus gambarnya.
720 doang enggak kualitinya.
Serius. Coba
Coba
ya, gua
cek.
cek ya.
Katanya nonton di Valorant ID. Belum dibuka ternyata anjir.
720 doang tapi bagus kok gambarnya, mencelek ya.
Benar-benar 720.
Coba lihat aja dulu kan belum mulai gamenya. Ntar kalau sana nggak pecah pindah aja.
Siap pecah. Oke. Tadi bang sponsor ada tapi hilang dia. Mana ya Gus? Oh lagi di luar. YouTube 1080-nya setara dengan 720 Twitch guys sebenarnya ya, yang gue tahu.
FPS อยู่แล้วครับแล้วก็เมื่อก่อนแข่งเกม FPS อยู่แล้ว
เกม
เลย
ข้าม
ก็
มาให้หน่อย
เล่นเกม
ครับ
แล้ว
ครับ
ก็เลยแข่งเลยครับ
ผมคิดว่าการที่
Enakan
ได้
144
คอมมิตเป็นเรื่องที่ทำให้
Sebenarnya 144 120 nggak beda jauh sih.
กัดที่ใหญ่แล้วก็
Oh lagi ada urusan. Oke bang sponsor. Tadi mau nanya sesuatu.
ก็
Nggak jadi.
ราชานี้ก็
Nanti aja.
อยากให้ได้ไปเวิร์คครับ
ถ้าพวกเราไปเวิร์
Oh kok ngaret.
ก็
Oh.
มีความสุขมากๆครับ ก็คงร้องไห้แน่นอนสำหรับผมจังหวะที่
Buset,
ตาตึงใจ
tatoan,
ที่สุด
cuy.
ก็คงจะเป็นตอนที่คัมแบ็กมาชนะ
Berandal kah dia?
ใน APAC แรกอะครับที่โดนนำอยู่ 9-3 แล้วเราบุกคืนเขา
Futsboy kah dia? Futsboy.
ก็ฝากติดตาม MIT ด้วยครับผมวันที่
Kok ngaret berubah ya?
รายการสุดท้ายแล้วครับผมรายการราชานก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
ก็ขอฝากถึงแฟนคลับ แล้วก็ทั้งคนที่ไม่ได้ตามเชียร์ด้วยนะครับ
Internet gua kok kayak kena.
ทีมใดทีมเดียวที่
Om Dylan diganti.
ในคิวนี้ก็อยากให้ช่วย
Circle-nya orang Brazil
ด้วยนะครับ
kayaknya deh. Internet gua aman padahal loh. Gak ada naik ya?
Nah itu dia tadi ya video interview dari Made in Thailand.
Kenapa tuh bang udah kelar? Aman bang sponsor.
Nggak bisa.
Coba dong.
สวัสดีครับ
ยันโต
nggak bisa kok naikครับ
Ah,
Saya gitu doang.
Cocok ya tapi ya.
cocok ya
Cocok ya.
Asik tahu dengerin orang Thailand ngomong tuh kayak enak aja gitu dengerinnya.
Itu deh.
Gak tau kenapa dari intonasinya, nadanya.
MITH, MIBR satu organisasi kah? Kagak. Beda. Cuma
tapi ya
sama-sama
kayak tadi kan
made
dibilang,
in doang
Made
sih.
in Thailand ini adalah satu-satunya tim di LCQ dan yang ketika gue sadar tim yang ada lebih dari satu di LCQ ini cuma Indo dan Vietnam.
Ya.
Vietnam kan bawa Cerberus sama Fancy. Nah, sementara Indo bawa 3. Sisa 1, Filipina 1, Thailand 1, MYSG 1.
Berarti tandanya.
Apakah Indo? Menurut Yanto.
Nah, itu maksud saya tuh.
Apa tuh?
Ya ini maksudnya chance-nya besar banget buat Indo sebenarnya. Iya, sama halnya juga dengan Vietnam sih, karena kan bawanya 2 tim kan. Sementara Thailand, Filipina gitu-gitu bawanya 1 doang gitu.
Tapi Vietnam
Kenapa nih? Cuy. Gua ya apa? Gua ya? Enggak aman kok, internet gua kocak. Wah, nipu. Jangan dong.
Coba buffer ya, Cok.
Tuh.
Ya.
Halo Darren. Tuh, dengar nggak? Apa? Iya
Lu
cuy.
buffer nggak nontonin Dindo? Udahlah.
Iya cuy.
Nonton luar aja lah.
Tuh, sama kan? Tuh, dengar tuh. Nap tiba-tiba buffer kata dia. Bukan gua kocak.
But here's the thing. Team Secret, they end up, their biggest enemy is actually themselves.
Hilang.
We find that a lot of the times, especially on the kind of more complicated maps,
Nah.
they really overcomplicate things, and it can come back to
Halo yes kecil.
particularly when teams go down
Buffer
to
cuy.
the very basics, bread and butter Valorant.
It looks like we'll be jumping straight into the matchup.
Udah langsung mulai di sini.
Our first map of the series, and that is
80 cuy.
talk about how much of a chance does Made in Thailand have? Because quite honestly, on paper, it's looking scary.
I believe, Pavlos.
You believe?
I believe, and because of that, there's a little stat I actually want to bring to you. We really went into the stats before
Gak
we
ikutan.
came onto, this match, and something I want to highlight: the myth
Alah,
is their
bro.
afterplants on Haven are disturbingly
Gak ikutan.
good. And we're talking good kind of 80-90%.
Ready, Cok, nonton, Cok.
Fokus.
On B side, it's a little bit more hit and miss, but that's the same for most teams. And we were sort of comparing it to a lot of other teams, like Order, like Fancy, like Griffin, and all of their win rates, it's sort of sub 60.
Now we're jumping straight into the agent select as well. We kind of expect Dispenser to be picking up that Killjoy as he is kind of the player they place to do that. And in one of these comps is kind of what they change around. Yeah, right, you kind of see KO Astra being brought on some time around, but this time around, no, it's pretty standard stuff, what they usually play, if you will. So yeah, you do say that, the strong point of Made in Thailand is getting onto the sites, getting those plants, and once they do, their post plants seem pretty strong. But does Team Secret's comp shout that they're going to be letting them get on the site in the first place?
Well, what's quite nice about Team Secret is they're one of the few teams that not only went into a 6-man roster, but stuck with a 6-man roster. South built, they attempted it for a while as well. We saw a few Singaporean teams attempt it as well. All of them have sort of faded away with it, but for Team Secret, they've stuck to their guns. And that is mainly thanks to Dispenser, who is one of the best Killjoys around. And so if you have a map where you want a Killjoy, just bring in Dispenser. It's rinse and repeat as if you're playing with a normal 5-man team.
Anjir masih
Oh,
pakai
Oh, yeah.
dua
pakai jet
initiator.
enggak?
It's a completely different lineup, right? I mean,
Neon.
when you look at the previous time around, they had
Iya,
Astra
Dapet masih
in,
pakai
they
jet
had
ya?
kind of a Killjoy lineup
Masih pakai
going on, but
Killjoy
this is-
lagi,
this is
Cok,
showing
anjir ini
volumes when
mah.
it comes to aggression, right? They also
Line
put
up-nya
the
si
chamber in a
MITH nih
position where you
yang
can
kemarin
expect
nggak
certain
sih?
kills, but it's that Neon that finally
MITH,
you look at and you're
Tim
like,
Secret.
all right,
Tim
there's gonna
Secret
be
mabuk
some
gua.
Tim
fast
Secret
pushes
dari
coming.
dulu ini mah agentnya
Defensive
begini
teams
doang.
have some really strong afterplants.
Gak tahu sih
Very,
gua.
very strong afterplants.
Secara sih.
Getting Neon actually complements that. It just
Tapi
gets
saya nggak
you
bisa
into a comfortable position. And
pakai
then
agent-agent yang
of course, it's sort of very standard
apa?
combo
Complicated ya?
combo. And
Ya yang
when you
kayak
have the likes of
buat
Kaboom, I mean, hey,
apa
we
sih
could
namanya
really have a
bahasanya
game in
mikro
our
apa
hands
makro
here.
ya?
So it is a very, very
Yang
exciting
lebih
matchup,
kayak ke
everybody.
Banyak
skill
utility
banget kan.
harus dipakai banget
Ya.
gitu,
Because this is
utility.
the first series
Namanya apa ya?
of the
Mikro,
day
makro,
Made in
nggak tahu
Thailand
lah.
Secret.
Minal mandi lu, mulut lu masih bau. Mandi sana doge.
Busuk.
And honestly,
Busuk.
you know, they've had about
Makro,
a month,
makro.
you know, to prep behind the scenes,
Mako,
kind of
mako.
trying to realign their strategies, try and realign their weaknesses, and come into this tournament as a stronger version of themselves. Who kind of do you look out for? I mean, we're looking at Team Secret, who have kind of disappointed, quote unquote, having represented back
Tapi
in the
kalau
day,
agent gue suka MITH
past
sih jujur.
represented the region in the
Kayak
international
kekinian
stage.
gitu.
Do you
Ini
reckon they have
kudet gimana gitu?
capacity of doing so this time around as well?
The problem I think Team Secret face is that you
Tapi
did so well last year.
kayaknya
and
Secret yang
beating it
menang.
is actually very difficult. Matching it is
Nak
very
mandi, nak
difficult.
mandi kok.
And it's not that Team Secret have played
Bad nih.
particularly badly. It's just everyone else is
Wah.
Emang
playing
gambarnya jelek ya,
better.
Cok?
Now Team Secret are going to be tested, and for me,
Gue yang
the duo
Valorant
between Dubstep
luar.
and Kadoom is
Iya
gonna
sama
be
kalau orang
so
luar
awesome.
jelek juga.
Iya.
Made in
Emang kayak
Thailand,
gini
all on better,
kapasitasnya
that's the
mungkin.
question. And now, on the attacking side, it looks like they will be heading towards this right extremity.
Emang beneran kayak
of the
gini
map,
kayaknya
all
deh
five
cara
players
mainnya
very,
dia.
very strongly in
Loh,
push. You see the
lah
killjoy
bisa nggak
placed in mid. That is
kirain nggak
acting
lihat.
as a
Anjing TP
scout.
jauh banget, Cok.
And you can see they can quickly know that there's no quick rotation coming over from Made in Thailand. Therefore, Team Secret with their aggression looking to push forwards here. It is
Buset, buset, dapat dua ke Wanafly.
Wanafly memang raja terakhir, Cok. Raja awal dia sekarang.
That's actually all you need. As long as you bring it down to 3 versus 3, it becomes
Wanafly yang dulu pakai
Kecilan
ya?
Enggak, suara in-game emang kecil dari sana guys, sumpah.
Ini
udah gede nih. Gedein dah. Emang gak ada suara in-game ya kan,
emang
Mas?
suara in-game-nya kecil, lebih
Suara
gede
in-game
suara
ya,
caster.
casternya yang teriak.
Interesting here. Seeing how this retake commences with the Neon as well with the breach.
Ya Allah.
There is a flash available, but the breach will quickly fall, and it's all down to Beta. All by
1v1
himself.
with
What can you do?
Wah.
Yeah! Turnaround,
Gila.
90-degree
Kecepatan
turn,
nggak sih dia
and
nembaknya?
gets himself the kill as well as a
Kita
round.
cuma right click
Klasik
dong.
kalau klasik kalau saya kena stun masih
Dia right
lurus
click
nembaknya.
soalnya.
Secret, hell of a start for Myth, and what a way to start your series as the underdogs. Remember, Pavlos, this is a David versus Goliath, and I mean, hey, that's a story I love.
One of the untouched points we kind of missed so far into the
Anak
series
diam
is the
tuh.
fact that Beta is kind of a new addition for Made in Thailand, right? It's been getting from bad to worse for them this continuing season, so now they're bringing him in. And we've
Nastan
already
loh
kind of
padahal
see
deh.
a different map agent pool from him, right? You can previously this team would play the
Dan
Astra, but
Rashiki.
instantly with his
Telat
addition,
nggak? Baru setengah jam.
Gue.
Something that does surprise me as well
Iya, belum
is
berak.
on the Haven,
Kalau
a
anak
lot of time
hebat.
they have sort of flirted with bringing a Killjoy of their own, and going for the Chamber and the Neon, suddenly you have a very aggressive defensive side, and we're seeing that now with the Chamber already peeking via
Hobi
sewers.
banget
It's a
lu,
huge
gokil.
info grab,
Di,
and
di,
a man
di.
advantage for Myth.
Dia
well,
gila dah
from
sumpah.
here from Myth, you kind of expect them to do a lot
VCT
better, and it seems to be just all going to plan apart from that one.
Dia
Dispenser
kayak pede
quickly
banget gitu
putting
kan,
his
salah nggak ada orang.
into Kangaroo, but you know the rest of them
Biasaan.
kind of locked outside of mid. That cover just closing out the B site, and I think the defensive side even has the
broadcast
spike
team
by their feet.
All
What
these
up,
victories
sekarang?
come at a sacrifice, Pavlos. One or two players falling on your anti-eco really isn't the end of the world here.
Iya, udah ditunggu lu. Borak udah kebiasaan Borak ya.
Well, there you go.
Perfect.
Borak udah kebiasaan ya, jadi ditungguin ya Borak.
For Made in Thailand.
What I really like as well is when you have both Bulldogs, it means that when you're going up
Aziz
against the
Sahalo.
buyer Team Secret, you still
Sayang banget
actually have a
Jeremy
fair
gak
bit of
dimainin
teeth
sama
behind
PS.
you.
Gak
The
dimainin,
one thing
kenapa
that's gonna be
Cok? Kenapa
interesting
Cok?
now is how the Neon
Jeremy
really
tuh
uses their ult on the
agentnya
defense. Where
beda.
mind, we've got the Chamber who's just
Ya
bringing
tertentu
some
doang,
Jadi
dia
dia
fix
punya-
man.
For the Neon,
Oh, jadi dia di
there's
map
no
tertentu
real
doang.
set
Ya
position to
kayak
use
map
the overdrive.
gede,
And so because
butuh
of that,
chamber,
Rivers
Jeremy
have
yang main.
discretion. And for
Oh,
Kadoom, they're usually
Jeremy,
quite aggressive
iya,
player.
Jeremy
I
yang
wouldn't be surprised if
dulunya
we're seeing it on the
pakai
defense
jet
and just push
Yeah.
people.
Chamber.
For
Kayak-
Team Secret, on the topic
yang
of
chamber-chamber
Dispenser,
kayak
one away from
Breeze
the
tuh
lockdown,
dia
that's something to keep an
bermain.
eye on this round as the Vandals get brought out for Team Secret as they prepare to assault this A site.
Jeremy
Seems to
Tepi.
be the name of the game for them, right? That A site. We saw it in the pistol. Yeah, okay. Kind of saw the mid push over when they had pistols, but yeah,
Udah
it's
upstep.
a different story. But now we kind
Ngeliat
of see their first
Mars
instance
jago
Gila
of
pakai
drone-nya jauh banget tuh bro.
That's what we want
Emang
to see here from Team
kelihatan ya?
Secret. A lot of anticipation behind them, a lot of build up, a lot of hype, and a lot of fans that want to
Anjing
see
drone
them
situ sih
do
udah nggak bisa
well.
dapetin info apa-apa nih.
Really liking their Killjoy lineups. It's probably been one of the solid, most solid attacking sides here.
Ya nggak hancur
from Team
trapnya.
Secret, but this being Mad Silence's map pick, you can expect there may be some anti-stratting on the board.
Gila.
I think that A strike actually
Team
makes
Secret
something
tuh
to fruition.
control
You see Team
map
Secret
banget,
faked a
anjir,
little bit of
mainnya tuh.
control over to mid.
Tahan
Wouldn't be
Tapi
surprised
pelan-pelan
if Myth
dia
try
ngontrolnya ya.
takes it. For alone
Iya,
force it.
gitu.
Dia
Kill
dia
would be
tuh
nice, but
apa yang
by
dia
the
lakuin
time
tuh
you
sebenarnya
do
simpel
better,
tau
the
gak?
shutdowns available. Hey, even a bit of harassment, even a bit of damage may just make that retake that bit
Tolong
easier.
kemana
Jesse,
tuh,
that
Baghdad?
is
Itu sih
very
dia cara
different
mainnya
from
tuh
just
nggak
the
terburu-buru
second
kayak
down.
step by step gitu.
Iya,
Kayak-
jadi
Allowed
udah dapat
to
A.
the site without any
Oke.
trouble.
Dapat A,
Looking to go
A-nya
for a
nahan,
5
B-nya
versus
diganggu
5
dulu,
retake
trapnya
here,
dihancurin,
but
ketarik.
only
Baru
angles
serang
of
A-nya
attack
berlima.
are going to be approached, and primarily it's going to be from
Busuk kan?
the fault line, but Kandu is concussed as he tries to dash in onto the site. Dispenser quick to shut him down, and Dubstep is looking to join in on the fray, allowing nothing for Myth
Bagusnya
here.
begitu
Team
sih
Secret
dia.
look to be on top,
Mantap.
and look to deny every
Teamworknya bagus.
space
Team Secret
and
ini.
vulnerability here for Myth. And Alone
Dibungkam
Fields
ya para
will try and
streamer.
fill in the gap
Di mute mulu,
that
Cok,
has been
katanya
created
di
with the death of his
si JJ
teammates,
lu
and
gak
will
kasih roll
quickly
aja.
fall straight after that.
Apa
It's
sih?
the first round for Team Secret as
Si
soon as they
JJ.
get
Oh,
guns
di
on the
sini
board.
streamer.
For me, Dispenser
Nabar
there just
soalnya.
shows his prowess, shows how bloody good this man can be. He is one
Lu
of the best
bisa kasih
killjoys in the
kocak.
region, probably the best killjoy in the Philippines for
Ah,
quite
lu
distance
Bang
actually.
Kaco.
And
Lu
we see
kasih
it
JJ
there.
aja,
It's
kasih JJ
perfect
sama
retake
kasih
usage
JJ.
from Myther. It doesn't get better. Every single
Udah
player
dapet
is either
roll ya,
behind a
tapi
smoke,
kenapa masih nggak bisa
concussed,
ya?
nearsighted.
Emang
They are
JJ-nya
not in a
males
critical
ngomong
position,
sama lu.
but one well-placed swarm grenade
Parah
prevents
banget
that
Halo, Owen.
push. That swarm grenade wasn't there.
J,
and
Parah ya,
was
Bang.
out of
Jir lu,
position.
J.
That is a completely
J.
different story and a very good chance that
Aku
Myth actually get to that site and
Ini
win
kenapa
that
suara
fight.
intimnya
Would you say that
kecil?
Team Secret's
JJ
lineup,
Iceberg.
Nggak bisa
considering
gitu,
has a lot of
Bang, dengeran.
versatility on
Iya,
both
suara
parts, right?
game
They play
kecil.
both aggressively, both
Ya, banyak itu.
both kind of backwards as well.
Suges-suges
I mean, hey,
skin
on topic of aggression,
pandal.
look at that from
Kocak.
Kadoom. Yeah, I reckon exactly that's an
Wow.
Kadoom.
Aduh.
For some kills that I tell you what,
So
Myth are
sharp.
happy to oblige him. They set him up, they
Masih
line
dipik
him
lagi
up
nih, mati
one
nih.
at a time, and a
Di slide nih, bentar lagi nih.
They're there for two
Ya.
players staring down a very
Nggak, dia
well-equipped
disuruh
Myth.
mundur
For a
pasti sama
second there, I
temennya.
thought, okay, Team Secret probably not
Ditahan
looking
itu
to
sama
go too
temennya.
aggressive there. Looked
Duh, duh,
a
duh,
little
duh,
bit
duh.
lopsided.
Duh, duh,
you know,
4 lawan 2, 4
one by
lawan
one,
2
this place
katanya.
started to
Menang orang ya,
trigger.
menang orang ya.
You know, Made in Thailand had a very aggressive place
Cok,
placement themselves,
Basaswa,
had adequate
sombong
amount
banget
of
lu.
players there, so
Mentang
dealt with it
ada
very nicely. That
player
chokehold,
baru.
perfect for
Anjay.
them.
Ya Allah.
Ooh,
Oh,
Close.
masih pagi.
As well. It's just
Banyakin
one
tuh.
bullet to like anywhere on his body would just do it for him.
that hurts to see, Pavlos. That really hurts to
Oh,
see.
ngaret.
And the fact that Spencer now is able to go and rejoin
Udah lama
Jesse,
nggak
that means
turnamen,
that
katanya
actually,
deg-degan,
Myth could be in a
deg-degan.
little bit of trouble on A, particularly if
Nggak
Jesse
lihat
gets that
guys.
opening and it falls down to
Nobar
the
tuh sini aja bos di
because the
Discord
Killjoy
BWL.
still has the swarm grenades available.
Adalah mana Juli?
By Made in Thailand.
Kau ngaret are you okay man?
Indeed.
Gua chat Kodel.
Man,
Dispenser
are you
on
okay
a
man?
Jelas lagi
one-man
model anjing.
journey.
Headshot nih, di swing nih.
Udah tadi
Flat.
dia ngechat.
Looking to move forwards.
Salah angle
There
dong.
you go, that's one. At least one kill has
Nyawa
been
belum
found.
berkumpul tuh.
Kanap
It
udah
is
bangun
around
belum
to-
katanya. Ayo nobar gitu
It's a little bit
anjing.
of places, but I tell you what,
Iya,
Kadoom,
kagak
he's
mau.
starting to wake up, and with a solid start, this is where things get
MIT aja
interesting
orang
because
ngelaporin.
Masa iya
Kadoom is
guys,
feeling
ya.
it. He's been shown
kalau
that
Mbak-
his
kalau
aggression can be
Alhamdulillah baik.
justified and that he can make it work. Overdrive's available. There are actually a fair few ults available for Myth. They're probably retake ults and more
Aduh,
eco
nggak
ults,
diliatin
but
sih.
nonetheless, they have
Tadi
that option. As long
replaynya.
as they have that utility arsenal to work with, Team Secret needs to be
Dia
very
yang turu
wary
kayak
of
enak,
how they
iya,
launch their
yang nonton
attacks here.
yang turu
They do have
siapa
knockdown available.
ya?
They're one away from a rolling thunder.
main
Hopefully, with the control of an ult torp here, Team Secret may be able to launch a very convincing hit to this ace site. But you've got to go past both a very angry Chamber and his cousin of Sober.
Ooh. That's a perfect opening here for Wonderfly. Volcom just gets knocked out. Yeah, we saw an overdrive towards the left extremity, but you know that alarm
Oke, udah
button is gone
kecolong,
anyway.
guys.
Push comes through onto the site. It's
Udah
Dubstep
pas.
straight after it, getting the first
Dubstep.
entry.
Ada
That is
smoker.
Wonderfly no more.
Enak di refrag ya.
Looking to try and hold it back a little bit more, but the space has been granted for Team Secret.
Interestingly enough as well, the overdrive is
Adum nggak ada senjata tapi.
so Kadoom is currently without a weapon going into the 3v3 retake.
Kangara desperately trying to use this upper angle to find space, find a kill after shock to the sideline. Oh, that's a head. Didn't quite deliver though. Rolling Thunder will be delivered from the attack as Team Secret will want to hold them back from the main
dia cuma
entry of
ulti
the
ke
site.
itu
Kangara
ya,
from
ke
above
hell ya.
also gets shut down. This is looking strong by Made in Thailand unless Kadoom and Beta can do something about it. Can they do?
Boom.
Oh, what a shot!
Anjing,
wants to
Kadoom
go
ini
in for
sakit
more.
sih.
Aduh,
Oh, but it's
bener
better
kan?
to do it.
Menang
Oh,
dong
skies,
retake-nya.
it's Kadoom with the
Itu gara-gara
shutdown.
pakai
Okay, I tell
forsaken
you
tuh
what,
bro,
Pavlos,
sakit
in
tuh
the
bro.
pre-game we said that Myth's afterplants are very good. I take it back.
Kayaknya
That
dia
retake's
mau
very good
pakai
as well.
apa aja
And
sakit.
for an Omen of Breach, you're sort of equipping yourself for the
Forsaken
retake.
gua kok
But
nggak
what's
kayak gitu ya?
interesting actually is Myth aren't showing that to Team
Beda-beda.
Secret.
Tembakan
Rather
dia yang
just
ke
backing
orang
up,
shot.
playing with a very passive setup, which
Tinggalnya.
usually just gives the game away. They're still aggressing. They still have forwarded positions from the chamber. They still allow Kadoom to push whenever he wants, wherever he wants, whenever he wants.
Kadoom
And
emang
the
harus
hills
di-
are now gonna complement whatever
Kadoom
retake comes
memang
next. They're going to
kalau
bring the
latihan
Hunters
harus
Fury online this
di-push
round as
main
well.
neon nih.
They may not even
Dulu
need
dia
kills
jet
because
doang,
Team Secret's
kayak
economy
John
now
Olsen.
lost. It's currently up a very certain creek without a paddle because you've only got a
Dia
Vandal
bisa
to try
adaptasi.
and shut down the likes of Myth.
It's a hero Vandal, and I mean Dubstep knows next round. Yeah, he'll have the blades. It's not too big of a deal to kind of spend the credits for it, but
Angkol.
Taking a stand, you know, giving us reasons why this is their own map pick. But Hunter's Fury enabled on a pistol round. Okay, this means that there's a good potential for them to turn this even forwards, especially if they're able to gain any more weapons out of that train. They have definitely got the space. If you look, the A site is completely open.
Nunduk dia aja ngeselin tuh.
Goes in favor of Kangara, which
Ngecek angle nunduk.
stabilizes the defense for just a little bit longer. Still, trades do commence. Remember, this round started with pistols with Team Secret, and now they have a solid chance of unlocking this round for them.
Two very, very convincing clashes for both of these teams. You have Dubstep, who's been enabled beautifully, followed by Myth, who have been able to control their aggression beautifully as well. That push through mid, time to perfection, the follow-up from Garage as well. Absolutely perfect, but it's Dubstep who's able to punish it regardless of how successful the initial fight is. 2 versus 2 retake, yes there's a Rolling Thunder, yes there's a From the Shadows, but I don't think Myth want to use them. They were against pistols here for Havlos, it feels like an overcommitment.
Oh, dicek dulu sama dia. Nggak ada, oke nggak jadi ulti kata dia. Ulti ntar yang tail dah. Let's go!
Very, very early, and it only catches one out of the players, which means that long position can be
Kena
taken
recon anjing.
when it comes to denying the defuse.
Wah, pinter banget Baitamnya.
Very aggressive there from Beta,
Emang
but it's
boomer
Dubstep
ya.
to get it done. Team Secret
Tahu
will
harus ngapain anjir.
Doom's had his round, now it's Dubstep to bring it back. Pavlos, we
Reconnya
have the game on our hands.
nerf
Remember,
banget.
Karena dari
it is Myth's map,
alam
so
kan
there
itu.
is going to be a pinch of salt to take with this. Something what is interestingly enough though is the fact that for Myth they are on the defense. I think at this point it's sort of accepted that it's the least
Dia recon
favored
mana
side
tadi ya
of this
coy ya?
map.
Oh atas
Atas,
itu ya?
ya, atas satu.
Dia reconnya dari box yang elong itu kan?
For Team Secret,
Along ya.
realizing this, round 7, yes they have a bye, but they're up against the Tour de Force
Oh,
now, and it
Farkas.
will be our first
Hari ini
cycle to
latihan
bring
dia, latihan.
brought out this game. This is where the experience of Team Secret really starts to
Rekonnya
show,
sudah
though.
tidak
I love
diragukan
the fact
lagi,
it's
ada
such
aja
an early timeout.
spotnya.
I love it as well, but it's from
Padahal
Team Secret, right? I mean, they were the
Udah
ones
benar
that
loh
just won it.
ngebacanya itu.
Considering it's a pistol, maybe it's kind of a cool off, kind of just guys remember, all right, yeah, that was a hype round. We shouldn't have won that. Yes, as well, the Hunter's Fury utility at the start was a very risky play, but it did pay off in the end.
Something I think is probably
Guys,
to
kenapa
calculate the
Temot?
fact that they've
Ya,
baited out the
dia
Rolling
lagi
Thunder
kalah.
and the From the Shadows. I think they're trying to figure out how the Hunter's Fury is going to sort of tie
Ya
into
bener
this
juga
round
sih,
and
nggak
how they
salah.
can mitigate this
Pertanyaannya
effect.
yang ini dah.
It's definitely a lot to consider. Also in regards to breaking the economy made in Thailand, winning this round could definitely maybe bring them to an equilibrium when it comes to rounds. So yeah, no, this next round will actually be very, very influential in the standings.
What I also think is quite strong from Team Secret is the fact that Dubstep is now starting to come online. I want to see how consistently he can do it. He still has a Blade Storm in his back pocket should it be needed. And for Team Secret, it's a change. It's going to be their first hit to see. And for Beta,
Iya,
Such
kena
a fast push. The
stun.
fault line is perfect, but the paranoia is even better. Flat, well, it's going to be
Wah,
TP away.
anjir, paranoianya bagus sih.
Now he's paranoid, and there's an aftershock right after him. That could be his downfall. Borkum is the one to find the
Pengaruh
entry,
flash,
but look how
flash,
quickly made it
Ih,
time.
kedile loh, masih mau di-push loh. Rata dah.
What a conversion.
Maksa dia.
Lambs to the slaughter Pavlos. Team Secret, they run in one at a time, and Myth just
kok jauh
shuts
banget
them
jaraknya
down.
sama
Hell of
si
a
Dubstep
rotation
ya?
as well, as you
Iya.
mentioned. I love the fact that once they realize and once they identify the fact that
nggak
Dubstep's made such a
di-delay
deep foray, they know it's no longer
Distant,
fake. They know with the follow-up
Jauh
utility,
banget.
it has
Skill
to
satu
be a commitment. And with that, Kadoom, I mean, hey, he just rises
Di-
to it. The fact
udah
that
ada
Kadoom's still
bridge
getting
sih
kills
tapi.
means that this Neon is going to have such a strong game. And I said for Beta, remember, he's only
Nanti ada
the
latihan
new
nggak?
addition,
Ada.
so he's
Tapi
the
nggak
new
tahu, kayak
kid
jam
on
8
the
deh.
block. The fact he was
Harusnya
able to
bisa
delay
nonton
that
sampai
long,
full.
and the fact he was able to buy that much time for the rotations was just perfect. Team Secret once again up against it with very little in terms of economy, but just enough to sort of
Iko
scramble
hobi
a buy,
banget
and
ke
hey,
B.
Blaze Storm to hit the speed site.
Team Secret really loving this momentum right now. Yes, they lost the previous round, a very high influential round, a very important round for Myth to win. Kangara is pushing this. He's pushing this. Who does this? Kangara!
Wah, itu dia kalau misalnya dia kebuka dikit ada Jesivas lagi drone di tengah-tengah.
Emang gue sih kayak walaupun lagi plan dijagain dulu tau gak sih sama kayak
Iya, nggak langsung ditinggal.
Lagi plan kan ditinggal kan.
Maksudnya kalau udah tahu site-nya nggak ada orang langsung ditinggal tau nggak lu?
Gila,
Di right click dong ini.
Recon into the dark cover, trying to spin across, up and blades, but no. Touch once again, but it's just so many players. There is a world where that would have worked, but
Dua kali loh menang Iko.
Just about almost 60 HP total was what was left on Team Secret there.
Tapi sih Team Secret mainnya sumpah. Padahal mainnya simple banget ya. Cuman kerapihannya itu kayak cek pelan-pelan, cek dulu satu-satu.
Rapinya pas Iko udah bisa.
Dia tuh si Kongaren itu nggak ngeluarin utility karena dia ngerasa dia dapat timing gitu. Dia pengen bunuh orang planternya, itu dia baru nge-flash keluar niatnya. Taunya Borkumnya udah langsung TP balik. Dijagain ternyata. Langsung 5 HP ya.
I mean, I guess, yeah, Maiden Tyler made a couple of missteps, but, you know.
Ya Allah, swing anjir.
Enggak,
itu dasar swing sih.
Having a Spectre in hand, but he's being overwhelmed by so many players, so much utility, so much being thrown at them.
Habis ini pasti B-nya digangguin, tapi dia balik ke A. Metanya jaga B. Itu orangnya apa ya? Nasmara, custom abis sih orangnya.
Iya, custom abis.
Dia punya dunia sendiri lah dengan utility.
Tapi bagus sih, jadi kayak ikonnya nggak gitu-gitu doang.
Ya nggak kayak expect pasti.
Made in Thailand. Maybe in a little trouble. At the start it seemed like yes.
Kayak tadi pagi gue nggak expect disuruh
nonton goblok.
Disuruh chat JJ pagi-pagi sama Namski.
Lah itu masih ngablu Kaniki, aku pikir Kaniki itu kacau atau gak sih udah ngomongnya pakai bang lagi. Nonton bang.
Siap gue bilang.
Kaniki
dia nungguin Recon nih, tapi Reconnya nggak ada. Banyakin.
Oh, that was ever so quick by Myth.
Where did that come from, frankly?
It's
also a really strong read from Myth there. I absolutely love that. And you want to know something interesting as well there? It's doing a really good job at sort of gamble stacking.
Ini nobar yang tanggal 6 nggak nyampe 15 menit langsung habis ya.
Floats a little bit. Sometimes they're peeking over to B, sometimes they're fighting for garage. This time they hover over to that A site. They already have 3 players in position. At which point the crossfires just get the best of Team Secret. The fact we are seeing such an established and experienced team get matched in strategical prowess from Myth really is starting to light the fires of passion within me, Pavlos. I am loving this team thus far. And even though our desk were all for Team Secret, granted, who can blame them? They are the titans of this tournament. Myth are giving a very, very good opening.
Yeah, they're really giving a run for their money, aren't they?
Bang Kaco tadi. B-nya dibikin suara.
Secret have slowed things down a bit.
Jadi dijagain.
Iya, 2 orang
the first operator actually seeing invested from Myth as well. The fact they're able to get that kill and then rotate it to the correct position is just perfect.
What a read. And they haven't even gained space yet. Holds his ground.
Kena Recon.
Vash able to keep things going here.
Ya Allah, TP di situ. Ya ampun.
Mau 200 IQ jadi gak jadi.
TP-nya di tempat, cok. Kagak ada perubahan.
There's a lot of pressure onto a lone Phils there. However, that doesn't necessarily mean he's out of it. He's made some clutches look very, very winnable, even though he wasn't quite able to convert them.
Let's see what you can do here.
Jor, keluar nih.
Can't account for the left swing as well. Indeed, teamwork makes the dream work. And Team Secret have 1 round to 11.5 to equalize.
For Team Secret, dreams and ambitions, they align the same. APAC LCQ spot to go.
Modal drone doang, B-nya tadi langsung overthinking deh.
In their way, and frankly, they're doing a bloody good job of it. I like the bravery from Wanna here. It's the recovery from Team Secret I love even more, though. The fact they're able to catch out the Omen with the Hunter's Fury means that there's no potential to flank or crossfire. It means that the players coming through Garage can just barrel their way towards main and then just shut down Myth completely. One thing that there is to highlight, though, is as we enter the final round of this half, look at the ult management. Beta and Wanna both one away from bringing out their ults. This is to accompany the rest of Myth, who all have theirs available. Over on Team Secret, though, it's going to be a lockdown and a rolling thunder. That's it. Myth really calculated time out here. I love this. And more importantly, off the back of it, look how all 4 players are positioned. They want to progress somewhere, and with an overdrive, it's perfect.
How important is it for Myth to actually gain a 7th year and have that 2-round gap with Team Secret? Yes,
Kalau
I guess
Dubstep
6-6 or 7-5 isn't too big of a difference, but considering they're entering into the attack
itu dia
side
tahu
next.
bikin space-nya. Kalau si Witch tuh
6 rounds is enough.
Nyari orang
I
dia.
think getting that 7th not only gives you the way of losing the pistol round and not mitigating any lead is really, really good for your psyche. To further that as well is they're currently trying to battle it out to break the confidence of Team Secret, who went into this, I imagine, knowing that they were the favorites.
Oh, maksudnya biasanya di atas kiri ini map ketiga Decider namanya BO3. Tapi di
gamblingnya dapet nih. Mereka lagi kontrol tiba-tiba langsung ke split garage lagi kayaknya.
I see. Down to Team Secret to try and equalize here.
Kayaknya cuma satu gas.
See if they can contend to win their opponent's map pick.
What I quite like as well is that Hunter Fury actually forced out the back from dubstep. So that aggression that Team Secret may have wanted to try and get a man advantage has now been mitigated actually by quite a distance.
Overthink lagi.
Looking ahead now to
sulit aja Secret udah kayak Sersia sumpah. Mau harus di
only now kind of put around.
Ini MT harus nge-push garage-nya, ngecek garage-nya dia.
I love how Borkum
ada apa enggak jadi ke-push nahan belakang kan.
Sort of like a fake.
Lihat mereka udah pada nge-stuck di C sama B.
Iya, retake sih, dia ada ulti juga. Ngajar retake ada.
Look at the abilities available for Made in Thailand though. I think they don't care that it's a retake. They've got so much to work with now. The thing that matters is how can you utilize it.
Di lockdownnya di situ kah?
Oh, dia berani aja.
Ini nama Kongaret ya tuh.
Anjing. Jadi masuk sini.
Low on health, but it doesn't seem to phase them. The lone fields will try and hold on for just
jadi Eserut
is in place, but Wits is trying to stop him. 6-6, as close as it could be.
Sudah di dalam situ.
Honestly, it's been a pretty solid half from both teams. Both of them have had their highlight moments. Both of them
dia
have been
sengaja
making mistakes
banget
though, and it's now going to go into the second half with the sole premise being who makes the least mistakes.
Pengaretnya pakai ulti dulu, terus dia berlockdown.
I guess initial impression is that we're surprised by how good Myth are.
Yeah, I was expecting that they probably have done their homework and they've probably anti-stratted Team Secret quite hard. I wasn't expecting
ditambah lagi nih audiensnya buat yang hari Sabtu tambah 50 lagi. Itu kalau mau daftar buruan.
Guys, buruan yang mau daftar ikutan nonton tanggal 6 di Liga Game. Liga Game apa sih namanya? Liga Game Arena ya. Apalagi slotnya buat 50 orang lagi.
Betas, this is kind of the first official
tapi harus disuntik ya.
Right, we haven't quite kind of explored the
yang datang disuntik.
Switching things up within the team. So I'm kind of wondering how much of this
gua tinggal di Bandung,
I mean,
ente.
it's obviously the defense, but you know,
yang buat warga Jakarta aja dulu yang di Jakarta yang bisa datang.
Yeah, and granted,
nanti dibikin ya untuk satu Indonesia ntar.
Every round bar 2.
Doain aja, tuh minta sama tokped.
But I think for me, what showed that Beta was in this
roster
was that pistol round, that paranoia
di
every single player team.
Coba cek
I think Beta
kosannya Persija
very nicely into this roster. It's the attack though, where he's going to have to really step it up to try and outmatch Borkum.
Titip dulu Nap.
And this team
gua mau ambil minuman.
I actually don't think they are. They're playing pretty well. It's just they're playing better. Well, I say better.
Guys, gue tinggal bentar ya ambil minuman. Komek tadi beliin minuman, guys.
For me, Team Secret's defense though, it's always been strong. So
ini belum tim Indo juga kan? Ntar ya guys ya. Ada makanan, nasi kotak anjir. Tinggal dulu ya. Ada nap ini di Discord. Aman-aman. Aku di Jogja bang, mantap.
Ya,
untuk warga Jakarta dulu aja, semoga sukses acaranya lancar, oke?
Trying to stop these rotations. Dubstep looking to push forwards as JC Vash as well gets one of his own. Dubstep is finding it so hard to push.
Lama banget di belakang sebelum Dubstep.
But it's just not connecting. It's just down to Wits now. Up against the two of Made in Thailand. Doesn't quite know there's one in the corner, but finds another nevertheless. Beta! All that remains. And the new player of Made in Thailand is able to get the clutch.
You wanted to know if Beta's thinking the rest of have lost? Well, there you have it. What a round from Beta. Bear in mind as well, all you have to do is buy time in that final 1v1. What the highlight for me isn't the fact that he killed the flanking jet, the fact he brought so much time for the rest of his team to focus on the players who are already pushing to the site. It means that the flank is disconnected from the main body of the push, and it means that actually pincering onto the defenders no longer has the same intended effect. Really, really smart round from Beta there. You see that initial teleport as well, away from spawn just to buy time. Absolutely love it. And with Kadum and Dubstep both currently on 12 kills, this duel is only going to get spicier as this series progresses.
Talent switch things up. A very aggressive pistol round, but now hold back. Good to see we have multiple sides of the coin, you know? I mean, there's only two sides of it, but you know what I mean. You get the gist of it.
Borkum nih, Dor meninggal nih Borkum nih. Aduh, minimatnya kelihatan
They're
cuy.
anticipating aggression here from Team Secret. They know their buy isn't good. For Wits, this shorty is either 2 kills that are going to be perfect and win the round, or nothing at all.
I mean, it's a pistol from Team
Beta
Secret,
mati
right?
sih, sumpah ngabong gua.
Can't
Beta
really
mati
expect
sih.
them to do too much, but the fact that they've got 3 players on this A site and those close distances, those classics can do
Nggak kena lagi
substantial damage.
Dubstep.
And when Dubstep falls with a Marshal, with a better weapon of the team, you kind of expect that these hopes
Beta mati sih. Itu
and
kan Beta
dreams
mati
of
kan.
Team Secret to getting something out of this are quashed.
Menurut gue Rising form kayak kacau gak? Iya betul.
Everybody loves a shorty kill.
Oh,
Tapi
a
ntar
shorty kill
pas
have
matchnya on
No,
it.
analysts love a shorty kill.
Better doesn't like a shorty kill.
Giveaway-nya gue nanti ada 2, satu yang di match Onyx, satu pas di end stream. Kalau di end stream nanti random pick aja dari Nightbot.
Spotting other players on the flank as well. The
Yang
sure it's
penting kalian komen
labored. It
aja
takes
pas
a while, but he
yang
is able to
di
get that
Nightbot
kill.
itu.
I mean, look, Myth did get themselves to a 6-6. It was Team Secret kind of closing the gap in the end. We kind of said, all right, 7-5 would be better, but they got themselves to an 8th very quickly.
Yes, they absolutely did. For Team Secret now, they moved to the full buy, but they are against the Vandal Beta and the Bulldog of Kongared. I really want to see Beta potentially be a little bit more aggressive, because he has
gara-gara
been,
terlalu toxic jadi cuma bisa
dare
emote.
I say it,
Terus
he was
Mukul
being
kenapa
very
dia
aggressive on
kecapean ya?
Siege. He was
Enggak
sort of
kok.
relying on his team, he was setting up his team.
Perasaan
We
lu
never
kali,
really
ini
saw
kayak
an
gara-gara
individual
sinar
fight
dari
unless he was
monitor,
forced
asli mah nggak
into it.
pucet nih
Now he's
tuh.
got that Vandal, he
Tuh nggak
has to
pucet
be the
kan.
one to really give the punch to the rest of
Kira-kira
his
pernah
team.
kira-kira nanti sampai kelar ya kayaknya.
Consider as well, Team Secret are doing a lot of
Sampai
thinking on the
matchnya
fly
A.
here, right? This is
Iya,
this is a
belok.
lineup from Myth they weren't
2
expecting
ditungguin.
and couldn't
Dubstep.
really have anticipated.
Nice anjir lawan Spectre bisa apa
They're
anjir.
finding it really tough. A lot of damage on the Myth side earlier on, and the weapons of Team
Anjir,
Secret completely shut down.
gitu
Gila
juga.
Spectre-nya.
Ruthless aggression,
Dua orang.
Pavlos.
And it's kills from all over the map as well. They're just running into them.
For Team Secret, they've just been left stunned, dazed, and confused. Look at the 2 kills that Kadum's been able to get. You see him, he's currently nestled in Team Secret's spawn. He made such a huge dive there, particularly when he was fighting Dubstep. You saw Dubstep wanted to kind of disengage, rejoin the rest of his team, and use the fact they have superior weapons. Kadum sort of realizing that just forces the fight again and again. Really, really smart play to do on that Neon as well, to use your abilities to that effect. And now for Wits, I actually wouldn't mind seeing him save here.
Lip balm.
That would be optimal. Though, you know, Made in Thailand started this round with Spectres, and now there's Fallen Vandals everywhere across the map. You can see they're just pinged one over in Garage. You know, the last one fight probably just go and grab it real quick.
Yang juara 1 OCQ
That is
dapat slot ke
absolutely
Istanbul.
immaculate from Made in Thailand. Unanticipated from Team Secret. This is the kind of momentum we were expecting
Nah,
from
kenapa ini?
the agent select, right? We
Oh,
were saying
baru 86
they're looking to
anjir.
go in fast. Look at their agents right now. Okay.
They're going for a hunt as well. Now they know
Wear
where Wits
headsets,
is.
guys. Wear headsets. It helps, you know.
I love how Wits actually now realizes that he could be being hunted as well. He backs
Kalah
off, he
sama
takes his
bonus
time.
run
I
juga,
like the
bonus
discipline
run.
from Myth to not lose
Diranen kan sama Spectre, 2 orang. Si
Be happy with
Kadum.
the guns you have. Be happy with the fact you're now leading 9-6, and be happy with the fact that for Team Secret right
Masih ada
now,
makan
you are just
belum
beating
makan.
them.
Nanti
That bonus
game kedua
round
gue
really
ngangkat
showed
makanan.
that Myth's aggression is catching Team Secret off
Tim
guard.
udah bisa dibuka tuh.
And Kadum's on
Oh,
fire,
iya,
right? He's
iya.
entering like a king, just like we would have expected.
Semua orang itu
I'll
ya.
be honest with you,
Orang
Pavlos.
dalam ya.
Yes.
Orang
While I
dalam
think
ya.
Kadum's going very well for Myth, and I'm very happy Myth are doing so well, I am really worried about Sent and Bind.
Yeah, Sent and Bind
Bangga.
can be difficult. Unless there are more surprises in the
Yeah,
background. Looks
ketolong
like their
Barkum.
coaching staff has really helped out. Very strong performance. Oh, look at all that. Made in Thailand. As simply as that. The hero Vandal on Dubstep has paid no dividends. It's all down to the lone fields. Well, he just gets 3 out of nowhere because he can.
I'm very, very surprised to see the commitment of the Rolling Thunder there, actually. Bearing in mind that right now, Myth, they were already far enough into the site to be dug in, and they were close enough to be able to really just respond to Team Secret. They had no angle where they could have hit every player on that site, and for Kongara, easy shutdown. For Jesse Vash, I mean, hey, 1 or 2 kills.
Sampai jaring cewek kawan.
Gue
bilang lagi.
Wanna buy next round, so I'd like to see him attempt some aggression.
Next
That doesn't quite hit. Kadoom though,
okay.
definitely does. Myth, they hit double digits at 10-6.
4 rounds in a row here for Made in Thailand on the attacking side. It's kind of the most anticipated half, I think, considering the stats we mentioned as well.
Pada mandi. Oke. Ini kapan game kedua?
Once they get a plant down, it seems like it's impossible, but it doesn't seem like we've seen too many pro spots, right? It's kind of been, we take space and we kill everyone in the meantime.
What I think is going to really help Team Secret here is you're not going to be able to break them in terms of momentum and confidence, purely because they're such an experienced side that a lot of the psyche games that would work against the kind of younger teams like Fancy, Griffin, it just won't here. And so for Myth, they really need to stay focused. I don't want to see him start overextending.
Jadi nggak boleh kalah nih round ini. Kalau kalah round ini lagi deh, ikut lagi dong.
Space control is all theirs. Borkum is dead. Team Secret don't have a controller to work with now. For the retake. Near impossible. There's even Rolling Thunder available for Kongara if need be. There's so much guarantee this round falls for Made in Thailand. It makes it so tough for Team Secret. What do they use? They got no ults. It's going to have to be raw firepower ability.
With the flank of the Chamber and the Omen as well, this is seriously going to mitigate the effectiveness of the Operator. That just needs an angle to hold, and Myth just aren't going to provide it.
They're going to attack from all angles and make this ever so soft.
mainnya cepet dulu dari tadi kita tahu deh kayaknya.
Rolling Thunder comes in as soon as a spike has been touched.
Kayaknya nggak ada orang.
And straight out into the open. And now they'll just make their appearance. Beta just comes in from the sideline. They try and get on that spike, but all try is all they can. A lot of kills do go to the Secret side, but it's the win for Myth that matters.
What I really like as well is that they robbed the Operator from Team Secret. They had it for about half a round there, and it just wasn't able to be used. And yes, it was able to get, I think, 1 kill, but that's not what you want when you're investing that heavily into one of those big scary rifles. And for Myth, they just smile in the face of danger in the face of fear. And because of that, they were able to really go for these fast, aggressive pushes onto the C side. We said for the Neon, that's the plan to get to the afterplants, because Myth's afterplants are just that good. Team Secrets potentially getting caught off guard. What I really like though is that we're seeing them by. We're not seeing them drop to an eco too soon, because they want to keep Myth away from that map point, which to me makes me think Team Secret still believe they have skin in this game.
Myth only need 2 rounds to close things out here.
Mantap.
This is crazy to me. Third
main besok.
APAC stage 2. And Myth came 13-16.
Enggak ketemu Rusman, belum di chat sama Rusman.
That is quite a difference. Or supposed to be, right? Because the APAC region is so vast with regions, with talent. It's so much variety.
An overdrive is available for Myth here. I don't really want to see it get used. What I do want to see is potentially next round the use of the tour de force. So
mereka nggak force ya. 1-2-1-3 nih crosshair warna play nih.
Getting a kill and dying would be perfect.
1-2-1-2 ya.
Fairly far forward.
1-2-1-2
Secret as well on the right hand side.
1-2-3-1.
1-4-2-0 banyak banget yang pakai anjir.
Utility do absolutely nothing.
Buset dah. Kadung menyalajon gitu.
Spec goes down, and there's look at the retake for Team Secret. They do have players on either end of this site from both ends of Link. They also have the option for the flank to come from Jesse Vash. But it may not matter, frankly, because Myth are just so well equipped. They're so well prepared for this. Kadoom's just going wild. He's on a rampage, Pavlos.
Keep in mind, he's alone on site. He doesn't have any support.
Doesn't need it.
He's just holding it all by himself.
Dia main sendiri aja, Bu. Udah ngabisin waktu berapa lama.
Okay, finally, JC Vash has waited long
Dia
enough to
nembak
get one, but Bella quickly turns around. As soon as Dubstep tries to get on site and get the defuse, he gets denied that. He gets denied his life.
Pavlos, what's happening?
Kadung 1420 itu proses standar guys, yang biasa dipakai orang-orang. Pakai reso 1280.
What could potentially be the final round of this map. Everyone, even in the talent room, you're kind of going into the day.
Kadung sendiri udah ngebaitin berapa lama itu.
2-0 Secret. Granted, I had a bit of change of heart, but it was a bit late, wasn't it? Myth. they really have.
It was just like last second. You were like, wait a second.
Actually, I like
Myth.
Yeah, that's too. It's too late.
I woke woke up on the right side of the bed.
Extra tabrakan gitu kan ngomongnya, semuanya ngomong.
Iya, satu ngomong juga.
Kayak nggak dikasih ngomong anjing.
Ya di setrum. Digelitik pakai setruman.
Angle completely taken over by Made in Thailand.
GG sih menurutku.
I think we're all in awe. We're all in awe of what we've just seen.
Let's see going on to ascent. Can we see the continuation of chaos though?
Oh, lihat nih.
Continuation of chaos is exactly He loves chaos. He thrives in it. And Thailand on top in this series.
Cuy, kadung cuy. Ngangkat.
God, what a performance from a myth to take Haven there. Mavic, sure they take it, but Pavlos, they take it convincingly. Even in the rounds Team Secret were able to win, it feels like stray shots they were able to convert and stray rounds they were able to get off.
Cepet 2-0 biar nonton Onyx.
Methodical shutdown.
Iya, kalau cepet gini gue bisa nonton aja.
Iya.
It's incredible. We've seen this. The desk spoke volumes to when it comes to expectations of Team Secret.
Patch yang baru kapan dipakai di turnamen? Masih lama deh kayaknya. Oh, ya apa yang perlu apa yang mana?
Expectations behind them.
Perlu belum bisa.
But man, Made in Thailand delivered.
Cuman nggak kasih stream. Soalnya streamingnya itu turu ngelek. Gue pemanasin makanan dulu ya guys sebentar.
Senin sampai Jumat. Oke. Waktunya kita DM ya. Karena 3 menit. DM dulu. Oh, ini udah online semua nih. Pemanasan. Arbi, kompetitif nggak Arbi?
Oh, Nabila.
Enggak. Gua selama di Valorant nggak pernah scrim lawan Indo. Lama latihan siapa yang nge-TV Fikri? Yeay. Pengen tahu ya. Yeay. Ada pemain NA namanya Tenz. Yeah.
I'll survive a dent or two. Can't say the same for you fragile humans.
Fight.
Belum dapat, udah dapat. Itu udah bikin tim cuy. Udah pindah region kita pindah region NA.
Bad guy down.
Astaga. Yeay, mau di sepil. Ada spill, nggak ada yang gratis.
Kills.
Ayo menebak-nebak siapa yo. Cluenya. Yeay. Anjing nyuruhnya 18-1 anjing cheater kah?
Dominating.
Kah? Jago kah? Nggak pernah kelihatan nyuruh anjing gua. Dulunya dia mantan pemain major. Mantan pemain major. Pasti nebaknya ke lu tahu itu tebakan lu pada tuh.
Target 86.
Yoru kah itu? Bisa mati itu orang. TV 2K, betul. TV 2K sama tarik, maka kita pindah region NA cuy. Tarik sama TV 2K masuk, kita pindah NA. Sijar to NA guys. Tarik cuy.
Come get some.
Banyakin.
Target dead.
10 kills remaining.
Tapi percaya gak guys kalau misalnya Tiga tertarik Persija?
Dominating.
Parah sih, nggak percaya sih.
5 kills remaining.
Tentu tidak. Tentu tidak. Pasti orang-orang yang penganut telur tuh. Yang jawab tentu tidak pasti penganut telur. Ya kan, penganut telur kan?
One kill remaining.
Iya. Penganut telur. Saya biar senang. Kalau nggak percaya berarti kalian meremehkan Persija. Parah sih, parah sih. Parah sih, siapa tuh yang meremehkan? MTH tadi menang MTH map 1. Streamer tadi. Udah mulai cuy, udah mulai cuy. Mulai cuy. Kita ngambil tarik dan Stewie supaya bisa join franchise guys ya. Anjir PSG Wronski kayak nggak ada pemain aja. Kayak kalau Wronski itu jauh perbandingannya, jauh perbandingannya. Kayak masih banyak pemain Indonesia yang lebih jago timbang Wronski. Jauh. Kalau masih tingkat saya mah kayaknya masih lebih mending pemain Indo. Kalau pemain saya kayak aduh. Rus gimana guys? Kalian parah sih sama Rus sih. Rus gimana nasibnya cuy, digantiin kan tuh. LCQ dia nggak ikut cuy, di bench terus. Wah parah siapa kemarin. Parah siapa kemarin yang tidak mendukung Rus? Terdengar sampai telinganya Beckham cuy. Langsung ini dia, nggak jadi titipan dia. Ternyata dia bukan titipan Beckham. Terus gimana nih? Harus ke PSG mendingan gue cabut cuy kalau harus ke PSG. Mendingan ambil pemain Indonesia timbang ambil Rus.
Ayo fokus.
Udah mulai cuy.
Fokus. Juli nih yang
fokus coy. Kocak lu pada ya. Fokus. AFK
habis ini. Apa namanya?
Fokus coy.
Oh, dia mana J? Panggil J.
Udah gua chat, nggak dibalas sama dia.
Emang kenapa? Gua ngomong apa tadi? Gua bilang lebih mending gua ambil pemain Indonesia timbang Rus. Lah?
Myth just made it work. So I'm surprised not seeing the Neon here as well. I like the fact that they're showing a bit of versatility and bringing Kadum over to the chamber. It means we're going to see a little bit more of reserved play from the members of Myth here, and it means that
cluenya major sama major aja. Negaranya mah nggak usah.
Look at this huge push through B main.
Push 3. Udah meninggal dispenser. Rip borak.
Didn't know what was coming to them, but they do move over to the A site, right? That is where most of their players were lying towards, and I think Made in Thailand, with those 2 picks, will be happy to go for the retake.
You're absolutely right, and with the plant going down, 3 versus 5 retake, look how most of Myth
udah tahu pasti di default dimajuin anjing.
Which means that being able to outflank Team Secret here could be perfect.
Dubstep's actually going very aggressive himself. So is Wits. They've gained so much control. They've taken so much space onto these up and heaven side, but Dubstep will eventually fall down to Sivosh. Everybody's low though, so if he's able to try to get them one by one, maybe.
Kayak gini mainnya MTH GG dong. Indonesia bisa gede nih chance nih.
And it is going to be Made in Thailand with first blood.
Have lost. Myth are going to win this series.
Bold statements.
Masih ada blip.
It's just
by a caster.
The realization has just hit me. Myth are going to win this.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Imagine game 1, Team Secret, lower bracket.
I know, but D-Gon and
ini agent persis. Dia latihan sih.
You know what? I mean, it would make a very interesting narrative for this tournament, seeing the team that came in third in the previous VCT APAC to kind of drop to the lower bracket by Made in Thailand.
I then feel sorry for anyone who goes into the lower bracket because then they have to deal with Secret.
That is also very true. That is also very true. Made in Thailand will be very happy about it if it ends up happening. But for now, they have themselves a bonus round to deal with. Actually, no, it's a force up by Team Secret. So, yeah, no, it's looking pretty strong for them so far. Trading equally. Not even that. They're trading favorably.
Wah, ngebak nih, plus ngebak nih.
Bukan plus ngebak anjir, itu emang ada apa namanya kayu di samping jadi nggak bisa.
Apa? Gue ngomongin flash yang mana emang?
Itu yang flash yang lu bilang yang buat Heaven kan, bener gak?
Ya ada flash dia tuh, flashnya kayak gitu.
Tapi nggak buta kalau lu naikin kan? Iya, itu bukan ngebak, tapi ada kayak selan kayu gitu cok.
Iya, flash curang namanya itu. Memanfaatkan kelemahan dari game itu namanya curang.
And now Myth actually not wanting to fall into the force by a loop trap that has sort of been set here. They're dropping to an eco. Shorty's come out to accompany the classics.
Tapi dia salah patokan sih tapi.
I'm now really
dia ngasal doang anjing.
Just how they're going to poise themselves now that they've sort of been pushed down to the back foot.
Team Secret is back.
Slowly but surely, this is turning out to be a banger of a game.
Surely.
That's exactly what we love to see. Team Secret now spreading out quite substantially. And that is Dubstep noticing the push of Made in Thailand. I don't think he noticed how far Kangara is pushed, but how much of a difference that makes, considering he's checking right back up for it. Doesn't matter. But double back from that. Let's have a look at what Team Secret are able to do towards this B side. There's a shorty in close proximity to the net.
Kena nih satu nih. Lumayan lah.
We know how deadly it can be on that distance, but in all honesty, you have to consider that team secret.
Mirip Boster kalau ngomong kocak.
Not going to be pushing any smokes, considering the economical situation of Myth.
Boster orang UK kan?
Mati yang beta nih.
Ya, up. Mati beneran.
Dia kayaknya nggak ke expect nggak sih?
Setup the Virgin kah? Waduh. Setup the Virgin kah? Ya Allah, sisa. Prowlernya malah muter.
Myth could have done something more there, but it just didn't happen, and Team Secret are able to deliver.
I think that's actually a big bonus Team Secret there. The fact that we saw a really calculated defense.
Malah ketemuan,
able to react to someone being on the flank. A lot of teams would panic instead. They're actually just rotating back to the other side. They're taking one duel at a time. It looks like they seem pretty relaxed here. And bear in mind, they are on their map pick, and we're sort of seeing the advantages that come with that there. With even though Alone Fizz, most teams again, that would be a multi-kill for Alone. The fact that Team Secret just bring it back to order is perfect. Full bite, and what I'm interested in is we saw Dispenser get a very early lockdown in our first map as well, but he was really hesitant to use it. We'll see if that's the same case here. Huge suppression from the KO though, and that's a lot of info for Myth now to know that Team Secret are looking to repeat that last round.
Ini map siapa?
Team Secret are stacking up with all their players this time around. Complete switch up.
Waduh.
Lockdown will be
Dimoli dong, GG dong.
But also instantly shut down. I believe fragment may have been thrown right at it.
Aduh, kill dulu satu.
Aren't stopping them. They're actually pushing forward. It's shown as Alone Fills.
Alone Fillnya nggak kena di ujung situ, coy.
Just shooting heads right now, and there's no
bagus flashnya.
Alone Fills is feeling it. And Kangarid will be putting
Caster Indo ini guys, apa nge-lag
Alone so good ya, Alone.
Every player he fought there was either damaged
by
Kangarid, they were hit by the flash drive, or they were revealed by Kangarid. I said Indonesia to his KO, and for good reason.
Indonesia, gue nontonnya yang di luar.
Ya, maksudnya Indonesia, lu nggak tahu ya?
Down that push off the back of it, nice to get the info. To have 3 players
Apa nontonnya di Indo ya?
Katanya masih nge-lag.
Sebenarnya yang di Indo enak sih, kayak suara game jelas, kayak enak.
Oh ini lebih emang nge-lag nap.
Iya, aku ngomong coba.
Gue
bilang marah-marah dah.
Is that null command available for Wits?
Kalau nggak nge-lag mah udah pasti nonton Indo. Apa ya abis turun ini deh, kita coba Indo deh.
So there really is a lot of utility coming up for Team Secret.
Power lah. Banyakin perang.
I think Kangarid is able to avoid it, therefore
fully aware of his surroundings,
but doesn't have the ability to use any of his abilities, but he runs away with 2 before he actually gets
Video enak buat di revive anjir posisinya.
Unfortunately for him, the resurrection will come through back from Wits. But it's still a 3-on-3. Kadoom is unable to do so. It's chaos. No utility needs to be used when people want to use their guns. They just want to shoot everybody down. Does whiff in the end of things, which means Team Secret are gaining the lead.
It's hero play after hero play.
Gambar udah 80 sekarang nak.
Berbahaya. 0 komen dibuka dan juga nightfall 1 pemain.
Ya, baru dibilang buffer.
Tidak ada lagi utility bisa ngedelay tentunya, bersembunyi di balik cloud burst, masih ada beta di arah side. 1 kill didapatkan, mencari yang kedua, dia berhasil menumbangkan Wits. Apakah Wits bisa di revive, dibangkitkan kembali, dicoba oleh Dispenser, berhasil dibangkitkan, tapi itu dari Wanaway hanya mampu mendapatkan 1 dari Kadum lebih tepatnya. Jesse Fast dengan triple kill, datang Kangarid. Waktu itu situasi
siapa yang nyuruh?
Padahal udah coba untuk ketenangan dari Kangarid, tapi pelurunya nggak tenang. Karena pelurunya udah habis duluan.
Detik berapa?
Jadinya dia
24
reload. Itu tadi dia ngetap kayak udah berhenti tracking dulu crosshair-nya, cuma sayang.
Lagi replay bukan?
Habis dan wah ini Jessica penyelamatan yang luar biasa menurut gue dengan dapetin triple kill ke arah Made in Thailand.
Jawab.
Iya goblok.
Kill bahkan tadi endingnya ya.
Kill endingnya. Well, ya gimana ya reload moment.
Reload moment
sih. Iya. Well, 3-2 di round yang barusan.
Dan dong karetnya dong kakak.
Ini dengan tidak adanya TPM, adanya operator di tangan kedua. Bahkan operatornya bermain agresif. Ada Hound yang dilontarkan untuk membantu kedua.
Nge-frame drop gitu kan?
Dia dapetin 1.
Guys, gak bisa nih guys, kayaknya nge-frame drop gitu.
Bahkan itu tidak mengundur dirinya. Dan akhirnya rendezvous out juga. Dengan adanya prowler yang dilontarkan dari seorang Jesse Fan.
Siapa tadi yang nyuruh? Siapa
makan
tadi
utility
nyuruh pindah?
dari TS banyak banget.
dengerin viewers lu.
Enggak, tadi
Dia
siapa yang nyuruh
butuh
pindah?
Hound dan juga
Viewers suruh
Prowler
makan
untuk
tai juga,
ngusir
kita
satu
makan
orang kedua.
tai,
Bahkan
Tar.
itu tadi dia sempat bermain agresif banget. Kayak ya udah, terus kalau lo kasih gue Hound, emang gue takut Najwa. Tetep ini
Banyak
yang bahaya.
banyak
Dan
yang nyuruh
sekarang
pindah tadi ya.
permainan
Kocak dia.
ditarik ke tempo yang lebih lambat. Dia round yang ke-6 ini. Karena
Ya Allah, buffer nggak nap?
mereka kaget kali ya dengan adanya kadum operator, tapi mainnya agresif ke arah depan. Dan sekarang ada side A yang sepertinya akan menjadi
Patah-patah gitu,
side
anjing.
tujuan utama dari tim Secret. Hound telah dilontarkan mencari informasi,
Ya Allah,
tapi ternyata
responnya
George
ke
nggak
mana
ada
itu,
kedetek
ngasal
sama
banget.
sekali. Harusnya bisa dapetin informasi, bahkan dicuekin targetnya, langsung di shutdown pemiliknya. Tapi ada Beta
Ya Allah,
di
hampir
sini
banget.
yang bisa mendapatkan kill demi kill. Ada Kongaret juga yang dikemukakan dengan Beta, dapetin 2 kill masing-masing player dan dispenser dengan
Nah,
save
lagi.
1 HP.
Kan agent wajib di Pearl apa aja?
Headsetnya sepi, ada apa ini kakak? Nggak kelihatan, nggak kedengeran.
10
Dan
seconds
sekarang
tidak.
sempat dapetin headshot.
Nah,
tapi
lo masih di Indo nggak?
Bills bisa menutup round menjadi
Enggak, gue di Valorant biasa.
3.
Valorant
Round
biasa
yang
lah, guys.
ke-6
Nge-lag, guys.
menjadi milik
Time drop.
Nggak kuat.
Pretty happy with it. I planned that one, to be honest.
I found that one.
Ini kurangnya suara in-game kecil banget sih.
Team Secret, what are they planning though?
It's a bit of an unorthodox position for Kadoom here, especially with an operator. You could very well be
4-2-0,
overwhelmed.
warna
He's got the
putih.
rendezvous, so you kind of expect him to play something unorthodox, but yeah.
I love this. Having been noticed, Team Secret, rather than sort of
1-3-2-2.
just get out of there.
Warna
Peek
kuning.
into mid, and it's Kongaret once again with the info gather. It's not even using the dagger, they still have
4-2-0,
that
warna
available.
putih
Team
sama,
Secret,
itu
they
crosshair.
slowly list over to this A site, but that's where all the Killjoy utility is.
They barely use any util to cover these corners, they
Nih,
just peek
dot
them, which makes this
dua.
team so scary because you never know what to
Kecil.
expect. Never give any of these calls to sort of anti-strike, but now onto the A site they go. Night
Ya Allah,
falls,
turretnya ditarik.
and some of their senses are
dubstep dapat 2.
Wah, kupingnya Ya Allah.
Bokum with the entry, finally dubstep falls, but it's still a
Tahu
2v4,
kamu, Bang.
and it's Team Secret
taruhan
with clear
ayo.
advantage on this A site.
Absolutely
Duit sudah
perfect
siap
by
lagi, terpakai
Dubstep,
flash
getting both
ngebut
kills,
atau?
being able to get so deep into the enemy backline before
Nah,
the
sekarang
assault comes
patokannya
in.
bener
Look
tuh
at it
berarti.
now, they still haven't gotten to their retake
Karena udah
position,
lama.
so much so actually at this
Tapi
point
kamu
they've thrown the
bacot ya.
towel. It's going to be a save, and
Pakai
because of that,
Ihwan.
Team Secret, not only do they take the lead at 4-3, but it is going to also have that butterfly effect, as we said.
Taping
from
dulu,
the economy.
Kadum.
How do they always find these gaps, man? How does Dubstep or any of these Team Secret players kind of know, all right, well, they're not going to be checking this, I'm just going to move in here.
Yep.
It's
so
simply
effective.
Halo,
sliding in.
Albert Wijaya.
What I think,
Smoother than any of the sliders in my DMs about gun buddies.
yeah, you get a lot, don't you?
I get a few.
Memang selera bapak-bapak beda ya, pisonya ya.
I heard Conky was giving them out.
Selera bapak-bapak.
Yeah, Conky had
Yeah,
to
DM Conky, guys.
Lebih suka ke komposisinya MT atau TS buat meta sekarang.
Yeah, let's through the window in a second. Team
On
Secret
top.
in the lead. Absolutely perfect. What I do like actually is the fact that they do
Apa
still
bedanya?
have the lockdown and cosmic divide available for
Oh,
Myth,
dia nggak
it's
ada
not like
duelist ya?
even though their economy isn't quite there, they still have something to level the playing field come the retakes.
Kalau defense,
Team Secret,
benar
something
sih,
also that
agent
I want to
MT lebih
note
bagus.
is that Dispenser right now is just outclassing
Dia
Wannafly.
lebih ke MT
You said
karena
he
chamber,
is such a good killjoy,
bukan
and
jet.
I'm very glad he's sort of living up to how we've hyped him
Tapi
because
jetnya
he
Dubstep,
is
oke.
right now one of the winning conditions for Team Secret.
I think it's necessary they use a timeout here.
Yeah, I love it. It's Myth, sort of the way I sort of saw them going into this was a sort of team with coach, and that's
Time out
really
dulu,
it.
time out.
But them now we sort of see, you know, very experienced
Napski
coach.
hilang,
I
Cok.
imagine they've got analysts behind
Gak
them.
fokus,
We're
tai.
really seeing a disciplined, what's turning into a bit of a titan of a team.
And we saw
Napski
some
Devon,
good
cuy.
performance on them on the
Wah,
defense as well,
nih,
earlier on, not
absolutely.
Haven, right? It's not a
Pasti
sense,
lagi
it's
di
a completely different standing, but
ada yang
we kind of
mampir
want to see
ke
that again from a
dagangan tuh kayaknya.
good winning case scenario for them, I guess.
What I really liked from their Haven was their retakes. And their retakes on Ascent, they've been about 50-50 at the moment.
Ada yang
What I
mampir ke
think
warungnya
Team
tuh
Secret
kayaknya
sort of
tuh.
adapted to, which is really
Kayak
helpful,
rame.
is they make sure they have a man
Lagi sibuk
advantage
dia.
before the spike goes down. What it means to Myth is that the prospect of a retake seems a lot worse. And it means that, as we saw last round, they just don't even attempt it.
What I'm concerned about is the different pace that they can create from this different agent composition that they had from the previous one, right? There's a lot of pace in that one. There's a lot of tempo, a lot of speed. Especially on the attack later on, it may be a little bit more methodical. But let's look at Dubstep's push.
So aggressive.
Alright, you got to see he gets it in the end, why not? Okay, Cosmic Divide allowing them to push through, but look at the back line of things. Alone Fields is all by himself. He's literally alone and will end up dying without trading anything out. Team Secret winning on every single trade. Kadoom just peeks out from the other side of the Cosmos and just dies.
That's a really big risk that Dubstep was able to take there. To go that far into Boathouse without any unaccompanied, to go point blank up against Wannafly is really, really brave. Because what you've done is you've delayed the rotations. No one's going to be able to push out the defender's spawn because they don't know how close the jet is. It means that the Alone Fields who's left backside for a good 20 seconds before he actually gets killed. And you know, he'll be calling for rotations, everyone pushes in, and that's when Wits is able to strike with the KO. Beautiful setup from Team Secret. Remember, this isn't their map pick, Pavlos, and we're really starting to see why.
Map 3. Aduh,
jangan shelter burst siapa? Berat semua deh kayaknya.
They're going to have a decent life at some point over the next couple of rounds, but they're running out of opportunities.
Yeah, we haven't seen. I mean, I loved it when Made in Thailand were very proactive.
Ya,
it seems like they're a little bit scared to do that.
Gila, pempek gua dimakan sama juara 2 di Copenhagen, gila. Pempek Hasan mendunia.
I mean, you said they're a bit less proactive. Look at Kadoom right now, he's going to go get some ice cream. Pops into gelato, sees it's clear. Myth, once again, their info gather is so damn good, Pavlos.
Ya, dia nahan dulu.
Ice cream. Now it's moving along and realizes it's clear.
Gives his team ke Berlin buat pempek. Dari tadi gua nggak nge-mute ya, kalau udah gua.
And already the rotations are being called in, lockdown initiated.
Tadi gua udah bacot-bacot, ternyata gua nggak nge-mute ya.
Retaliation though. And I think it's just going to be a standstill. No, look at this! Dobson pushes through it! Cross in. Congolis are falling. Kadoom on the back line of things. He's got a headhunter, but how much can he do? Not much.
Ya, kena bait.
He did so well to get the ice cream, but no! Brain freeze. Wits shuts him down. Team Secret, they pull ahead. They're able to get just an incredible sight. Yes, this gets an eco, Pavlos, but they do it with such ease. Oh, Kadoom with a brain freeze. That's what ice cream does to you, but it does seem Beta will be able to get himself.
Tadi buat ngedelay lagi, tapi Dubstepnya lebih berani anjir.
But that's all it is, right? Because I think the rest of them may look to save the Vandal. I mean, Alone Fools might want to try and go in for a kill.
Lanjutin ngapain kayak gitu?
Vandals on the other side may be more important, even though the credit economy is doing quite well.
Dicucuk sih, sumpah sih.
Nggak dicek sih, posisi itu nggak dicek. Ya Allah, dicek sama borok.
What a world could have that been?
That could have been a knife kill another round, Pavlos.
Itu tadi kalau dicek enak banget.
At least Wannafly's able to hold on to the Vandal. I feel for Myth, they've put themselves into a really bad position for this defense. When they saved that Operator and Vandal, they ecoed around it, but the Operator and Vandal, they replenished their armor, they brought abilities again. What it means is the round afterwards, only 3 players can buy. The round after that, they're on a sort of semi-half force buy. Now we finally have the full buy, but they're 6-3 down.
It's starting to get a little bit more comfortable for them, isn't it?
Exactly. And Myth did well on Haven when they were in the lead, when they had the momentum. Now they're in trouble. Let's see if they can handle the pressure.
Yeah, di-pick cepat.
Team Secret starting to also feel comfortable themselves, a little bit more methodical, as the sense tends to be. Quite hard to just press W on this map. Although we've seen it done. Mid control also established, fairly deep, uncontested as well. There's a trademark there to spot it if it gets even deeper, but holding that angle alone is simply a lot of space granted. Kadoom wants to go in for more, seized in place, wants to go for the trade, come out on top of it. Mid-placement as well. Look how far they want to move into this. Beta's all by himself, has to do it all by himself, but unable to do so mid-stop coming through from Borkum. Immaculate stop from Team Secret.
Gila, cuma karena satu uncle dong. 3 orang masih di B. Cuma karena satu uncle. 3 orang di B, hanya cuma solo.
What it does is it means that Beta can't use any of the utility to assist him. It means the only thing helping Beta hold that ace site was aim and pass. So really nice play with an L command. Furthermore as well, you've hit 8 rounds on your... In fact, you've hit 8 rounds, period. It doesn't matter what side you're on. That's a successful half. Well, 7 rounds, I do apologise, Pavlos. We were told don't do math on broadcast, and that's why. Oh, God, man. There's every time I think I'm confident enough to do it, it comes back to haunt me. Oh, they're probably gonna. I mean, it's 2 shotguns and a couple of sheriffs. If this does fail, then it's a huge failure on Team Secret's part.
Well, be glad there's no calculus in this game.
Yeah, I just wouldn't be here if that was the case.
Gue kira kamera Cypher, sumpah.
Well, there's a solo defender for Made in Thailand here towards the B site, which means there's a lot banking on him. I mean, we're looking at a pistol buy as well. There's a judge, obviously. There's a couple of shotguns as well on their side, but you can slowly see that Team Secret starting to steamroll past them, right? They start to gain some sort of a momentum, and Made in Thailand are lacking some of these reads. A lot of the times rotations are being sought over, so Team Secret, splendid stuff from him, looking a lot more like the third placer of stage 2 of APAC, so we're maybe looking a lot more like the favorite of this tournament. Maybe your statement of maybe seeing a 2-0 by Made in Thailand here was a little bit too preemptive. The 8th round is close to be guaranteed.
What a flight in the smoke here is either going to make or break this round.
Prowler.
This is perfect. There's the first. That's the spike as well.
Gila, nice movement ya. Wanna fly.
An acrobat jumping up and down like a bumblebee, but ends up dying instead. Does that buy enough time?
Habis pelurunya tadi kayaknya ya, Cok.
You can see Alone Feels
Kagak, dia buta.
the flank while the rest of them try to hold them back for a little while. There was a chance there for Beta, but it's denied by Dubstep.
Gila, Team Secret di SN jago, cuy.
Spike down.
He has to use the judge as well because he can't extend to pick up the Vandal. It's a shutdown from Borkham there, but for just a moment, Pavlos, for just a moment, there was that flash of brilliance there. For a moment, the judge play could have been what would have made this series, but no. Team Secret, they shut it down, and once again, the discipline, the calm that comes with the kind of knowledge of being together, trusting one another, and experiencing pretty much every circumstance you can imagine on a sense really starts to show. And about 3 seconds left as well. Loads of time. Oh man. Oh, this game is very entertaining. To be fair, and I'm glad it is, because I think everybody coming into this thought Team Secret would be clearly winning this. But look at this buy round, very fast, very quick. Look at Dubstep already on site, but it's Beta again in this position. He always holds this, but he always gets a kill. So influential. He does have reinforcements as well. Team Secret try to hold on, but now it's all down to the Spencer. He has no spike, he has no friends. It finally comes back actually to bite Dubstep there. He pushes very aggressive when he does do those dashes. And in this case, he just pushes a little bit too far. No one's able to trade him. And for Beta, it's a really nice shutdown. What was for the Spencer is by all means winnable here, but he needs to kill this phase.
No, he will not.
That's that.
8-4 at half-time. Made in Thailand at least close the gap a bit.
I still believe in Myth.
You still believe in Myth?
I'm really standing by this because I know I'm the only one.
Ya, dia kalau ngambil senjata takut ketahuan.
I will die on this hill. I really will. For Myth, I think one of the things they need to really do as they hit the second half is I really want to see them do really wake up, because right now Dubstep is running circles around them.
They really are, and I think overall you have to give credit where credit is due. Team Secret seem to be getting a lot of ground control around those mid areas, often counteracting the rotations of Made in Thailand. We've seen a lot of quick rotation from Made in Thailand. I think that's because they know that Team Secret often go for these very fast executes, but what Team Secret have been doing is been changing things around, being very hard to read.
You're right. What I also quite like from Team Secret is they are really good at finding gaps in the Made in Thailand defense and then exploiting it. I think the round that really stands out to me is the round we saw Dubstep with the Blade Storm. There you go, that's it there.
That one right there.
Just finds the chain was already in tree. So there was about a 2-second window to get to that position and get those kills, and Dubstep's just able to exploit it.
You know the Z skins?
Yep.
I just hope that at some point we get another DJ who does dubstep, so Dubstep can use the skins. You know, whenever he gets a kill, whoop, whoop, whoop.
Oh, it'll be perfect.
You know, get those subwoofers in there.
Reaver 2.0's come out. A Rip Wallet.
Rip Wallet.
Yeah, that is a really nice skin set.
I actually haven't looked too far into them. Like, I've seen them come out.
It's going to rock your world, Pavlos. Give it a look in our break.
Next time I log in and see the shop, I'm going to be like,
yeah, man.
Purchase an empty account.
Yeah, God. Valorant has some nice skins, don't they?
They do. They really do.
They really do.
Let's
Going
give
to
it
this round
to
Myth lose this, it's pretty much over. We're going to third. We're going to binds. However, I think if Myth are even able to make this close, Bind suddenly seems a little bit more palpable for them. Until that point, though, they really need to start making Scent a little bit closer.
Allah, kena. Aduh.
Alright, now Made in Thailand on the attacking side. Things have changed around.
Team
Secret have got quite a substantial lead. It's down to them to maintain and hold it. Dubstep, quite a far off push, trademark to the right side of it. If he does elect to choose past it, he will be spotted. Oh, the Nebula falls, and it's read by Kadum. And he quickly picks that one up. So good start here from Made in Thailand, and that may hold out to be an avenue for that A site.
What I also think is quite interesting is that Team Secret had a very early stack to B to start this off. Now look at the huge exodus they've made. The Killjoy in mid, for me, is going to be the win condition right now. Wannafly has to deliver. He's had such a quiet game, Pavlos. This is his shot at redemption.
And Witz just threw a dagger, right? And I think he spotted out a couple of players, which just
Gak ada yang mau hancurin tuh
It's a decent idea to stick around. But now they rotate again. And it always seems Team Secret are on the case, because I start to see them also wrap around.
You're right, and Wannafly, he's read it. The Killjoy this will be
lagi, cuk.
Yeah, the Spencer needs this kill. If he doesn't get it, then
Turret nih bahaya nih.
They'll be in trouble, because then they'll be low in numbers when it comes to this retake. Kadum finds another, which makes things even more difficult for Made in Thailand. Look at the backstab, but Bokum covers it. Still in contention, 10 seconds, but plenty of time to get that spike down.
This is such a huge polarity as to how Made in Thailand were playing Haven. Now look at the change.
And the wraparound again is also it's quick. Team Secret want to get onto their case quickly. Fragment to the back end of things to assist them in, but they don't have a flash drive. This is going to have to be a dry peak, and it's going to have to be dry kills. The Spencer able to trade it out, but Gravity well into the center of things as Alone Builds is isolated. Team Secret with a banger.
Wah, gimana nih bro? Team Secret menang bro.
It's a dry peach as Team Secret go bananas. It's going to be a ninth round nonetheless. And for Myth, I'm really looking forward to seeing just how they're going to be able to recover right now, because Team Secret, they found their groove, and right now they are looking unstoppable. Really clean retake there. And the fact that they had to do all of that dry, as you mentioned, was so impressive. It's a testament as to how good their aim is. And the players who we weren't really expecting to step up, we need to spend some good, but it's Borkum right now who is really surprising me.
What do you think that teddy bear's thinking?
He's probably seen some horrors being in that position. Like,
he's seeing heads being ripped. He's got there, you know. And,
it's a pretty nice view. He probably works on that little canoe in his free time, but people keep planting spikes to try and destroy it.
That's the law of Valorant. Everybody wants to destroy that canoe.
The new agents just want the best.
Well, looking at the buy, it's looking rough on both perspectives, but it's a force from Made in Thailand side, so a very high risk play. Wonder if it works out. Bucky close by, just see Vash somehow makes it out of that one. Throws a seize in place as well, but won't hold them in place for too long. Out into the open, Wannafly looking to enter this. Vash with not a chance. Made in Thailand did force, and it perhaps it may be for a good reason.
It's the same trap that Team Secret fell into. They're the ones who forced second round. They were able to catch Myth off guard, and now, how does it feel now the shoe is on the other foot? There is a flank from the Astra, unfortunately. The Killjoy utility has already anticipated this, and for Dubstep, if he wants to push, he's got to run into a crossfire, unless he's as quick as that.
Gak ketahuan, sabar. Dubstep pintar sini.
Wah,
gila.
Goodness
Dua lawan 4, cok.
You think Made in Thailand have a chance? Think again, because Team Secret are just
jadi aja nggak ada harapan
for Myth right now, because that was their rounds to win. But they just ended up getting absolutely decimated on the defense, and it feels like they just all overextended. They peaked at just the wrong time. They all focused one player when they knew a second player could be flanking, but they just weren't able to coordinate it fast enough. And this is where you see huge kind of canyons of difference.
Itu nggak ada yang sadar kalau di belakang di smokin.
Gak sadar.
Turretnya di smokin.
Mid
Thailand. That's a really big push.
Mid-Thailand. Yeah, just crossing the midst of Thailand. Yeah, no, Made in Thailand, you know. But, yeah, no, Team Secret are in a very comfortable spot. It seems like it's the exact opposite, though, on the other side of the camp, right? Because Made in Thailand are having a rough time economically, pace-wise, now on the attack, when considering the previous comp they had that they made work with it, they need to switch things up completely. Like, looking at the entirety of it, it's a very particular slow pace sort of gameplay that they need to bring out. And I haven't seen them being able to achieve that yet.
What I really like from Team Secret at the moment is that their retakes have been on point. They've been absolutely on point. They suffered a little bit on Haven, but we've hit a sense that Afterplant's retakes have just been absolutely perfect. And for Myth, it feels like that is the main thing that's been coming back to bite them. The fact that
Apak tidak menjadi region kecil lagi, guys. Di Valorant sudah dilirik berkat Pepper Rex.
And an Astra, you would think it would be the complete opposite.
You would have thought, right? Team Secret, obviously, better weaponry. This is a bleak world for Maiden Talent right now.
Oh, licik banget loh, main sendiri tapi berani kayak gitu.
Isn't put to Team Secret anytime soon. First pick also goes their way. Delay onto the push, and looking how far Team Secret have got their players placed over to that right extremity, they've got no reason why they should rotate, no reason why they should be bothered about this. This is
Raka edit dulu tuh next match-nya. Onic lawan
the trees just moving. You can smell the flowers.
Onic order.
Flowers, Kramer.
Flowers. And can't underestimate the flowers. You can't forget the flowers.
Sabar sih, itu belum diedit kemarin.
You could say you just want to fly.
Sentinel LCQ nomor nggak Bang Aco? Gak tahu ada ada izinnya apa enggak?
I mean, Maiden Thailand would have been if Team Secret wouldn't have put a stop to it. But of course, Beta with the stinger will have to survive for a little bit longer.
Kayak bakal lama, Cok. Pertandingan MITH versus Team Secret.
Considering how low the Spencer is, yeah, perhaps we will. Okay, it turns out to not be such of a bad round for them.
I like how he's partying so aggressive as well. He knows he needs to keep fighting. Isn't caught out by any of that.
Stinger power kah?
Any range other than point blank isn't very good. And
Gak tahu izinnya kayak gimana ya.
As they look to just
lu diajak ke Mobile Legends tuh aja. Kabarin ya kalau lu menang aja.
Dia bawa nama gua jadi kalah, goblok.
It is, but now they've got a chance for a buy round. This is a new frontier. Obviously, this is a big hill to climb. We're talking about 7 consecutive rounds to try.
Busuk nih.
That is tough. So, what do they need to do?
Something I think I would like to see is, I think that for Maiden Thailand, they're very good at getting entries, but they're very bad at sort of holding them once the retake initiates. I would like to see potentially more of a concerted effort to have lurkers to try and delay these retakes, or better still,
Onic masih ada waktu untuk pemanasan nih guys ya.
One of the positions.
Oh, plus nih. Ngedeska VS kah? This is striker. Let's go. Buta.
Oh my god. Oke, nice try.
Gak buta.
Siapa sih Onic?
Witch jadi kayu.
Which means that is Maiden Thailand finding
abis itu AE lawan Bleed. Gila seru sih hari ini seru banget.
Niatnya mau VS malah jadi TS.
That one Yoso with. Gue bilang oh my god nice try, gue bilang gitu
Why? How? What? Goodness me! I'm lost for words. Maiden Thailand just simply made that possible. Team Secret decided to push from every single corner, but Maiden Thailand were looking at them all.
It's a messy round, that's for sure. But now look at the ults. We've got a Blaze Storm available, which is going to be brought out this round. There's a lockdown for the retake. They're one away from a Nightfall and a Null Command. Over on Myth, one away from a lockdown with a Cosmic Divide, a Null Command, and a Nightfall.
Udah nggak ada Seprius.
It feels like these teams, all of them sort of hold their ults to counter one another. And it means we end up with this almost smorgasbord of ults that just get dropped into one round.
It does seem that they do just stack them up little by little. Just decide, yeah, let's have a brawl, let's have a fight with all of them. Let's create some chaos, but like we said, this is very different to the pace
nungguin turret contact ini.
due to the composition that now have. Needs to be very meticulous. Try figure out positionings, get picks. No one really to find quick entries. Nightfall onto Wits here. Trying his best to hold down that line, but obviously Kadum will try and overwhelm the
kan dia tadi ada temennya cuy. Tiba-tiba jadi tiba-tiba jadi sendiri tadi kayaknya di Garden ada dua deh.
And simply as that, they gain all the control they need, barely take any damage, and gain themselves the spike plant.
Look at the money of Team Secret, Pavlos. The
comeback
is
tadi ada temennya ya.
Right now, and for Myth, this is a very.
Makanya dia nembakin Lele. Loh, kok temennya hilang? Lah hilang.
Had to commit their Blade Storm, and well, for Jesse Vash, they've got nothing left in the bank. They have to back off, they have to save. Luckily, Dubstep has been able to retrieve a Vandal, and
capek-capek ya nge-reload ya.
I like
Iya,
the fact
temennya
they're
ke
not
Heaven.
chasing. They realize that they're going to need every penny they can get their hands on, and more importantly, the option now to really go for these sort of ult dumps, to potentially use the Nightfall, not even Nightfall, I do apologize, to use the Cosmic Divide in unison with the lockdown can be really, really effective.
That is a good combo to have, and I think the Not Command together with the Nightfall was a good combo. It kind of gave him a free victory, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and I also want to highlight, when everyone swung from a main there, each player picked a different target. It wasn't everyone fighting one player, which is how Team Secret would have been able to win that round in just collapsing onto Myth. They all take their own individual duels. Something else to mention, but...
I mean, it kind of shows the teamwork between them. I mean,
yeah.
They haven't really had too much time with Beta, but I mean, the rest of them, they look coordinated as ever.
Absolutely, and look at the kill disparity on Myth right now. There's one kill separating their top 4 fraggers. All of them are pulling their weight. Every single player is doing their job. On Team Secret, it's a little bit more top-heavy. Dubstep usually is the one who just kind of goes off and kills everyone. But what you find is if Dubstep dies,
ya Allah,
next?
Disiksa.
Made in Thailand are starting to find their groove now. Ball come out into the open.
Wah,
Does get off.
smoke-nya
Spencer's got a
bagus
shorty,
sih.
but they're not
Dia
checking
nggak
the
ketahuan
corner.
Dispenser.
Ih, nggak dicek lagi Dispenser.
Doesn't have space
Tapi
to
dia
go
sorti
reload,
sih.
though, which
Itu
means
kalau
it's
dia ada
simply a
senjata
train to the
rata
side
itu.
they go, and it's simply given to them, but the
Untungnya
rotations are already
sorti.
here from Team Secret, which means they'll want to go in for the fight straight away. The spike hasn't even gone down yet, but they want this space and fast.
Si Witch.
That's the push.
Gue pikir
Those
si
are
Witch
the
dapat
kills,
2
and
agak.
it's all down to Beta, all by himself.
Waduh,
Finds the
banget.
one, but it's Dubstep there to retaliate.
Absolutely perfect.
Busuk,
He just
busuk
completely
jadi
wipes Beta
busuk.
there, takes the 2 versus 1. Really, really effective clutch from Secret in a round that they really looked like they didn't have any business in. They lost that site very convincingly. I think the
pengen makan
utility
pempek gua.
really made alone fills there. Kind of
Siapa yang bisa masakan pempek ya?
he has to hold, and then in crossing, he gets caught out. Absolutely beautiful from Team Secret there to buy time from Dispenser, and then their utility usage. That flash drive is, for me, one of the killing blows. 12-6, yes, a comeback was definitely planned for Myth here, but do they have enough space to make it happen? Do they have enough time to make it happen? Because Team Secret right now, particularly piercing in Souls, a strong breeze, maybe even a kind of violently tossed handkerchief is going to get them over the line and close out this map.
Violently tossed handkerchief. Okay, yeah, could be.
I don't know what sort of impact power you can get from that.
Gue nonton sama makan pempek ya. Kalau bukan pempeasan mah ya bro.
I feel like humans can definitely make a handkerchief hit terminal velocity if you throw it really hard. So it probably doesn't have very quick velocity.
Cabut.
What's the velocity of Team Secret? Because right now they're looking to warm up. Sure, they're not firing on all cylinders, but the oil's starting to warm. They're ready to downshift and take themselves into
tidak ada yang
buy.
seenak Pempe Hasan,
Still a buy
maaf
around
ya.
though, and still a lot available for Made in Thailand. I mean, considering pretty much the same was available last time around.
Kok boros juga ya?
Maybe they were
Karena sisa 1 anjir.
Ih, itu full mana tuh? Dicatat ya adik-adik ya. Hujan gak sih itu? Kayaknya.
First time we've seen that, and it didn't really turn in their favor. Lockdown
Di short
on
kocak.
both ends, and Kadoom once
Di
more.
short.
Iya.
Oh,
Di short
goes
mana ya?
Di switch.
down and falls for the bait. The Spence on the sideline keeps Team Secret alive and on top. Rotations incoming.
Switch
but it
itu
seems
pintu
Team
ya,
Secret
Cak?
are
Iya,
ready
iya.
for it, because look
Yang
where
biasa
JC
di smoke
Vash is.
itu.
So far deep in that B-link position.
Wah,
and he's
Uncle
ready
nih.
for it all.
Beneran dong.
He can
Uncle
get the
bikin
commotion,
menang
he
nih,
can get the
Uncle.
commotion.
Dapat 2.
Uncle bikin menang cuy.
Udah GG.
Game
Game 3, game 3.
Tuh.
Team Secret are taking us to a third map.
Absolutely perfect. They really were struggling as they went into this map. We were worried that potentially Myth were able to take it 2-0, but no, Team Secret
Aduh, map
maybe
3 coy.
to come back, and they've been able to show us why they are one of the favorites in this tournament, taking us to bind.
Coba kita lihat ya. Jadi lama ada boy. Nih, nanti makan.
One way nebula. Roller dilontarkan cari informasi, tapi ternyata dari seorang Alone Fields yang
Kita lihat ya.
dan juga Kongaret belum bisa menggunakan utility demi utility-nya. Permainan ini lebih lambat, lebih
Makanya.
sabar lagi. Karena utility-nya, permainan ini lebih lambat, lebih sabar lagi. Karena satu kesalahan kecil akan
Apa itu?
bisa sabar lagi.
Tuh guys,
Karena
mau niru.
Satu kesalahan.
Oh, tahu. Kalau ini tahu. Kalau lompat ya. Oke. Kalau itu tahu. Kita coba ya.
Everyone is afraid of something.
Apaan patokan itu? Ada deh. Sabar ya. Coba dulu. Cuma ada betina aja yang dicari. Doge. Obat doge. Muka udah kayak
There's truth in every dream, if you dig deep enough. Let's find out what they buried. My ult is ready.
Dari coba line up, iya. Ilmu itu cuy.
We'll catch them.
Oh bagus itu ya. Kurang bagus anjir.
We'll catch them.
Kenapa itu?
Take hold.
Ada.
Take hold.
Atas ya.
We'll catch them.
Nah ini lebih tengah. Oh itu lebih bagus cuy. Yang tadi rada mengsong. Ini lebih bagus cuy.
Take hold.
Berarti gini guys. Set.
We'll catch them. I'll find you.
Loh, kok jatuh?
Where are you?
Nah, ini dia. Ini dia, bro. Di petokannya ini.
Take hold. I'll find you.
Cuy. Mantap cuy.
Where are you?
Nah, ini juga bagus guys. Ini juga bagus. Ini juga bagus cuy.
I'll find you.
Mantap ya. Cari lagi ya. Ini juga ada nih. Klip Bisa-bisanya lo ngeklip loh.
I'll find you. We'll catch them.
Ya Allah. Tinggi cuy.
Where are you? Take hold.
Ya Allah kok bisa di atas. Benkai yang mana Benkai? Benkai yang mana?
Where are you? We'll catch them.
Nah, kelihatan tuh kakinya ya.
Take hold.
Ini lebih kanan nih, kelihatan kakinya cuy. Yang ke mid. Yang mana? Ini. Mana ya? Kok beda sih?
I'll find you.
Ini maksudnya.
I'll find you.
Ini kan yang di atas kan?
Where are you?
Ini emang enggak kelihatan aja di sini. Jelek. Oh, soalnya dia ini biasanya kombonya gini, guys. Gini kan?
Where are you? Bring them down.
Itu dia kombonya. Tuh kalau yang gitu nyari sendiri apa lihat video? Nyari sendiri. Misalnya kayak gue nonton video, terus gue cari yang lebih bagusnya gitu. Kayak gini nih contoh nih.
I'll find you.
Ini bagus juga nih guys. Tolong. Tapi main shot. Enggak lah, gue nggak pernah nonton TikTok. Enggak tahu.
Where are you?
Nyari sendiri aja. Tiga bau. Ada juga nih kalau nggak salah.
I'll find you.
Harus niat cuy, niatnya.
Where are you?
Bisa juga buat di-start. Harusnya lebih kanan.
Halo. Halo.
Yang mana lau?
Hai, habis ambil kue.
Yang tadi dari shot ke Emen Bang Kaco. Anjir mau diklip coy.
Ipul muntah di kasur mak gua terus diomelin.
I'll find you.
Tuh.
Enggak, udah sehat.
Sebenarnya lebih bagus.
Aku muntah kan kebanyakan.
Emang bagus untuk lebih gampang gitu kan.
Lagi rame rumahnya.
Nontonin
ada bocil nggak donat video
dari orang gitu, tapi kalau misalnya kita bisa nyari sendiri lebih bagus.
Oh. Terus dramanya di mana? Kayak VTubernya tuh ngedramain Bang Windah apa gimana?
Ya harusnya bagusnya di ujung.
Anjir keterlaluan juga. Bocil-bocil.
Di flash kan.
Di
ujung tuh.
Where are you?
Jatuh di situ lah.
Where are you?
Itu bornya nangis. Oh iya.
Nah ini masih, wah ini bagus sih.
Itu mah bukan salahnya Bang Windah sih menurut gua.
Kalau retake gimana?
Cuma bocil goblok.
Kalau nyari sendiri lebih gampang diingat ya, karena lu yang nyari kan.
Nitya kalau nggak salah. Oh iya, ntar gue lihat. Kapan itu? Kejadiannya?
Itu. Oke.
Where are you?
Bang Windah yang nggak enak sama VTubernya nangis diomelin sama Bang Windah bocil-bocilnya.
Kalau shot ke
Bocil,
Emen
bocil.
pas bareng Jing waktu itu. Oh. Di sini kali ya.
Tapi klipnya masih ada. Oh.
Dia pasti di atas ini. Gua nggak tahu sih dia, karena POV yang ngeliatin Jin
Mana
kan.
nih Odel anjir pembohong cuy Odel.
Kan. Nggak tahu dia ke arah mana.
Cok, kacau.
Where are you?
Apa?
Katanya stream yang di Indo udah dibenerin.
Udah.
Nonton yang di Indo gak?
Udah.
Where are you?
Ini sih yang paling bagus.
Iya.
Kalau mau ini.
Lu kalau seandainya ada kayak nge-lag apa-apa lu bilang aja ke Anas tahu, langsung di kayak dibenerin gitu.
Oh iya itu berarti.
Mana apa aja kayak dong, nggak mau kayak bocil.
Benkai memang sering custom dia, kok nggak mungkin dia tahu. Ini aja. Apa? Line up gitu.
30 seconds left.
I'll survive a dent or two. Can't say the same for you fragile humans.
Di Emen nggak jongkok.
Aja anjir buffer juga anjir.
Don't worry, I'll keep them quiet. Flashbang.
Scam model iya nih anjir, Odel tukang scam cuk.
Flashbang.
Right. Flashbang.
Flash.
Itu bagus kocak flashnya.
Flash.
Itu salah tuh. Tuh dia temponya harus samain anjir. Pas loncat sama terbang tuh. Pakai res. Kak, res tuh mau ngapain? Mau kemana arahnya?
Flashbang. Flash.
Soalnya di sini nggak ada jam throw yang kayak CS yang pasti harus timingnya harus pas.
Flashbang.
Oh VS kak guys, VS guys, VS.
Flash.
VS tuh. Ini nggak buta. Mesti tasin lagi.
Flash.
Itu perfect tuh. Perfect nih kayaknya nih.
Flashbang.
Kayaknya di sini nih. Lancar. Up fragment anjir udah kayak ini aja gue ya. Dari ini fragment tuh. Tahu guys, fragment.
Bebas nanti samperin buzzer stream ini.
Patokannya lupa gue awan kalau nggak salah. Nah ini. Kita naik kurang atas.
Di Twitter rame banget.
Ini kena ternyata. Gue kira lingkarannya enggak ini.
Udah mulai. Ayo kita fokus.
Ini cuy.
Sudah mulai.
Bohong. Ayo. Mulai. Tiga cuy.
The extra firepower you get to sort of counteract that.
Look, it's an adaptation from the world.
Dubstep Yoru, bro.
Exactly.
They're like, okay, this works best. We're just gonna go meta
Mana
here, guys.
Yoru,
I think it's for good reason, right?
Belum di lock ya.
For good reason as well. Bear in mind that this is
mulai,
your upper bracket match. You lose this, you're down to lower bracket. You no longer have that safety net. So for comfort's sake, you really want to win this. The Myth very close to the Vipers. Smokers have lost. We're getting underway. Welcome to
Viper masih dimainin ya dia sekarang ya.
Di Monster kan banyak yang main Viper di band.
Iya masih banyak yang pakai Viper.
Viper
tuh sebenarnya enak buat ngambil apanya sih, Cok? Kayak buat ngambil shortnya ya.
Nah, headshotnya enak. Oh ya, Indo ya. Indo udah benar ya?
Dua smoker enak banget buat nahan tim
Nah,
di bind.
Oke.
Masih ada
Terima
frame-frame
kasih
dikit
Profesor
gitu.
Frostmist untuk analisanya, tapi ini enggak mirror, ada
kok.
chamber soalnya di made in Thailand ya. Oke, tapi kita mulai aja ya Nona ya untuk pisaran pertama kita di mana sudah ada prowler cepat yang dikeluarkan. Ada toxic screen tapi di dua arah. Showernya juga udah mulai masuk. Cuma sayangnya ada trademark dari Kadung yang nge-delay pemain tim secret yang berada di arah shower untuk dipaksa mundur lagi. Sementara double flank dilakukan berdua bersamamu, tapi sayangnya tidak ada pemain yang berhasil ditumbangkan dan tentu saja mereka mundur lagi. Tapi Jesse Fish udah mulai masuk bermain di balik triple, terkena lagi.
Nggak enak sih nontonnya.
Dari Snakebat, Jesse Fish berhasil menumbangkan Alone Fields.
playing out of his mind.
Di klik
He hit a
kanan
set,
nggak?
and Wannafly really was lucky on that killjoy. He was just being outclassed by Dispenser on a final map.
Ini sih menurut gue PC-nya yang nggak kuat sih, coba bukan internet sih, ya gak sih?
Otherwise we're going to be seeing Team Secret run away with this in a series which Myth absolutely.
Pokoknya dia kalau ada utility yang keluar nge-frame gitu lah. Gue nonton di luar aja. Headshot ya kan, banyak kill.
Grabs the kill and it's full ground control. The solo defender of that B site is down and out, and they still want to go in further into the sky. So Dubstep goes, he just doesn't care, and he wants to hold off the angle in case anybody wants to approach him. Shorties galore will do nothing.
Secret ini kah?
Is the man to
PUBG
take
Mobile.
this show down. Throws down paint shells by the feet of Beta. Does take a lot of damage out of that one. Should be a fairly clean shot by Wids to potentially close that one out. No potential for Beta to find any classic right click there. Kangara will fall straight after that. Not only is it a flawless round in kills, they don't take a single hint of damage.
They absolutely don't.
Jeremy itu cuma map Icebox sama Breeze kayaknya deh. Jeremy.
Anything as they go into this next round. Borkum's going to stack up on utility, but that's really about. It's over on Myth. The Vandals come out. All three players will buy down to 0 with a handful of cash left on the remaining 2. These Vandals have to work out, Pavlos. Remember, your start is going to always be indicative of finish, and for Myth, starting badly is really going to have a butterfly effect later on, particularly when you look back to the sens, they got caught out by a second round force buy, and it was sort of testament as to how the rest of the map played out, where Team Secret were just catching Myth off guard.
Jeremy itu ganti Dispenser
strong to the end, and Myth realizing that need this round.
Kadoom on the sidelines here does get forced to rendezvous.
Waduh, busuk kan Beta busuk. Beta busuk. Semua utility di dia anjir.
Although it's the alarm to find the kill there. That's an interesting way of finding an advantage here for Team Secret, but they get the spike down and they get themselves to the ground control of both defensive positions.
Furthermore, look at the fact that Myth,
Beta baru
is having to make their retake from defender spawn, which means that for Team
sebelumnya
Secret this is
Sarper.
going to be very, very one-dimensional hold.
Well, they do try and take
bonus
control first. That is one area where Team Secret haven't placed too many forces in, but they do avoid it.
Mereka main cepat pun juga utility-nya bagus.
Bagus banget, Dispenser anjir mainin. Loh? Ya Allah, granatnya. Untung ada molly. Borkum.
That was absolutely
hampir Dubstep diganti Jeremy.
Missed paint shells from Dubstep. They should have been a
Granat
potential
nyangkut
backup,
anjir.
but no, they end up whiffing. Team Secret, they go 3-0 up. More importantly, they're able to convert their bonus, and now as their own rifles start coming into play, Myth are going to be in a bit of trouble. The sneakers are already available. They're one away from the orbital strike on Borkum as well, and at this point now, I'm really worrying for Myth. They've not had momentum for a good while, and being caught out by like
iya, nah itu tuh.
is just going to really start to weigh
Oke,
up
gue
on
bilang.
the side. Remember, Myth, a very young team in comparison
Beta
to Team Secret, and
di
that's when the experience is going to be
disikat
felt.
anjing. Beta gantiin Delen.
View on replays just is very impressive, especially on a map like Bind where you have a lot of lineups, especially when Viper's now into play. Paint shells just thrown out of the TP, shut down Dubstep as he tries to blast back his way into Hookah. Very entertaining way to get a kill. We've seen a couple of those so far.
An orbital strike available
Kaget
as well.
gua pikir musuh anjing.
Goblok. Do a lot of talking on this.
Bener
done so already. He's going to do so even more. I want to highlight Seeker's going out. Look at Alone Fizz, or Alone Phil, sorry, used all of his utility over to the members of Team
Pas banget lagi. Ya, kok dibalik lagi? Udah bener tuh gamblingnya.
Playing Aftermath is going
Kan
to be
ada
difficult.
itu.
This is terrible. They to the wrong site at the wrong
Tai banget ya.
This is going to be such a hard retake.
Rotasinya ya.
They're going off of the Seekers perhaps. Now they're looking to rotate back, but it seems like Kadoom can do it all.
Beta.
Beta dapat 2 gak?
Thrifty.
Sheriff's Headhunter, that's all they require.
Do you know what the AE stands for in 50? Action Express, Pavlos. And right now it's the Express.
Berarti emang gameplaynya si Team Secret itu emang sengaja buat ngebingungin tim lawan gitu ya.
Ini tuh persis kayak Sersi ya. Makanya
buat overthinking gitu loh.
Yes, it's going to instill confidence.
Mainnya main sense berarti.
How consistently can they find that success?
Kayak sih ya boomer.
It's not really reliable, is it?
No, but it's nice when it happens.
It's nice when it happens.
Never
And it
happens
also
to
goes
me.
to show that
bagus
they've
sih.
got confidence going into
Ngelawan
this, right?
bocil-bocil sekarang ya emang kuat-kuat ya harus main otak kan berarti.
Okay, you didn't win your buy round, but you managed to win the follow-up, which kind of eliminates the downside of the previous one.
You could actually see the
Mending
confidence
tes apa saja secara gameplay mirip.
Using the tour of force when you've
Tim
already
Secret sama
got
Sens itu persis gameplaynya.
Perfect stack up towards the B site. That orbital strike will cause Kangara to
Kiri pasti nggak dicek, kiri nggak dicek.
Nggak dicek pasti sama temennya. Bohong tapi.
The collateral for Kadoom, quickly shutting down the attempt by Team Secret. And in a matter of seconds,
Kongaret tuh
it's all over for them.
dulu.
JC Vash on a
Apa sih
single
nama
man
timnya?
journey,
Lupa lagi.
a solo mission. But up against the 4 of Myth,
AAA ya?
they have to do is just hold back, stand still,
Attack all around.
hold your
Dulu sama
angles,
Gini
play
dia
the
tuh.
spike.
Kongaret.
JC Vash. Oh, that is amazing. Oh, it's cruel, comedic and cruel. And JC Vash
ngeselin banget coba.
is just on a plate.
I tell you what's interesting actually is you have a huge amount of comic relief when you're doing that because you're already you've just lost the sense. You were 3-0 down. Yes, you won a round, but it was off kind of a gimmick. Being able to have Kadoom really show up, and this is what now delivering, matching, and even in this case, kind of doing a little bit better than dubstep means.
Malah juggling aja, juggling pistol.
Can we get a replay of that?
I wish we could get a replay of that.
Can we get a replay?
There you go.
Of the guns just flying up in the air.
That's the highlight of this match so far.
Definitely not the collateral by Kadoom. It's just
nah.
Who cares about that? Very aggressive push coming up with the shields. Oh, imagine
Gila dispenser.
Kena dong.
Oh, enggak. 3 of them, one gets shut down quickly after that. Upset with the
Ya Allah.
Kalau pakai Viper enaknya kayak gitu aja, lu bisa kayak ngambil set gitu kan.
Temennya mau di showstopper anjir. Ya Allah dapat lagi uncle.
Tapi pakai Viper di sini enak sih Jess.
Ya ampun. Iko kah ini kena shorty loh.
Karena kalau pakai Viper berarti kayak inisiator harus 1 ya.
Either lu inisiator 1 atau enggak lu nggak ada sentinel. Pirat tapi rata-rata orang kalau mau main Viper sentinelnya nggak ada.
Jadi Viper aja sentinel gitu kan.
Karena double controller gitu. Sentinelnya sebenarnya Vipernya sih sentinel. Buat jadi anchor gitu.
Against Team Secret is the fact that they have a big ult disadvantage. They've committed 4 ults in the last 2 rounds, which means that for Myth, that's an advantage they can settle for. But I don't think their economy is going to be able to back up the ult economy that they've been able to.
Viper punya molly sama wall dia ngeselin sih. Bisa nutupin 2 area, mau main di B, bisa belang sama Uka, di A bisa shot sama shower.
I can't clearly say which team is performing better than the other because it's all been off of the back of aggression. There are some mistakes here and there. It's really difficult to tell.
This is where Team Secret actually thrive.
Ini dia tahu nih OP, ada OP kan.
Because
cek
their whole
dulu.
premise is punishing mistakes.
Tawan.
Made in Thailand, all
Lihat uncle.
mistakes, but those have
Kenal loh anjir.
Tipis banget
itu.
Kadoom again.
Pada flasher.
Itu enggak scope 2 ya, scope 1 anjir.
Oh ini ulti anjing, gua kira apa cok? Gambarnya kenapa hijau-hijau cok? Iya udah kayak green screen cuy.
Very nice though. It's a nice color.
Gua kira error gitu kan?
Which basically what I guess I wanted to show is that it's fairly isolated. There's another drawn out towards the hookah position.
Anjing nembaknya nanggung gitu ya.
Kangara is there as well to assist cuz
Uncle orang butuh lu punya recon ya. Malah diem di dalam TP.
What I absolutely love there is from Beta. He sees the raise.
Dia nungguin orang TP mulu. Tapi kenapa nggak temennya gitu yang disuruh nungguin ya?
tokped gets that kill.
Dianya
There
recon
goes the
dulu
cover,
side.
and then Myth are able to work with their own crossfires that were already in pre-existing positions to shut down the initial push. You see this here, instantly stops shooting, turns his attention back to Dispenser. Absolutely perfect from him, and then with just an ironclad hold, it was a matter of for JC Vash to walk in and die. Really strong round from Beta, and an orbital strike to show for it. A bit of control to be garnered with it, and now that Kadum has been able to work with this operator for a few rounds now.
Enggak, itu di belakang shower, pintu shower.
Losing that operator is no longer.
Selalu itu buat kontrol showernya ya. Wah, ini ngeselin sih.
The Deaths know that they want to see more of him, but this round
masuk gak tuh anjing bathroomnya. Oh, dia tahu soalnya A-nya main 3 ya. Cuma 2 doang.
Ended up drowning.
Karena showernya dia nggak di kontes.
Yet not comfortable to get the spike down. We know how Made in Thailand have been challenging this particular round, playing in smokes, swinging in and out. And they're taking their good time to make sure the entirety of the site is clear. They also know the orbital strike is there. And out into the open. How perfect is that? And now we're looking at a 3-on-3 with a spike in the sight line of Kadum.
It's going to be tapped again. I'm interested by the fact that the sky hasn't rotated. Congarrett, he was expecting Team Secret to make it dive through the teleporter there. The fact it hasn't happened means that this retake's going to be delayed ever so slightly. Kadum has to back off. There's a second flash to be used by the sky, but hit through the box. It has to be so careful, Pavlos.
Yeah, they can't be too confident to fall back from their position. Sky smokes get in place for Kadum to find more space to work with. And they're all going to push at the same time.
Yeah.
The coordination is on point.
Wah, gila.
Kadum is feeling it,
Triknya
and that has made
dia
it Thailand to find the equalizer.
Kadum goes the dynamite of the Myth. That's going to be the equalizer.
Bridge udah jarang di-bind. Bridge itu tergantung gameplay tim sih. Kalau misalnya ada combo-kombonya.
And what that means is they're going to have to hand over the lead to Myth, a team who right now are rolling with their momentum. A really successful usage of the operator here. And I love the instant switch to the Headhunter. Getting a kill as well is just going to give even more confidence to a player he don't want feeling confident right now. 12-4, ready for another tour de force. 7.5k in the back, post-buy. And for Team Secret now, they've not got much to stop him. Dubstep, he was doing
Kita latihan jam berapa sih? Jam 8 aja.
That's slowly being mitigated.
Latihan ya?
Jam, iya.
Udah ngantuk.
Terus sih gue nonton sampai
whether Team Secret can redo what they did. The crazy thing is that the rounds they did win are crazy ones that they shouldn't have done with pistols. Which is very neat that they can do that, like very skillful players, but Made in Thailand seem to have a lot of play, very coordinated, very cohesive.
Ini sama-sama pakai shotgun enggak?
Very impressive considering Beta is a new unit of this game.
I like that Alone Feels has gone for the judge as well. He knows that Team Secret have a bad buy here.
Ayo,
Some around there may be a fake as well, because you can see JC Vash now heading towards the B site. Even though the spike goes down, it actually may not be a fake. It might just act as a lurk.
Kena.
So accurate.
Wah, tapi ke plan.
So much damage. Maybe that's what Team
Yeah,
Secret were looking for. Just
tapi
that
ke
spike
plan
plant.
anjir
They
nih
may be getting
bisa
some
menang.
extra things out of that as well. Poison Cloud to give him some space, maybe to find a Vandal. Seekers utilized. That's also a way to made in Thailand, considering Team Secret's weaker buy. But that judge can also do wonders if challenged with at the right distance.
Ada granat ya? Ada
The fact that they've got the lamps position all covered. Bunkum, what? A double kill with a frenzy. Bucky comes into play, but the rifle seems to have the better hand here. They can just start the defuse, and Dubstep there's nowhere he can go. The paint tools will do just a little bit of damage, but not enough to find the closer.
Oh ampun. Aduh, dia takut.
Oh my god, almost ya.
Oh my god, for a moment there, Pavlos.
He'd almost just shut all of them down.
That could have been
masih ngandelin individual. Dia tuh udah kayak Secret. Kalau Secret tuh muknya bagus.
The fact that he's unable to do so though means that Myth is still riding with it. They still have a showstopper available for Alone Fills as well, so they are really working with a bit of utility here. But it seems
tuh mainnya kompet atau sparring kak, tergantung objektifnya mau ngapain.
Dia
mau ngikutin jejak. Yes, they don't have an operator. They still have the utility to try and zone Kadum out of position.
Ngeri banget.
Karena dia dulu kena
how many kills he's got?
timnya
14
terbantai
kills,
kena
4 deaths.
It's nuts. He's had such a good start for this map. If he can keep this consistent, Pavlos, then this is Myth's map.
Mah kacau,
look at the aggression as well. Look at the confidence. Kadum doing well has instilled so much faith from Myth that now Team Secret, they don't really have faith. The slower they go, the worse off they are.
There's no way they go around cave, right?
Getar banget ya crosshair ya.
They absolutely are.
Oh, the guiding light doesn't even spot them.
It misses.
It doesn't even and spot them. And now they're going to start
Dia
walking
tahu
into that
si
position. Is it going to be in time? Oh, the Seekers.
ya ubur-ubunya
Ya,
bisa ke belakang coba.
Tapi awareness-nya anak-anak tim Secret sih gila jago-jago ya.
Karena dia tahu dia tuh tidak pakai apa, nggak pakai sentinel tuh, lihat tuh.
Tapi sumpah sih awareness-nya tim Secret sih kenceng-kenceng cok, sumpah. Intuisinya loh, itu loh intuisinya.
Makanya mereka nggak terlalu takut kan. Nah, kalau ini
baru ngasih tau intuisi ya.
awareness. Molly tuh, oh ulti dulu. Tapi udah setengah, Molly.
Jangan dipikir,
Di Molly. Please jatuh please. Ngeselin gak sih? Ngeselin dimenangkan jadinya Borkum. Anjing dah.
Borkum so good ya.
Tapi memang tim Secret itulah dia kenapa nggak main chamber atau apa, karena dia emang pasti ada yang aware sama belakang.
Kaca pernah jadi coach, dia coachnya Salas dulu pas dia main CS.
Mantap men.
To run rampant. In this case, yes, Borkum stops Kadoom for now, but who's going to be able to do it consistently? Who's going to rise to that challenge? Myth once again set up
Kadoom 16 sendiri, iya masih
because they know teams aren't going to be able to stop them. Out comes that tour de force. What's the follow-up?
Kena dong, dibales lu.
Ya Allah, kemana? Tuh gila tuh. Temannya di delay. Katanya langsung maju. Lama lawan Sersia sama TS sultan mana? Lebih ke Sersia gitu. Tim Secret masih ada main pas pace gitu, masih ada. Kalau Sersia jarang. Jadi gara kontrol map, bolak-balik, main detik-detik akhir.
Especially when there's still util in the bag for Team Secret to take place. Stopping them. They're inching forwards though, and Beta is able to initialize his attack. Kungarid has a space to move into. Beta, what have you done? 2 kills.
Nih rata nih, tuh rata nih, tuh.
Team Secret on 6.
It's just showing how immortal these crossfires can be.
Si Woods itu yang paling muda kan ya?
Just a moment out of position. If they're
Tua
just
juga
a
sih.
step in the wrong place,
Dari yang lain dia paling muda sih.
Simple as
Dari
that.
5 ini.
Myth now call the time
Rata
out,
itu
interestingly
posisinya udah
enough,
enak
which I do
banget.
like, because even though they have been doing very well, even though Kadoom has been doing very well, and while they have been able to kind of really come back,
Tapi emang sekarang ulti-res emang susah sih.
they've been losing the safe site very consistently.
Harus nggak bisa
And with
dadakan
that
gitu.
consistency, I think Team Secret have sort of discovered that the solution
Kalau
that
ditambah
Myth have been
Secho.
proposing is aggression on B. That's no longer the case because they can just get that spike down and then play the after plan, as we've just seen, which they can do to a masterful degree.
And the timeout has to come out from them. The struggle is apparent. There were moments where
Resi yang
brilliance was
pertama tuh
bestowed upon them,
anjing.
but inconsistent brilliance.
Yep. If Kadoom could do this in the second half, then Team Secret, I think, lose this. I really do.
If we were to end on equal ground, 6-6,
Yeah.
who do you reckon would have a better chance on their new side?
Myth.
Myth.
Look at Kadoom right now, 17-6. Even when Dubstep was doing well on Ascent, and Team Secret dominated Ascent, it wasn't as good as Kadoom is doing now.
I'm a little bit worried about it though, because when you look at the attack, the comp is kind of reliant on Alone Fields, right? When you kind of expect how he's going to be pushing forwards.
Kadoom ini emang dari
Maybe on Kungarid, so I don't know. Alone Fields hasn't had the best of performances, so to
ya
rely on
main
attack
sendiri
on
aja sih,
such a player, such
emang
an
jago
agent,
sendiri.
is very difficult.
Kayak dia tuh sebenarnya masih bisa layak untuk
Ya kecolok.
Ya Allah. Tuh kadang kalau misalnya di Sersia bagus dia. Simpulnya lebih gede daripada Ser.
Hot lead to their bodies, but some of them survived. Dubstep barely though, barely standing, bleeding all over.
Even though this Viper's bit strong, they still haven't got control of the spike. And about that Viper's bit, Pavlos.
It's no longer there.
Pit, and they still don't have control of the spike. Myth aren't even fighting for it anymore, but Team Secret have found themselves just zoned out of their own position.
Made in Thailand are just playing back. And they've rotated
sama
and
dong.
realized, okay, we've handled the spike. The only thing we need to do now is play the trade game.
Absolutely right, and as Team Secret slowly just make their exodus, they make their pilgrimage over to A, but the reality is, Myth have had so much time to read this, they just split up 2 and 2, each of them go to a position where they can hold this site. With 30 seconds left, Team Secret just don't have time to mess about trying to clear all these angles over by Spice, and then
paling muda cuy di PSG.
Iya, paling muda.
Team Secret,
there's just no time.
Apa?
No time.
And you've got to
Ada donat nih.
Inching forwards, inch by inch, and there's no time for that.
Donat kah manis?
They gotta press that W key without that shift key. No.
10 seconds left.
And they jump down.
Yep, that's
and
it.
they get spotted. And they get no
ngeri
kills.
loh, Kadum ini loh. Tajam banget anjir, selalu nyala championnya.
Has come to
standing by. I think Myth have won this. Kadum's currently going 20 and 6. If he loses this, I fear for his mental. I actually fear for how Myth do in the rest of this tournament if they lose this, because they're going to be broken. Their mental will be broken, knowing that they could have beat one of the absolute favorites to win, and you know, with Kadum going 20 and 6, you're in the
Iya, kill 20 sendiri tay.
You're in the lead.
Kadum e-sport. Dia memang jago sumpah.
But of course, I don't think anybody expected this.
Statistik Kadum. Neon.
Lari, lari.
Overall okay.
For Myth, I think there are questions in the wind about Team Secret considering what the expectations were for them.
Yeah, they really were. But Team Secret, for me, have actually been able to deliver. They have given us a very good performance, and even though they haven't been winning the Angels when it comes to Kadum, what they have been doing is they've been identifying weaknesses in Myth's defense.
Sama sih, aduh, lama kah ini, ketat ini.
That if they get spiked down early, then they can actually just fight one angle of the retake at a time, and it's just been used to exploit them.
I'm glad the scoreboard has come up, because we just need to highlight Kadum here.
Yeah, it really puts it into perspective.
It's probably the third or fourth time I'm mentioning the fact that he's doing a splendid job, but come on, man. He's got so many. He's got double the kills that the first fragger of his opposing team has. That is simply just nuts. And the score of both teams is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Ini 6 cuma karena Kadumnya kill banyak cuy.
The way Dubstep's been getting his kills, they've been very impact heavy. They've been very strong on the entries, whereas Kadum has been consistent. And this sort of clash of fates, a clash of playstyles, is going to be really interesting as to how it develops.
Kata tim Secret ini kalau Kadum tidak bunuh 20, kayaknya Secret bisa 9.
Yes, that's very true.
Players will be walking to the crosshairs. We know Team Secret, though, there are moments that they do aggress themselves, so there is a good chance. I want to bring back the note that we made. How influential is Alone Fields' absence so far? Do you kind of expect them to come alive now on the attack?
I think on the defense it wasn't too much because Kadum was just making up for it. On the attack, you really need him to start delivering. You really need Alone Fields to stand out with the rest of the team, because right now Dubstep is just outclassing him. Granted, there's only 6 kills in it, but those 6 kills can turn into
kategorikan berapa? 28 kayaknya.
What I also want to mention,
aduh, segala ada technical
28-30 menurut gue sih.
Thailand, rightly so, right? A lot of units working in unison, but what is really going on for Team
Secret?
Right? Is it single players not kind of adapting? Are they looking a little bit lopsided when it comes to coordination? What's up with them?
I think they're giving away the first kill very quickly and fairly frequently. I think the sort of round that stands out to me was Dispenser going through a smoke with the Sheriff. He gets a headshot that time, and that's one of the round Secret win. But that initial push is very bold to make, and it's not sure you're going to consistently win. For Myth, they're sort of allowing Beta to have a little bit more freedom on these sites. You know, 8 assists right now. He's tagging players, backing off, tagging them again, backing off, and it means that by the time the actual fights happen, Myth take the advantageous fights. As we said at the very start of the day, Pavlos, I mean, this is essentially just rule 101 with Valorant, is a fair fight is a bad fight, and Myth have just embodied that.
Does seem to be the case. I do want to thank you guys for your patience during this light tech pause, coming in with a pause as well, mid half pause, but it's all sorted. So thank you guys for your patience, and I hope you enjoyed our little rambling segment.
Little reel, because the action's on with a fast hit up the line.
It's actually very quickly. A Dubstep very quick to it.
Ya Allah, Dogi sembarangan.
gets to check that corner, and this
Banyak
could be a
tim dogi
really good start for Team
sembarangan.
Secret. Kadoom looks to put himself on the board, but they haven't really gained any
Balik
space.
kata Kadum, balik.
Kadoom knows that there's a player on this
Maju
close angle. They just don't know how easily this fade can be caught out. They see
Nah,
the
kena
line coming.
flash. Ketahuan, dibilang masih ada.
They've stopped pushing, so Team Secret
Kadung bunuh nih.
questioning whether they
Nggak
are
jadi.
commencing to
Ampun.
but JC Vash is all that you're in
Beta.
cover.
Oke,
Really
dulu guys.
very good defensive lineups here for Team Secret.
Sumpah,
so
lawan
far. At
Frenzy
least
itu
one of
nyebelin
five will be
banget,
finding
sakit.
one to make this a little bit more palatable.
Cuman cara jago
But,
Frenzy gimana ya, bro?
Yeah, it's not going to be that easy considering Spike control is fully under the Team Secret guys.
With that, Borkum going to bring Team Secret their pistol round, a really, really strong round from them, and a really, really effective way to come back into this second half. If I'm on Myth now, I'm really worried to see just what they can do on not just their anti-eco here, but what they can do on their full bite as to how they can mitigate the bonus to Team Secret. Because Team Secret, they've won their bonus every time they've had one, which I think has been about 3 times now. As if it's once, that stat doesn't really matter. But I think it's about 2 or 3 times.
The fact that they can do it so easily is just a testament to their craziness and their adaptability and why they're a team to be feared. No force as such from Myth this time around. It's just a little damage coming in as they do look to contest on this hookah side. Nothing really from Myth towards the right extremity, right? And I think Team Secret have kind of realized that and spending that extra third player towards B to account for potentially a guardian play. The orb has been heard, the Prowler also spotting things, so confirming of this split. The classics though, these long distance angles aren't really going to do all that much. Therefore, JC Vash will be opening things up for his team with a double.
It's a solid start for Team Secret, and the reality is the premise of this round is for it to be a kind of quick cleanup. For Myth, the silver lining here would be if they could potentially kill 1 or 2 players. Bearing in mind that for Team Secret, they haven't actually committed any rifles into this round, which means their anti-eco next round is going to be fairly weak. But it does mean that first, particularly JC Vash, who's now on for the ace. This is a pretty comfortable position to be in. Does build some confidence.
And there you have it. As clean as it could be, don't lose a player. 8 rounds for Team Secret. They start to gain the lead. But now, it is time for the bye round of Myth.
It feels like it's always our second half, which is what dictates if a team if it's going to be one-sided or not.
It does, doesn't it?
On Haven, once Main Thailand hit their once they hit their attack, they didn't lose a single round. Once Team Secret went onto their attack for Ascent, I don't think they lost a single round either. Now we hit Binds.
Well, they won most of them at least.
If it's the same case, I'm going to be very sad.
Yeah, no, because all the first halves have been extremely exciting, but I think it now comes into fruition where the one team can actually put this to the test. Often it's the ability of their composition to be played out on the attack. The attack side was actually, I think, the weakest of the two for Myth on Ascent. And therefore, we'll be seeing the same here. Will be just a question of time.
A crucial actual opening there from Beta to be able to shut down Dubstep. One of the heavy hitters for Team Secret. There's no follow-up. Pavlos, that was quick from the raise.
You want to see this quickness, sharpness from Myth for sure. You want to be able to see these heavy hitters do a lot. I barely see that champion skin being lit up like that, you know, when you're top fragging and everything. Yeah, in my solo queue games, that barely tends to happen. So I'm glad we were able to see it.
I feel that
in this one.
I feel that.
Because that gun just shines.
What's interesting for Team Secret here is they went for a very ambitious kind of bid to fight for B long there. It means that they're having to head straight back round to A, but re-clearing everything in the process. I think they just about get to the site in time. 30 seconds left, here comes that attack, and I think the Viper's the main one to watch out for here.
The lineup, fairly straightforward. It kind of holds off the push over into Lance, but it seems that the Spencer doesn't really care. They push through it. They get the first 2 kills. Beta looking to hold it back. There's not much time. They don't really have the comfort to get that spike down because there's an incendiary there, and they've got no Lamps control. This is very dangerous. This is a really good adaptation from Team Secret to try and get themselves back into it, but they do line up for Alone Feels. They do line up in a way that he can get both of them, and that means that Myth come out on top in their buy round and get the 7th.
Pavlos, you are wondering, will Alone Fills wake up hitting our second half? The answer is yes, he will. Currently really looking to gain on Dubstep here, mitigating that kill disparity just by 1 kill, but it's 1 kill at a time, Pavlos. Something I want to highlight here, actually, is that Myth were in very serious danger at one point from messing up their own round there. The fact that they had 2 players swing into a stim beacon with 2 players in it on lamps there is a point blank where the bloom of the Vandal actually doesn't matter. It's the quantity of fire, and for Team Secret, they just had to fire that quantity of fire, giving them 2 very quick kills. Luckily, it was restored to Ward thanks to their relative fills, but how frequently can he do it? Team Secret, once again, having to defend an initial bid for control outside of B, but that doesn't necessarily mean that'll be where the commitment is, because that spike is still left over to Cave.
And I think this is where a lot of influence can
Kadum kill berapa, guys?
placed, right? I mean,
Kadum.
a buy round where could dictate the crumble of either side's economy.
Seperti itu,
Where Team Secret potentially have a chance of increasing that lead or Myth catching up. Crucial, very crucial. Because ultimates aren't really in play here from the Myth side, but for Team Secret, that's a different idea, right? Viper's Pit, Nightfall, and lots to be bestowed on a take or on a hold.
Rekomendasi kopi dong mau kacau.
I think Myth have realized that for Team Secret,
ada kopi yang enak banget.
Beat long means they're absolutely fighting for
Ada
the
sebelumku kan?
if it's a battle for one, then it's going to be the other.
Troy Blazer will be spotting out at least one on the left. Prowler will be thrown right at them and see the aggression it is incoming and Wits on site already.
Udah kedua gak Wits. Parah di flash teman sendiri. Tapi untung
Sky Smoke Wits has yet to be tested a second time. Kangara opens things up, gets a double kill and
kagak kocak itu temennya.
Kangara is no more though. It seems
itu Borkum yang buta, kocak dibuka.
And it is Team Secret.
Tapi tadi yang di bawah juga buta.
Enggak, yang bawah kan ada belakang. Tapi untung dibunuh Wits. Batu nih, nap nih.
Apa sih? Orang baru ngomong sekali batu.
Goblok.
Nanti anaknya emosian, guys.
Lu kerjaannya anjing batu.
Right now, Team Secret just 4 rounds away from sending Myth to the lower bracket.
Berapi nih bentar lagi nih.
Menggiring terus kontol.
Almost every single player on Myth just
nggak menggiringnya kemana?
From getting all 5 ults readily available.
Menggiring itu batu itu tuh menggiring anjing.
Okay.
The defensive Viper split for me were a little bit hit and miss for Myth when they were on their defense. I want to see how Team Secret are going to be able to utilize them now that they also have their home territory.
So Myth here.
Itu apa, Nap?
I mean,
yang lu kirim.
I feel for them, right? Because they got so close.
Apa?
They
kirim apa tadi?
barusan. First map showed us okay.
Mana mau ngirim anjing?
Brand new
Discord.
version of our team. We've got new compositions. We've got our coordinations on top. This time around, it's not looking great.
Orang gue berak tuh
The
tadi.
timeout is definitely one to kind of stabilize that momentum.
Sumpah gue ngirim gue berak
in this game. Right.
Sama gue juga berak.
Come so close to taking down probably one of the favorites of the, probably the favorite of this tournament. And it hurts.
9-7 nih, Tim Secret menang nih. Molly. Anjing kena 2, 3 dong, ketahuan dong 3. Diras, dimajuin, obok-obok. Jadi Jojo.
And that was what Team Secret needed. It's a huge change in pace as well. Team Secret that we know have been defensive, they've been calculated, they punish the mistakes Myth made. There you go, there's that change in tempo. Just bang, straight onto Myth, and then every single player is there to either drop utility, support each other, trade each other. And for Myth, they just didn't know how to react. The silver lining they can take is, yes, they can still buy, and yes, they now have a lot of ults to wield. But that little burst of energy from Team Secret has brought Dubstep to 1 away from his showstopper, and Borkum's 2 away from that orbital strike. So yes, Myth have a good arsenal of utility, but Team Secret are...
Mana kata lu ada yang ikut Watch Party? Nap?
There is some information gathered.
Eneri, nipu ya?
Nggak tahu katanya dia mahnya kambo dah kayaknya.
Looking to get a little bit frisky now. He steps back from it. Okay, Team Secret.
Masih muda ya, udah kena
I love that they can do a lot of things, and some of it is just playing off angles, pushing forwards, but also these defaults by placing, for example, JC Vash in that corner can be played out for them. And we're seeing a different kind of approach from the wall. a very default one to hold off, you know, both short and hookah. But with all these ultimates in play, it's going to be really tough for them to kind of hold.
Aduh, kedengeran tuh di atas.
You're absolutely right. Seeker's going to come out now alone. He's going to spot out the first couple of players. However,
ada mulai.
rotation actually from Myth
Ya
to capitalize
ampun,
on this.
nabrak lagi.
Looking move in here onto the push. Jesse Bash, first in contention, first kill.
What?
Bomb on the sideline still gets shot.
Tinggi banget terbangnya, Bang.
I love that so much. That was about to be the vibe. You see how it instantly gets cancelled? They change their mind. They realize actually we can do this without something that punishes them.
Snakebite gets a kill and he gets a kill
Waduh.
with his gun.
Wah, palanya hitam lagi tuh.
Concussed.
Wah, anjir kena.
He's feeling it. And it's Kadum now in
Bisa kadung, cok.
enough of him.
Saja terakhir.
And then we're looking at a dual wall
Waduh,
enabled.
ngeselin si setengah sih.
Pinter
Pinter sih dispenser sih. Nah, cross never fake, ini the real boomer.
Kadum gets played.
The hero of Myth. This man was their bringer of rain, Pavlos.
Lawannya Kadum, 1 lawan 1. Kalau ajak perang depan-depanan, kemungkinan bisa kalah. Pakai otak langsung. Naikin wall, divis terus.
Oke, dadah JJ.
Dah JJ. Wah, udah kayak Odell anjir.
It's just about on life support right now. That IV drip is just keeping it alive. But this is not what you want to be when you're on the back foot on a map which you know your opponents are good on, and your opponents now just 2 away from taking that victory.
Aduh, borak.
The opening, and there's the change of pace.
Wow. You said it perfectly.
Geli gitu sama shotgun anjir. Apa yang geli sama shotgun, guys?
Giving you a taste of your own medicine.
How do you like it, Team Secret? How
Ini
do you like being out? And with the flank kind of undenied by the Rays. Team Secret, remember, they have been winning rounds, but they've been dying in the process. Their own economy isn't in a pretty spot right now.
That's a really good kill here from JC Vash because it puts Team Secret back in contention. Considering also Dubstep was on the back line. Doesn't get charged by the trademark, or does it? Kadum is there and waiting for it. Perfectly done. Oh, but misses the first shot. No, the second one will do.
Momentum kah?
By himself. Needs a wondrous clutch here, but realizes out of time.
Aduh, mengamuk ya guys ya. Meninggal.
To stop.
Ini udah siap-siap mau lihat sama ulti itu.
Myth on 8.
Posisinya.
They come back into this Pavlos. Kadum, close to his 30 bomb. The closest player behind him is Dubstep with 15 kills. Kadum right now has lugged every single member of Myth onto his shoulder, and whether it's be kicking, screaming, or in some cases maybe even sedated, he's dragging them over the line, and he's making sure that Myth give Team Secret a run for their money. The one thing I want to highlight from Team Secret, 3 kills separated their top and bottom fragger. Every single player is putting their weight on Team Secret. They're all doing well. It's just no one's doing better than Kadum.
And we want to see them do a little bit better.
Well, you have ults on Team Secret as well. The money's not great. Look at this buy. Just the old Judge, Spectre, Vandal. It's a bit of a garage buy. But if you watch...
Wah, mau kemana? Lihat tuh. Siapa yang geli sama shotgun, guys?
Udah pakai shotgun aja sih, Lon.
Myth have found their old confidence. The fast play is so good. And now it's working.
Oh, that was uncomfortable. We saw the barrel coming in, but
Gila, dia aware banget ya.
And Dubstep. Talk about judges this round.
Dia tahu masih ada si Viper.
I don't know how he would judge it himself. He's in a very difficult spot. As difficult as it could be. Spotted. Hurt. No teammates, nowhere to hide, nowhere to go, just looking for damage, and it's being respected. The space is respected, importantly enough by Myth, knowing that there's more to lose on their end than on the other.
2 rounds in it now, and Team
Secret
momentum
just don't have
money. Myth are in a just beautiful position where every round they win is double. But Team Secret, this is where they shine. We know how experienced they are. We know how good they are under pressure. These guys are the ones you want if you were in a position like this, where the heat is starting to rise, where the pressure is starting to come to a boiling point. Our game, our series, Pavlos, you'd think it's getting to a crescendo. We're only on day 2 of APAC. They do when we got games like this. Look at the
Jeremy
Team
itu sebenarnya
Secret
six
here. This
man.
is something to
Jadi
really keep
kalau
an eye
six
on,
man itu
particularly
rata-rata
how they use this Nightfall come the retake.
enggak yang pas map-map dibutuhin aja gitu.
But look where it is though, right? It was towards
Tapi line up aktifnya ya ini berlima ini. Kepanggang.
Dies, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and that means Myth is at a big disadvantage. How will they get the spike down?
Dia
They've got
salah
some
ya?
space control, they've got an orbital strike, but there's no more Viper's Pit, there's no more cover, and there's even a rotation from Team Secret over to B site, so they don't even have the option of TPing over.
keluar.
Dia kenapa nggak ngomong ya? Dia bisa flash gitu. Ya sih.
This is where Borkum comes alive.
Udah bisa aja gua flash keluar ini. Nanti buta dulu. Popin anjing.
Nah volume in-game-nya bisa dinaikin nggak? Emang suara in-game kecil, Bapak. Sumpah nggak bohong, Bapak.
Wah,
emang suara kesereng gede.
Aduh, kecil. 30 kah? Kadung.
That they've only got an orbital strike. That's it in terms of ult assistance to work with. And you look over to Team Secret, they've got that. So they've got that showstopper to get a man advantage. They've got that Nightfall for the retakes. They're 2 away from being able to bring out a
kurang tahu deh, kayak 50 deh.
Nggak tahu juga 50
pas 100.
because right now Team Secret know that they are on the precipice of being able to close out this map.
Just a couple steps away. Well, one step away if you look at rounds, if you consider rounds to being steps. Depends, of course, if Team Secret
ikut watch party Persija.
Should be fairly simple. Myth haven't been very comfortable in their attack. All their wins, at least on bind, have been strained.
Well, this is a prime example of a strained map. Myth just listing back over to way. But look at the control that Borkum has now over to Showers. If he kills Wannafly, that's the round over. Seekers go out. They attempt to have something to help them, but there's the Nightfall. It's perfect.
Oh, tawan 4 cuy. Oh, ada yang keikat lagi.
Dua orang.
Lihat pinter banget nih.
Prime dia nggak di-upgrade ya suaranya?
Iya nggak di-upgrade emang. GG. Tim Secret menebar teror untuk tim-tim yang lain ini cuy.
It was by no
Wah, menebar
means
teror
easy.
ini
Team
Tim Secret
Secret. They had to
bahaya
pull
nih.
on every single trick in the book. And the one thing that Team Secret did, which I absolutely loved, was the fact that they were able to be able to do it despite the troubles they were having when it came to the actual aggression.
Antara yang menang Onyx.
What a game! What a game! That was
menang
insane.
AE Blitz ya.
Yeah, no, I mean, props to Made in Thailand to making it so competitive. I think everybody saw bind wouldn't even been in the equation, but at the end of the day, it got done. It was a splendid matchup for both of these teams. But I think Team Secret, most of all, are happy and not dropping.
Kadung cuma mati. Gila. Apa tuh? Kadung. Plus 25 sih. Sumpah ini orang sendiri, main sendiri, cok. Ini kalau nggak ada dia kayaknya Heaven nggak ngebantai. Kalau dia lagi nggak nyala kayak gini hasilnya. Tuh, ini udah susah payah masih kalah. 25 sendiri apaan sih? Terlalu gila cuy. Kadung 66. Ini kan teamwork banget gitu ya. 44, 41, 43, 39, 42, tipis-tipis lah ya. Ini 66 loncat ke 34. Udah hampir setengahnya cuy. Kadum e-sport sih. Made in Kadum. Bukan MITH nih lama-lama, made in Kadum. Next match. Kita mau tebak-tebakan apa nih guys? Onyx Order mau tebak-tebakan apa? Yang agak susah lah ya. Pakai angka lah ya, jawaban angka lah ya. ACS kah? Apa ya? Apa ya? ACS-nya siapa? ACS-nya siapa? Mau ACS-nya siapa? Tebak kill to the force-nya Ardiu. Taunya Ardiu kagak main chamber. Ah, berarti dia nggak ada dong. Hahaha, kocak Rangga. ACS-nya Takil atau Elmimur, guys? ACS-nya Takil atau Elmimur? Oh, kata Valorant Esport Media Severin. Siapa yang mau Severin? Tebak top frag terlalu gampang. Gue nggak mau yang nama. Gue pengen nebak angka. ACS itu ya tebak ACS. Kayak Kadum. ACS-nya 298 ya udah. Yang jawab 297 salah. Gue pengen agak susah. Ucil lah. Oke. ACS-nya Severin ya. Severin ya. Setuju nggak guys? ACS-nya Severin cuy. ACS-nya.
Ayo dibuka giveaway, dibuka giveaway-nya.
Tebak total tebak.
Ih, ada Bang Gil lagi nonton.
Ini aja deh. Tebak total ACS Onyx Severin. Dalam bentuk angka. Contoh 277. Nah. Oke guys, aman ya. Udah pada tahu lah ya, gua kasih lengkap deh nih biar aman. Jawab dalam bentuk angka. Contoh 277. Oke, aman ya, Severin ya. Total. Baca total. Gua capture kayak total biar nggak nanya lagi. Total.
Yang mau giveaway silakan, sudah dibuka Google Formnya ya guys ya.
Full match.
Coba lihat
full match atau full map ya namanya? Full map. Full match atau full map. Sama aja lah, full match. Pada tahu sih harusnya. Oke, aman ya. Yang nanya gue skip. Pokoknya ada yang nanya lagi bodo amat. Ada yang bilang kalau total bisa 600-an. Dalam sejarah BO3 mau 3 map kayaknya nggak mungkin 600 deh. Ada dalam all map boleh. Yang jawab 600-an nggak apa-apa. Jawab 2000 lah, boleh tuh. 2000. Ya salah ya. salah. Ini close dulu lah, nggak ngeganggu anjir. All map ya. All map aja biar jelas ya, aman ya. Kayak yang yang nanya lagi ya udahlah. Skip aja. Quiz. Ini langsung 5 pemenang ya, karena gua nggak yakin AE bisa ini. Kalau misalnya match satunya Onyx, match 2-nya AE, mungkin gue bisa split hadiahnya. Kalau ini kan gua cuma kayaknya AE gue nggak bisa karena latihan. Oh iya, total rata-rata ACS. Total rata-rata ACS. Ya udahlah, apal. Tuh. Tambahin tuh. Rata-rata biar pada seneng tuh. Oh iya. Pak. Bray, ini yang lebih simpel sih. Kenapa gue tambah pakai ada total ya? Bak ACS Onyx. Nah, ini lebih simpel nih. Ini lebih simpel. Mantap Raka, mantap. Itu apa maksudnya? Jawab ya, jawab yuk. Lagi ditutup ya, 1 menit lagi. Masih lama cuy, masih ngobrol-ngobrol ini mah, nggak langsung mulai kayaknya. Udah pada offline, udah pada pindah ini, udah pada pindah layar. Udah siap-siap mereka, udah mau mulai. Jadi mana cuy, yang ini cuy? Apa sih patokannya? Ini kah coba? Nah, ini bagus nih. Ini kah patokannya? Oh bukan, kotak. Jadi kita cari patokan yang bagus. Oh ini. Ini perfect cuy, perfect tuh. Tapi bisa ngumpet situ ya. Oh ini bagus nih. Ngumpet nggak sini? Ya bisa ngumpet sini. Kurang bawah sedikit. Susah anjir nyari yang perfect tuh. Karena lu harus milih salah satu. Mau ada tas bawah dikit. Oh ini kena nih. Ih kena. Wah ini baru
Let's make a plan. Then exploit retreat.
itu yang baru bagus tuh. Itu bagus banget tuh. Baru. Tadi apa mana ya? Kan sini. Ini GG guys, ini GG guys. Terus. Au. Ih. Wah, combo dah nih. Ayo siapa yang mau bikin tim, ayo kita udah dapat nih kayu, pet. Apalagi ya? Coba tandain lagi. Ini. Mana ya coba? Awan sih patokannya. Ini udah paling perfect sih. Aman ya. Aku bang masih silver 2. Oke, nggak apa-apa. Yang penting kita di sini khusus line up ya. Ini juga bagus guys.
Flashbang.
Tuh, keren cuy patokannya cuy.
Flash.
Buta itu semuanya. Siapa yang mau jadi flasher adik-adik?
Flashbang.
Tuh. Oh ya, ganti judul. Sabar. Ganti judul. Teori ini masih berlaku cuy. Nama tim di depan. Berarti kita harus ONIC Esport. Supaya ONIC menang. Order. Oke. Oh ya, ONIC G. Sorry. Bocil ONIC marah. ONIC G. Masih hafal line up cecok. Mungkin kalau berdirinya patokannya mungkin masih hafal. Ini juga bagus. Nih guys. Kalau ada yang mau berdiri di sini nih.
Flashbang.
Ini nggak nyampe. Tiga boleh nih kalau misalnya mid di smoke kayak flash orang sini.
Flash. Bocil line up, mana lagi bocil line up? Yang butuh line up. Ini juga ada nih. Flashbang.
Ini kayaknya
Flashbang. Flash.
Butuh deh. Harus ada orang kalau flash ini harus ada yang jadi musuhnya. Suppress dari A ke B. Mau ke yang mana? Bimin sini kah?
There. Suppressing.
Tuh. Bawah.
Shutting them down.
Anjing tuh kemana cuy? Bisa yang dari mid link ke mid market, Oh, ini Rismawati nih. Ini kan maksud kamu? Tuh. Nah sih harusnya mah. Coba ya kita berdiri di ini ya. Gak bagus kalau ke lubangnya lebih gampang dihancurin, kalau di atas lebih susah. Karena ada si tenda pink. Kalau jatuh ke bawah gampang dihancurin. Aku udah screenshot anjir. Dicontek. Siapa yang sering nyontek adik-adik? Tenda pink, gue bilang tenda pink kocak. Bolong, kok nggak langsung bolongan dari gerbang mid link? Kalau situ, ini maksud lo ini. Kalau ini jeleknya dia cuma kena di daerah sini. Kalau yang di atas bisa kenain ke pizza. Itu bedanya, Bang Sentot. Oke, Bang Sentot, man ya, man. Aman, Mas Sentot aman ya. Tuh, kalau ini kena juga di daerah sini. Kalau misalnya jatuh di atas sini nih, di sini nih. Tuh, kena juga mid pizzanya. Kalau misalnya tujuannya untuk kontrol mid link, mau coba ambil mid, bagusan pisaunya yang di situ. Jadi kena pizza, kena market. Tapi kalau cuma sebatas mau lihat market sama apa namanya? Sama dia punya logs, ya tinggal gini doang. Tergantung tujuan sebenarnya. Dan A plus ini guys. Sebenarnya feeling aja sih kalau flash mah. Mau kayak gimana? Bisa dari Acer sampai ke ban, oke bagus. Pertanyaan yang bagus. Kalau Sage nanti gua tanyain ke Grim ya. Kalau slownya Sage. Mulai belum guys? Belum ya? Segmen post plan. Plan kemana? Tuh nih. Ini yang gue penasaran kemana ya arahnya? Banyak line up klien. Udah mulai pasti lagi ngobrol ya. Jakarta cuy. Tadi ada Jakarta. Sabar ya, gue coba cek Google Drive dulu bentar. Google Drive. Kalau gue masukin ke G Drive gue. Line up kayu.
Haruskah?
Mana cuy? Hidup kah? Prepman udah nggak bisa lagi hancurin ulti KJ kayaknya. Emang iya? Cuy. Mulai cuy. Mulai cuy. Mulai.
Halo, kaco.
Woi, fokus dong.
Stuff to see. But look, overall, I think, you know, a little bit of a change up of the agents. Maybe Disco's going to slot into this one nicely. We see him back onto a really, really strong agent.
Yeah, just the switch between those two from the last showing of that. But for ONIC G, it's the time to showcase their spotlight in the LCQ as right to see if they can battle the Aussies right now. Starting on the attackers' side as well, pivoting over towards B for the first showcase.
It's a good lean. Disco having a bit of a spot through, does play the anti, spotted. They
get
the info, but he's missed a couple of shots here. Still does have the rendezvous available, but they've got to be quick.
Let's
rotate here already. Komodo takes through his
He
does spot out some info, but that cloud gets the opening here, and it's going to be a tough retake.
NC Slasher with the Wolf as well, able to bite down on towards Texter, made that duel a little bit awkward, and in the player advantage for ONIC G. Spike does go down, but RDW with a quick little flank happening. He is currently the only one that they're looking for the hunt as well onto Severin, but he's going to get right clicked out by the Classic, and with this toxic they're going to push through this, bully their way to lock down this round, and end it just like that. Oronski now in an almost impossible situation with this one versus 4, Sheriff in hand. But nobody's giving him the opportunity for the duels at the moment. Now he's been noted, and his grave is where he will be finding.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a groggy sort of
Ucil makin
position.
kesini makin sakit dah dia tembakannya.
Ucil cuy, Ucil kita tebak-tebakan Severin ya guys.
We got to see him push through the toxic screen, really get that pinch onto Maple. So overall, you know, fantastic stuff from ONIC. I think a really electric way to start Breeze is a real kind of foot down on the map,
Ucil atau siapa ya tadi ya?
They can bound off into the next couple of rounds.
Absolutely, and of course with the very long long lanes that Breeze does allow for. We're going to be seeing these marshals be very potent over towards the auto members who, of course, didn't really get too much happening in that previous round, so gonna be regardless onto these pistols.
Oh, ini mapicnya si Order ya?
It kind of is just one of those rounds where, yeah, Order, you look for a little bit of damage, of course, but really it's going to be that next one to see what they can do.
Walking to elbow again, Maple having a spot down shoot.
Cancel the order.
Has been seen. Disco shot onto LB more.
Shiro nggak dapat.
Going to sort of set them off a little bit. Look at this already. Straight in. Cave is taken upon, but Maple sitting at the pyramids. He's going to have to wait. He'll spot all that information shortly.
Yeah, he's going to be really careful.
Oh, si Hagenya udah mati. Ya Allah.
And even a dink on towards NC Slasher, which means no self heals to be happening. The spike carrier's down as well with Ronski finding him. This round is becoming shambles for ONIC G. Disco to Severine, and now it is just Shiro in a 1 versus 3. Can he find 3 1v1s though is the question.
Exactly, they've got to be so careful. This is a round to lose here right now. Shiro does have the spike in hand. He's going to be able to walk his way through those double doors, and looks like he's actually potentially setting his sights. No, I was going to say B, but no, he's clearing back into the flank on Cave. Is he going to be able to get the jump?
Yeah, well, 40 seconds. He can navigate his way silently for a little bit more, but already Disco is aware of this factor. They're covering all of their angles.
Aduh, kena lagi. Darah udah 2-3, tadi masih ada chance. Kayak ini mah di right click Texta juga mati.
A plant here. And an attempt with 23 HP. Let's see how he achieves this.
Well, this is something we already saw Order pull out yesterday against
ONIC C, ONIC Mo, ONIC NCS.
That should never happen, and it was ONIC G really sort of falling into the hand
dah kayak untuk denger lagu anjing. ONIC Elmi.
As well, and this is thinking pay down towards elbow. Really sets him up for a fantastic position. Ronski's gone down, he's got to be careful with Disco with the 3k, and that's the man we were talking about, right? He was the Raze extraordinaire that we used to see on Icebox, and you know, he's
bisa-bisanya kena Iko
placed onto that killjoy.
Aja right
Now we're
click.
finally starting to see him get a bit of that extra life back. He's had a long history of
udah mulai
kabar.
Kolom gue gedein, tapi suara casternya juga kenceng anjir.
Iya, kegedean banget anjir. Gimana ya? Suara game nggak kedengeran.
Kita mau ngomong juga jadi gampang typo gitu kan, gara-gara tabrakan.
ONIC G as well, right? As you mentioned, you should never be dropping toward the classics in this sort of fashion, and it was the very quick nature for Order to get in towards Cave through mid as well. They really upset the balance. So for ONIC G, they're going to be down.
Ayo, santai, ONIC santai, chill.
What do they do when it does look in towards the betterment of the guns for
satu-satu itu nggak ngebikin lu.
Maybe you just throw caution to the wind and somehow you're able to buy back over towards Order. Do what they just did to you.
Okay.
So how do they reapproach this one? Sheriff's up.
Ambil powernya PSD aja.
Versus going to go in. Same toxic screen. Ronski's going to ready himself this time. He's actually pretty keen for an overextension, but it's going to work out well. There's one, there's a second, but tail in the wrong way.
Nice, Ronski.
Unfortunate there, the left
instead of the
right, and RDW
sering-seringin.
good response, but that is going to be that Vandal.
Reload.
Iya, reload.
Exactly right. No ammo. Didn't get that time.
Banyak-banyakin ngedes kayak gitu ya.
1 versus 4. He will go down quickly. So a great counter eco there from Order. Good response. And now ONIC G should be looking to face up that buy.
Yeah, nothing to really write home about in that round for ONIC G. Just trying to do a quick execute in towards the A side, try to get the plant down and maybe wrestle with Order after the fact. But already, you know, denied by Ronski, starting to get early into this game would be really good for him individually as well with the performance we weren't seeing from him yesterday. But this is the round, Conky. This is the one where we need to see something come through from both of these sides. Everybody's got those guns up. Disco has an operator as well coming into round number 4, which is always going to be a bit of an excitement factor. But for me, right now, it is for ONIC G. We've gone a little bit fast in the previous rounds. Does that change here?
Aji gue kira, wah, sumpah gue kira si monyet yang mati ya.
We just need to make sure that doesn't continue to occur. Ronski arguably could be put up as the best talent to come out of the Oceanic region, but his consistency is what is plagued. He's a super excitable and aggressive player, and if he can't quite get that opening duel, which obviously back in Australia, he can absolutely dome everyone, but in Asia, everyone's cracked. It's insane, so they've got to be ready for it as all.
A minute on the clock. The wall goes up over at the A site as well, and this is where the shift does start to come through from Order. They know exactly where one member is at the moment for Maple, but with this spike starting to go down, the pit is here as well for Severine.
Ucil lagi yang kena.
tries to pick down. He's got a massive reveal on the
Ya,
spray down.
Rikon lagi dalam
Everything is
smoke,
happening
anjir.
around this site for Order right now.
Alay, sumpah, Rikonnya alay,
well,
sih.
and Order, they crush it down.
That's the one you want to see very quickly, and it's again Impact Man in Maple.
Alay.
Always the flashiest
Rikonnya
player,
alay.
but always the top
Oke,
frag. But
anjir.
sometimes, some way, he does find this impact, and all across the board for Order so far, we have seen every individual step up to the plate, which is exactly what you're going to need to see, because ONIC G, there is that battle between
Itu Rikonnya di dalam smoke ya dia ya? Apa di luar sih?
and ONIC G have so much to prove.
And you can see early on as well, Severine immediately trying to get that pit over towards the default plan spot, but you'd already had mollies on the floor from Techstar and just quick shots to come through from Maple. The pit didn't even fully spawn before he was dead.
Back to the Sheriff, straight up mid this time. Just a headhunter for Elmi Moore again. And look at Ronsky, he's already keen to start having a look. But again, they've always got to be careful. You know, we've watched Monyet and how strong he is of a player. They do get that info. Maple now sending. Now drone inside mid will be destroyed. But again, Ronsky's so keen. Look at it now. There's one. The guiding light goes through. But it's great. It's perfect. There's Ronsky. It's just eco frag Skonky. Settle down. But there's three.
He's still running amok, isn't he? He's going to overlook the bricks, but maybe...
Mau S ya S aja kok.
Maybe Severine. Actually,
mau S ya S aja kocak.
With this Sheriff, and that is going to be it. Yeah.
Nice,
Too much lost, but still, great result. Ronsky, hungry, those are the eco frags that he needs.
Semangat.
Yeah, the guns time again for ONIC. Not going to be opting for a pause at the moment to try and reset themselves. They'll be feeling comfortable going into this new gun round as well. The thing is, they have seen a lot of early contests from Order in this game just yet at the moment. Yeah,
Team Flash, so that's a little bit awkward there for ONIC G.
But as I was mentioning, they've seen a lot of aggression from Order so far.
Mereka mainnya nempel, tapi nempelnya lebih ke sape ya, bukan
Too much
ke
over
trap
towards B, but a little bit of an elbow creep here and there. This round for Order, I feel that changes it. Two operators generally will slow things down.
Oke, masih bisa, masih 4-1
likely going to take an
masih
aggressive line. He's taking it over from pyramids. That's going to allow RDW to sort of walk his way into cave, and he's already looking to get that position. He's straight in there, and now it's going to be onto this defense. They've left mid completely open. There's already a member over in window as well.
Yeah, a bit more of a default comes through for ONIC G here. A bit of a hole spot for Elmi Moore, but he gets his head popped off, and that's going to be the opening pick for Order. And the onus definitely now is on ONIC G to do something to get back into it. His choice of that is bringing out the Seekers, but really, they're gone now.
Yeah,
so it's null information.
Like where that pick was found by RDW, right? He was looking all the way up to the top of Tube. Like to be able to get into that position with Ronsky on the line is Order being proactive. They're getting in there early, and ONIC G, they feel like they've got their backs up against the wall. They're a team that is dominant, they're aggressive, and they need to push back.
Oh. We're hearing the ultimates being popped out. At the moment, it looks like ONIC G are going to set up for an A-side pop. They've got the wall down there currently from Severine. They have Shiro with the Hunter's Fury, his dart as well, still available at the moment. So it almost feels like perfect timing that Order ripped that in. But now with 30 seconds, do ONIC G still just try to look to pivot over towards this A-side? You've got Severine lurking in mid, which disconnects him from the fight, making it still in the favor of ONIC G with the 3 versus 2 at the moment. Let's see if they can break in.
It's the only place they can go.
Anjir, kayaknya pasti keluar flash tuh kan bener. Ya Allah ya.
Banyak kill. Mampus.
Tapi ya, keluar dari flash itu emang susah dah. Yang tadi gue bilang flash and crosshair. Waktu kan? Aduh, tanggal mati dong. Aduh. Enggak. Mati ini sekarang.
Untung nge-plan.
Mati.
Jik-takel.
To try and support, they have to clear NC Slasher. Very, very low here, but that's that cross. There's that spot, and he's got it. Found it. Disco now knows exactly where this member is of Severine. He's held the cross, and Shiro, he's got the job done. A 3v5 for ONIC G.
The patience as well after being met with the null command from IDW to fall back, make sure there's no overextension from the Order members, just reset internally and then go back at it for the execution over to the A side. A perfect mid-flank cutoff as well with the Lurker and Severine sitting there. But man, a couple of whiff shots as well, all things considered, from the Order members. Can technically make things a little bit easier for ONIC G, right? The Blade Storm misses out from Ronsky. RDW's flash drive as well. Yes, it was a beautiful flash, but unfortunately, he couldn't convert that into the frags.
And they've got nothing now. Just a tour de force from Disco. He's going to activate that one. Where will he take it? That's the question. It looks like he's sent straight down towards mid. So he's looking through those doors. He's got info already, but Elmi Moore and Monyet, he's just going to be going straight through. Look at this rat. Look at this going straight into Akemoto.
And Ronsky just revealed as well a secondary pop-up on the location, but the plane's missing. NC Slasher is there to assist. But Disco now with the tour de force. Everything is still heavily slanted over towards ONIC G to try and close this round down.
nggak disadar itu double door-nya masuk ya bro.
Coming in from a different
sadar deh.
location behind the wall. A pop through and as well. But now it's all on to the captain, the leader in charge for Order.
Itu dia bisa nge-defuse gak sih di belakang?
Nah, dia plannya arah CT.
As well, and you know they're just going to play protective right
Yeah.
now. More, this is a 2-4 shot, however, and Texter is very narrow focused on this duel. A 1 versus 1, knows exactly where Monyet is playing from, sees his head, takes the flag, and Texter comes in with the clutch.
For anyone watching along at home, do you know how challenging it is to not only IGL, not only play controller, but be this much of a god at the game? The man has been all around the
Yang di belakang tuh yang susah dah, sumpah abang gua.
Mesti sabar, nembak yang kayak gitu mesti sabar.
Kayak yang yakin aja kan.
Iya.
Yang
pasti aja.
Adrenalin sih menurut gue.
Kok enggak ya, dia pengen ini sih biar nggak kalah respon gitu. Tapi kita ngeliatnya kayak rada sayang gitu jadinya.
Really feeling if you're ONIC G at the moment, these rounds where you've got such an advantage that you are falling over, and now into the fresh round where you've essentially gone in for a bit of a half buy, yeah, for sure, but you have lost the opening pick in the first 10 seconds.
Anjir, PO-nya di knife dong. Knife-nya udah dipakai ya?
Dia 1HP. Mampus.
Dua orang ada stuck ya.
Wah, ditembusin. Waduh.
Keeps his focus, keeps his composure, but it all goes back to the captain in the 1v2 here again. ONIC G forcing them backs up against the wall, that pressure, spotting out the shoulder, Shiro on the line, but now he has to
Nice.
Will be Shiro the sniper to shut down the captain of Texter, and around goes straight back for ONIC G.
Stolen, the operator, out of the hands of a dead Disco right now as well, and you could just see a couple of missed shots from him could have been key for bringing the round back over towards Order, but for ONIC G, you're exactly correct in the mention that they hadn't really wrestled with the fact of the B side here, getting into Order quickly, overwhelming Order with sheer numbers, and even though it was those lesser weapons that I did mention, and the fact that they lost the first pick in that round, Elmi Moore out of the equation, they're still able to break it down, steal the guns and close it.
That was the first round where we really saw ONIC feel the, Order feel the pressure. ONIC applied it, they fall straight in towards B, that's where they found the first round, that's where now they found the third round, so that's where we do need to start to see a little
Mampus, banyakin miss terus.
Si Disco dari tadi nggak miss mulu anjir. Padahal nggak lihat loh. Dua
kali deh gitu.
They're setting their sights straight onto B again, Komodo. This is where they did manage to get it last, and a wallbang shot onto people from Elmi. More fighting that round towards Elbow. Now he has to use that rendezvous to get out. Text the reposition. Oh no, the timing was perfect from Elmi. The pieces have been dropped. The puzzle has been dropped, and RDW should be able to hear this rotation. If he can drop down the rope, it might be enough time.
Yeah, a 1 versus 4 though is always going to be a strugglesome thing. A single flash, for sure, but as soon as his position is revealed, he could try to do everything. He could find the timing. They're not looking at him at the moment, maybe expecting that Elmi Moore is watching this flank. There's the first one, doesn't know there's a second player over at Pyramids, does now. Serene tucked in toward the bricks, that's going to have to be destroyed or revealed, and that's unfortunate.
It's always those moments where you kind of want to see the highlight play, irrespective of who it is, but he definitely had the right position. If you saw the other side of Pyramids,
let's go,
ONIC G locking it down.
Yeah, and the thing about that as well, Order again trying to push this directive of going fast, right?
Banyakin pegang botol Yakult kata Ardiu.
Even though that the operator shot was gone over toward him, he still continued to essentially push toward their spawn through the other side of the cave, B main rather, past Elbow, taking a duel that these two players falls over very quickly.
The comms were quick, that's what I feel like, right? The second that he knew that he was making his way past that window, Disco here, it does happen to the best of us. Ronsky also found a nice shot, but Elmi Moore in that round was pivotal, I do believe, in his rotative position. Instead of going and trying to find the fight to RDW, he instead wraps around, tries to join his team towards those double doors, and now Coach Dick Stacey has likely called this pause. It's a perfect time to settle the medal and time out and relax to work out what exactly is going on. We do obviously have the marshals and the sheriffs picked up here, and this is really really that, I guess, the last couple of rounds was that swing round for ONIC G, where they can really get that momentum back.
Yeah, and of course, coming into this, it's the opening map of the series. ONIC G's first showcase here in the LCQ. They, got the little path over into the second part of the bracket. But for Order, we saw the opening map yesterday, and the fact that it was a 2-0 should give them some bold confidence coming in toward this series. And look, 5 rounds on the defensive side already on this map is good, right? It is a great start, but they want to be chasing more. And the problem now is the fact that ONIC are getting very, very close, right? Knocking on their door. It's an eco round for Order right now, so it probably will tend in towards an equalization, 5 apiece. And then we might be selling a bit of a story where ONIC G can take the lead.
Yeah. They take the lead on the attacking side. That's where we really start to throw caution to the wind, I guess. We look at this veto and it was like, okay, Order have actually got a really, really solid one. But look at this rotation straight in. They've got a read. They've got something. But it's not the correct read. It does seem. Spike still dropped. Look at this lurk now. The rotation and wrap back to B. Order are nowhere to be found.
So this is one of the things, right? With Order being so aggressive time and time again, the fact that ONIC G aren't seeing them immediately means that something's up, right? Means that there's a different plan that Order have gone in with. And now that Tex has been taken down to 1 HP in mid, ONIC G have been presented with a bunch of information and knowledge they can work with.
No info either. Gains. RDW throwing down that 0 point. He is creeping into the position now. He's actually just tagging one, so he's going to lock onto that line. Severin already has made his way through. It's going to be awkward, going to be tough on Yet with the pick, and that's going to be the pick going down as well. So it should be a nice and easy walk in towards B for ONIC G.
Ada yang
side as well to contest this at the moment. Ronsky only has this Marshal. Meanwhile, Tex did fall over toward the operator of Elmi Moore. So things are coming up hunky-dory in this round for ONIC G. They even might be able to finish this one off, holding every single gun into the next round. But Ronsky has crept up, NC Slasher using a bit of his utility. And yeah, for sure, some trades are here, but the round essentially is done and dusted. Maple lurking in the pit, seeing what he can find, and it's actually going to be the Viper player in Severin. Maybe even a second on someone yet, but he does narrowly escape. Damage is the name of the game in this round, of course, but for 5v5 is what we're going to be seeing.
Well done from Nonyet. Just consistent, keeping their eyes on him, sort of dashing around, making it really awkward, changing positions rapidly, and very much throwing the kitchen sink at Order in these last couple of rounds, right? ONIC G, they've woken up, and it started what was looking really strong for Order, and that's where exactly I mean, right? You can't just rely on this sort of initial burst of life. It has to be consistent. It has to drag all the way through.
Kasus Bani kemarin di itu ya, di warning ya,
fantastic attacking side on Breeze. ONIC G, I'm sure their defense is going to look disgustingly good. Monyet likely to pick up that operator, Elmi Moore continuing to do the exact same thing, and overall it does appear that all teammates are doing their part.
And you talk about a defensive side for ONIC G as well, 57% win rate over on those defensive rounds is quite close, right? It's nothing, I feel like over 60% is generally something that's really good anyways, but 57, it's getting close, and for the flip of that for Order, they're on the defensive side, they need more right now. They're doing a good job of containing over towards this B side at the moment, but there are the frags starting to flow on through from ONIC.
Yeah, straight away, they've lost the 2 defending members, and now that means that slow walk creep on the rotation. B side has been absolutely everything here for ONIC G. There's a leak and they have been able to apply. Ronsky looking the absolute wrong way. Elmi Moore
kirim 2 orang bisa masuk setnya
anjir. Maple RDW taking it to the next round. I wonder sort of what happened in that timeout. Again, it's just only been that B side. It's been squeaky clean for Order, but ONIC G just have been able to break straight through.
That's the thing, right? ONIC G have now realized what the gaps and what the flaws are for Order's defensive side right now.
Didn't take them
long. And they're abusing it.
Yeah, didn't take them long at all.
The only thing and the only question that I am kind of wondering now is you've got one more round on this attacker side, and then things switch over.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really concerning here for Order. They are going to be able to save those rifles, which is an important thing here. A little bit shaky there for Maple. But overall, nicely done. I've got to admit, ONIC G have very much impressed me here to be able to have that consideration and clean up shot. Basically, Maple does drop in the end. So it's going to be only RDW. What's the cash look like? There's going to be a couple of scrappy positions, but what we haven't seen is maybe a little bit more forward thinking. It's almost like they've left Elbow completely open these last couple of rounds. Order.
Yeah, the last couple of rounds, right? We saw Disco trying to push down there a little bit earlier.
He was getting all the control at the start.
Exactly, but the problem is with that control, not so much an overextension, but not able to capitalize on an opening frag.
They definitely have to get that back. It's going to be Ronsky down to only the Bladestorm and Disco picking up the Guardian. So it's a bit of a scrappy looking round here from Order to close out the half.
I'm kind of wondering because he's got $2,500 spare. And
luar.
Colong nih emang
But
harganya.
regardless, he's running down mid, so we'll see
Luar.
what he can do. Removing themselves from the
Astaga, siapa lagi nih? Thank you someone. Bisa-bisanya lo, astaga. Ivan, siapa tuh Ivan?
Still yet to be brought back to life here.
Nah.
Disco.
Oh, di bed gitu ya ini.
Slasher and ultimately it's
Ada
ONIC
suara
G with
tackle
a
masuk, Cok.
decimation on the return. 7 to 5 in
Suara
the
tackle
half.
bocor.
They're looking
Kan tackle bilang apa?
They switch onto the favored defensive of
Iya,
Breeze.
tackle ngomong
you'd
kayak
expect them
di
to be
bed
pretty
itu
happy
anjir,
with a
hahaha
7-5
gitu.
scoreline.
Itu gua.
Specifically in the fact that they lost that second round
gua,
to
nah,
Owen.
Owen.
Goblok.
4 in a row. Order starting to feel
Gua
pretty
habis
comfortable
makan.
with how they're playing on the defensive side.
Nafsi ngablu sumpah.
Just a little bit to go, right? ONIC G are realizing exactly what they need
Suara Owen
to
tuh
do
gua
to break down the
kecilin.
defenses of Order. It was those
Jadi kayak
beasts
Bisa
ngablu
dibilang
suara
tackle
Owen,
loh.
guys.
rapidly.
Iya kan?
Kind of
Suara
steered
kayak
the
tackle
ship
kan
in
demi
toward the
sumpah.
what they
Suara
wanted
kayak tackle
to play.
ngomong.
Just trying to
Parah
think.
suara gua
What do we
dikecilin.
need? It's got to be a bit of a change up.
Enggak, si
here.
tackle tuh di dalam Discord kita kayaknya.
If ONIC G can take that
Iya.
pacing that they have held into the next half, it's going to be really scary. It's going to be
Enggak,
really
sumpah
dicey.
suara kayak
right?
tackle demi
Winning
Allah.
that pistol round
Banyak
will
yang
certainly change
sekilas
everything.
Cok tuh.
Order have been plagued with losing these pistol rounds in the past, right? Quite commonly we would see them, win a series without picking up a single or just that one pistol. But yeah, look, it just felt like there was
Tombol giveaway
holes in
masih
those
ada enggak
defenses, right?
ditutup.
And Breeze is a
Paling
map where you
ntar
can take that
di end stream gua ada
early
lagi
real estate,
yang
push
dari
yourself in
netbook.
and kind of lock down, and then allow the rest of the maps to be
Ya
sort of
bener
spaced
kan,
out.
And I think that was one of the contributing factors that helped Order in their match against Fancy United yesterday, was the fact that they won 3 out of 4 pistol rounds and they were able to have a good showcase after those pistol rounds. So
Their
the
early
fact,
round aggression was good too.
correct. So the fact that they dropped the pistol round first here, I think this is a null and void
You're
case
gonna
because they
have
get that second round. But this is going to be the time now that if they don't get this pistol round, you start to see the blooming of ONIC's defensive side. You start to see it maybe get a little bit too far forward, and Order have to contemplate, all right, how do we really get back into this one? Because remember, this was their map pick, so they were feeling very comfortable to take ONIC G on Breeze.
Was the map that Fancy United banned out against them, right? They've done their research. This
Nih,
was
ini
the
kalau
one
menang
that
ketemu
came out
siapa ya?
absolutely swinging, 13-4 against Oasis in the last stage of VCT. So it's a very big statement for ONIC to look strong at this one, and I know they've fought off
Boom ya?
against like
Iya nggak sih?
Xerxia and stuff in the past.
Iya,
They've
Boom.
certainly got better
Iya
practice
kan,
when it
ketemu
comes
Boom
to who they get to scrim, who they get to play officials against on the regular. But now
Dia
they
Indo lawan
they
Indo
get
dong.
to get straight out onto this A site. There is 3 members ready, but they have been spotted, located.
Antara
quick,
Whoa.
spike drop by Monyet.
A big reveal from Shiro's
nice.
recon dart as well.
Sudah
And he's still
dapat
got a
loh.
shocky that he can throw on through. That
Oh,
does
mampus
land
sakit.
on Ronski and
Anjing,
Tesla,
aduh.
but Ronski says
Dia
no
juga
to that.
sakit,
But
Cok,
I have
anjir.
a feeling that ONIC G is not going to be able to land on
Classic.
this A site. And you want to
Nice.
know
Classic
the
Z
rest
emang
of
the
boys
best,
in Order
cuy.
weren't there to help the guys at the pyramid.
Lucu,
They're
makin
all
tajam ya.
disconnected
Kau
at the
udahlah,
moment.
udahlah.
It's only on to
Terus,
RDW in the 1 versus 4. The battle is won against Severine. This is where you would expect him to
Anjing
lose his
tackle.
life, and he will indeed.
Bisa berdiri udah kayak
A bit unlucky
patung
there,
gitu
I
di atas.
suppose, but it's that hesitation once
Dia
more.
bener ya?
You've got Ronski first on site. He gets a great swing, great shot, but then you see Severine make his way back through the
ONIC
doors. And he's
versus Boom,
15-10
gila seru
on
banget.
this
Berarti
Viper
besok
right now.
ya?
To be able to do that with the
Tapi
classic
sayang
at
Indo
that
lawan
long
Indo
distance,
ya.
being able to just pot shot, like really
Nggak sayang
not
lah,
feeling
kan
any
Tiki
pressure,
Indo.
not feeling the
Pasti
contest.
ketemu
Yes.
sih
That's
semuanya.
kind of
Soalnya cuma satu yang
what's
diambil.
always plagued Order, right? When they're not moving as that unit, they're constantly watching each other's backs. They're
Nggak
fighting.
pada PAE
That's
nggak?
something
Nggak,
that doesn't
kayaknya
quite commonly
Bang.
happen back in Oceania, right? Teams are too cautious. Teams are
Kalau
always
nggak
pretty
ketemu
regular
Indo,
to just sort of
berarti
sit back on
ada
those
yang
sites
keluar.
and not kind of hold W into your spawn, right?
Yep.
Throw
Wah,
that out the
Severin
window in
gede nih
APAC.
accessnya
That
nih kayaknya.
always happens and you've got to be ready for it, but I feel like Order are overthinking it.
Oh, look, potentially so. They've got the game plan that they're going in with, and now with the classics, we'll see if they can do what they did in the first half.
Ya Allah, ya Allah.
A little bit of an interest over towards
ya.
the B site at the
Kaget ya,
moment.
kaget
We've already got the
aja.
shifts from ONIC G starting to come over here as well. Severine pitching himself up a 10 at the Archers.
Itu Ronski di
Might
depan
also
double
see
door ya.
Slasher that did just get the reveal on the guiding light for the information. That will have expired usually for
Anjir
now.
dapet situ gak?
Much more chill. Just waiting to see if anything does get thrown out. Some info off the back of that guiding light, but it's going to be orb farming game again for RDW. Already very, very close to that null command.
I like the fact that Ronski's kind of on an island by himself as well, down mid, right? He's playing that lurker role, making sure that no one's coming through the doors for that rotation at the moment before the rest of his squad try an assault in towards the B side.
They've got the spot. Info off the back of that guiding light once more. It's going to be Disco.
Waduh,
Can he
tackle.
find the shot?
Oh,
No,
untung
unfortunately
aja.
not. NC Slasher
Itu
a little bit
harusnya
too quick.
si
Managed to
monyet
destroy
anjir
the
yang
down,
nembakin
get
record
dropped
sebenarnya.
very, very quickly. Monyet
Kok kena timing
gets
anjir
tagged
tackle.
up, falls back, but in good position. This is now where you mentioned Ronski pops the tailwind.
Gila Bronski yang
Where's he
jadi
gonna go
lurker
with
cuy.
it? Shiro should be able to spot him. No, he's walking
Colong
completely
ya sama
underneath.
Shiro
He's
nih.
tucked the bun, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Dark's
did
going to get the
icon.
reveal. He can't escape that
Yeah.
one. And now the rest of ONIC G finding the members all across the site. A flawless round in the end. A bit of chip damage, yes, for sure.
Fantastic stuff from Shiro, you know, to be able to utilize that that recon bolt to check out the info to see that he did actually slip underneath him, made Ronski panic a little bit, had to look the other way. But look, you throw that round out the window for now, just that classic eco. We've seen him win a couple, but realistically, that's how a round like that should have gone. ONIC G play it clean, ONIC G play it together, and they close out a round as well. So they have really extended themselves forward now, Komodo 9-5 in this opening map.
And now into the bonus round as well, right? It comes down to that research factor for ONIC G. What do they think that order are going to be
What?
throwing them in rounds such as this? You can look
Ada.
towards the
Jam
scoreboard.
8.
You can see that RDW is
Kalian
one
kok
away
nonton
from the
AE?
null command. It
Cukup
could
sih.
be a very viable ultimate to gain entry in toward one of these sites, make it a little bit easier. We've seen a lot of reconnaissance from Shiro yield reward, but for right now, they're changing it up as well. It's ONIC G getting aggressive on this defensive side. And look how much space they've already
Dua
found
orang
down
udah
through
dapet
this.
Bos.
Triple opener from Elmi Moore. Ronski's
Tapi
done.
nggak ada yang rotate tapi.
Done and dusted. Again, Ronski lurk punished early, and that's what these teams have been doing so well.
Kedengeran dong
You
Shiro
know,
dong.
keeping him out of the server, keeping him kind of on a leash
Dor.
as best as possible, and not
Ketahuan
allowing
gitu
him
ya.
that free reign that we did get to
Viper-nya.
see on Oasis with those aggressive
Viper.
B-side takes.
Waduh, mati ini.
Tahu dah, si Takal tahu dah itu.
Waduh, untung
ada
TP.
TP.
Ya Allah, TP di situ tapi
There's a little bit more space here, and Texter, fantastic spot.
Anjing, tackle jauh sih muternya.
Very wise to rotate back out.
Texter needs to make sure he's not too narrow focused on this
Di
little
flash
work play
nih.
right now. He needs to be able to
Busuk.
assist his team, or maybe not if RDW.
Makan tuh tembak jet.
Tapi 1 HP anjir itu darahnya.
Around with the
Dua
rest of
lagi.
his squad coming in.
Ditembusin di-
Ya Allah, itu tembusin bisa nembus gak ya?
Tembus, tembus.
Oh,
That's
tembusin ya Merdi weh.
exactly right. Keep him
Nggak
here
tahu dia.
for the players to come through.
Ya Allah,
from
pakai
the flank
utility
at the
nggak?
moment, and now that's exactly where everything's going to start to have
Dia nggak tahu
happen.
juga kayaknya kalau
Joined the
si
party
itu dia
here,
lo.
and so has Shiro and Severine. This is
Pinnable,
where
coy.
things look a little
Gila,
bit more
Ucil sakit
dangerous
banget,
for
anjir.
Order.
Eh,
as
Ucil
the hunt
sakit
is
banget sekarang.
certainly on from
Pinnable.
Shiro.
Sakit sekarang.
Pre-fire
Aduh.
denied.
Dia rajin
And it's all
rajin
on
gak jadi
Severine.
rajin
Taking
grinding.
him down.
Lot of
Aduh.
pressure down
Ente
to IDW's
Shiro.
positioning right
Tapi
now.
di
You know,
mana
we see
tiba-tiba mati,
Monyet
Cuk.
just doing something so simple
Itu
as
Shiro
keeping
kalau
his
bisa
focus,
bunuh,
because the
enak,
way
anjir.
that they were rotating
Itu
in
Taka
through
mati di
mid,
mana,
they were
Cuk?
trying to get through Link and ultimately then wrap around and isolate RDW into that
Taka
position.
tiba-tiba
And
hilang lah,
Tackle
perasaan
itu
baru lari.
kena lurk sama Viper.
Got the frag and then now was able to
Iya.
Dia lagi
Oh,
lagi
dia
doggy
mid ya?
di
to have it
tunnel.
go
Ya.
down to
Ya,
just
ntar gue
doggy di
tanya
tunnel.
Takel deh.
that bonus is a little rough, I got to admit.
Yeah, and in the
Tackle
end as
gimana,
well, as
anjir?
far as you're
Dia doggy
happy
di
with
tunnel tuh.
damage, you know, for ONIC G,
iya,
right?
iya, iya.
4 frags they're able to find in the end in that one, and
Kena lurk.
makes this next round look a little bit more shaky for Order. You got light shields for
Bener,
one of the
Shiro
members.
itu
Disco is down
nge-push
on
dia.
towards
Karena dikejar waktu juga kan.
Gila, Hage kena molly
help me out
gak.
here, I'm actually forgetting the word of this gun. Regardless,
Anjing ditembak terus tuh.
Kakak terlalu maksain.
onto NC Slasher, and again Monyet is trying to hide
kok bau
in amongst one of
gini.
his own cloud
Kakak
bursts, but
terlalu
this
maksain.
pressure again
Waduh,
building Order,
apes,
changing pace,
apes.
going a little
Lagi
bit
mau
beneran
nge-drone,
mid,
tiba-tiba langsung
to give
cancel.
themselves this advantage.
Doesn't always
Busuk.
need that Spectre, pulls out the Headhunter, gets one before he's traded, and it's now that
kedengeran nggak sih?
advantage, as you
Enggak,
mentioned.
enggak kedengeran.
ONIC G
Iya, orang CT nggak denger ya?
waiting patiently.
Denger itu,
Enggak,
Ucil liat tuh.
Towards the tube here now.
Gerakannya.
Texter.
Oh enggak ya, ya.
Dia ngecek
Oh
sama
denger
orang
kan,
lain.
bener.
The wrong way at the wrong time, and now he's punished, and this should give info straight away as to
Maple has the
exactly
spike.
where they're
Karena
going.
ada
Maple
satu
does
orang
have the
limit.
spike. He's very, very forward, and surely he's got to go for the call. He's got to get the information shortly, because look at Shiro repositioning into the spot. Elmi Moore
Bikin
also going to
galau
up and
tuh.
down those rendezvous as Spike does get.
Wow.
Oh, gila, Ucil.
Now
Gila,
2v3, still
Sakit
very,
banget
very
anjing.
awkward here. RDW does get to destroy that recon bolt, but already he's been
Mati nih,
spotted.
mampus.
They have the info. There's the shock
Mampus
dart.
lu.
Shiro, a 3k, a
Mampus.
monstrous round again from the Sova here.
Ayo,
It's the impact
overthinking
man,
lu.
and now all of the
Mampus.
Maple
Oh,
more damage
mampus.
again from Shiro, and now they're going to be
Diturun.
looking again. They're going to be 3
Gila,
on 1.
Ucil.
Again,
Gila,
you win a
itu top fraksi
3v1,
ya,
lose a bunch of 1v3s, and there we go. ONIC
banget.
G, double digits here, and Order have certainly
Dia
got
lagi megang pisau ya tadi ya.
on their pocket pick a breeze.
A very big problem posed by ONIC G there as well, with the fact that they had 3 angles of retake to come in through. One through toward the caves, one through the doors, and one over towards the bridge. bridge as well. 3 angles that any one of the members on ONIC G could have found the opening frag. It just so happens to be Severine over toward the caves, and that just steers so much focus away from the actual site where the rest of his teammates can then come from. And he had already repositioned over toward mid doors I just absolutely love that round from Shiro. You know, to be able to push straight into the hall is just insane kind of awareness. You know, you kind of know there's clearly comms that the team has moving around the map accordingly.
Kenapa jadi meperin
spots back, gets the flank, and then to be able to reposition and do all that damage with the surge utility as well is massive. But Elmi Moore keeping a spot on the Texstar does get a little bit of damage, but how are they going to go? They are arching in, they are moving accordingly, but there's 3 members here, Komodo, of ONIC G trying to lock this one down, and they're still splitting accordingly. Ronsky has started to fall back, and look, RDW is still waiting, so maybe it might not end on B.
Oh,
ONIC G are really happy to play 3 players at B. They're really happy to play off of the A side and go in for a
nice
showcase. They can do that a lot, and this is exactly why you've got numbers on the B side, and you can really look to lock it down. NC Slasher finds 2. Remember, it is just the Sheriffs and that Marshal to come in for order in this round, but that means that ONIC would find their 11th if they're able to close this one. 50 seconds to go.
Banyakin mundur-mundur ya.
And for Ronsky and RDW, I feel like the time is nigh. RDW's in their spawn, but you've already got Shiro looking for that one. He's found his number at 145, King 1. RDW will finish it off, but now he's the lone soldier. He would need an ace here, Conky. 2/5 of the way.
30 seconds left.
Speknya jatuh. Where's he gonna go with it? Looks like he might actually try and save out this Vandal potentially, or
let's go Sep.
Once again, the analysis that I can make is the way that Order, you know, they kind of just feel like they're one step behind. You know, ONIC G have always kind of had the over-positioning. They're able to adapt to the space really, really well. And Breeze is a map where you can kind of cut past each other, right? You know, knifing through mid, getting into nest, clearing around that way accordingly. RDW needs to go down. He needs to go down quick. He might actually go down after time here, Komodo. I think he will. Was that just? I can't tell. We'll have to see when the cash pops up, but yeah, again, it's just really, really odd from Order. You got 3 members ready to burst through the lane and get straight into that B side, but the other 2 are just kind of so far away and waiting for that flank.
Yeah,
the flank's not coming.
And you know,
Adionya pakai chamber baru ngeri nih.
12th round, so it makes it more of a
pakai
dangerous
chamber.
territory now than ever
Nembak
for Order to
headhunter
get back into this game, right? We haven't really seen too much from them after their stint of 4 rounds in the very beginning. It almost feels like the other 2, yeah, for sure, but for ONIC G, they've really found their footing in this.
Kemarin juga nggak dikasih chamber.
Itu soalnya fleksibel. Di diskonya nggak bisa agent initiator.
Yeah, he's just gonna feel confident right now, straight into Order. He's already pushed the Order members back. Ronsky wants a bit of a biff right now. The shots are starting to come on through in the cloudburst. Yet he's going to get there's now 3 members over towards this A side, and he has to fall back.
Coming out of Blades very, very quickly. Tunnel vision into position. Maple though makes quick work of NC Slasher.
Satu kunai aja kocak.
Try and find a shot. They are rotating away, and potentially, hopefully, he can find something there accordingly. But that Viper's Pit already down on towards that side by Severine. So it's going to be really, really challenging to make their way through accordingly. You know, maybe they'll spot that information and move accordingly, but because of that pit, because of that positioning, they've got that full lean over towards A.
Kunai doang nih.
Ya
Allah.
Ya Allah, dia nembak pakai kunai. Kunai tinggal 1 buat nembak alarm bot cuy.
They have to get into this B site and contest this pit very quickly to stay alive. He can get them from behind, and the rest of the ONIC members can go over towards the archers.
Ini dong. Dapat nih Ucil.
Banyakin, hancurin trap pakai kunai, nggak ada senjata kan?
Jadi nyari Ucil.
All these rounds, like constantly catching Order from the back, from behind, like, you know, Order are overthinking themselves. They're trying to get themselves into quote-unquote flank positions. Maybe we'll be able to get through somewhere.
Cuma dia mau apa? Nggak mungkin right click bunuh 2, nggak mungkin. Mundur lagi.
Getting the info. There's one yet to drop Ronsky.
Mundur lagi, aduh.
He's going to have to pull off the
jarak dekat aja susah bunuhnya.
And they are starting to look. There is a tap onto the defuse.
Aman ini.
It's going to be RDW doing some
aman ini. Nah.
Masih ada Ucil, aman.
Di close range saja tuh.
Essentially all the individual jewels that ONIC are finding themselves in there. The Order members weren't even really looking at them, right?
Ini malah mundur.
Malah mundur.
That's the way they're able to find that, and that's the ultimate territory I was talking about, right?
Tujuan dia mundur apa dah?
Means that it is so much more difficult for a team like ONIC to be able to clear it. They don't
headset
have
iPhone
too much
juga kan?
utility to be able to use over at B, because when that pick goes down, they're already structured over toward the A side for their initial engagements anyway. But things just go a little bit more awkward. They lose the opening picks, they lose the information. ONIC G are starting to really build this repertoire of info around the map, and then it's just really easy to close it from there. So for 6 rounds in a row, that is the task for Order right now to get us
dia
in
mundur
towards
takut dari
overtime.
window, tapi
And it looks like a quick one to beat.
Yeah, it's gonna be. So this could be a
Ayo, Ras.
end or a continued game here. Monyet
Oh,
pushing through but
aduh.
punished. It's gonna be
Padahal
Ronski to get
Phantom
that
tuh.
open, but a
Nice.
great response here from MC Slasher. Look at him
Nice,
going.
Takel.
Nice.
Let's go. Disco lagi enggak.
Disco menang gua botak.
Performance from ONIC G. And it's Disco, the
Baca
man who I was
anjing,
saying his
bohong,
name
sampai
so
bohong
many
apa lu?
times early in this
Serius,
series.
gua storyin nih.
Disco
Gua menang gua botak.
But unfortunately, the tour de force, unfortunately.
Lu head antara miss apalagi pakai
Maybe a cyclist in a former life, but this time he might be crashing and burning into the round as they lock down everything.
Wah, timing anjing.
ONIC G.
Aman
To find his
ini.
position, and you've got so
Di
many
sini,
different angles that you can go
Dia
together
bunuh
as a
satu
team
juga
for
bisa
these
kepret
double
sama
swings.
Iya,
Now
aman.
just
Udah
getting
pirit
into the
terus,
line of sight
pirit.
of Shiro, finds him, but actually
Pirit,
out
banyakin
there as well.
pirit.
And
Nggak jadi,
that is
Bot.
ONIC G stealing their map pick,
Nggak mungkin.
their opponent's map
Gila,
pick
bisa
rather.
nonton.
Disco,
Nonton.
aimnya biasa aja cuy.
Nonton.
Aimnya biasa aja, orangnya apa?
ONIC
Nggak
G
terlalu
going into their map
perih.
next. Order have some work to do.
Kalau Arju baru.
Kalau
Kalau Arju tadi tuh yang di elbow udah bunuh banyak dia.
Sayang banget dia ngelepasin
Disco.
dia chamber.
Tidur aja. Banyakin disco.
Oh my god, kan ini nggak mau nobar bareng kita ya?
Banyakin disco. Hah? Apa ya?
Nonton, iya, mulut gue udah nyabu, cu. Ntar. Ini kan gak sakit. Ntar ya.
Sayang banget tapi RDU nggak dikasih chamber tuh.
Oh, ini chamber yang barusan ya? Enggak sih, nggak mungkin kehitung gitu kayaknya.
Mbak pengen pakai resident
Langsung ya? Langsung kehitung 8-15. Oh iya deh, bener deh. Ini yang barusan. Anjir, dia baru pertama kali pakai chamber kah? What the fuck? Dikasih? Dengan Ronski anjir. Mendingan Ronski lah. Si Ronski masih ini. Dikasih.
Paling GG sih RDU sih tapi.
Severin baru map 1 coy, baru map 1.
Gila top flag tuh Severin 23 23-12. GG.
Kan baru sekali, baru satu map, kocak santai aja.
Oke.
Cepet ini game. Web 2 jadi 400 tadi. Terus diganti Bang Kaca, aku sedih. Saya lu sedih-sedih lu. Saya sedih-sedih.
Match found.
Aduh, takut ke spill nih, ada yang latihan. Takut ke spill cuy.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Dari Phantom. Ada Phantom guys. Pandal.
Ini pas qualifier RD pakai smoker loh. Gila, disuruh fleksibel banget nih RD.
Kena klik apa?
Where are we going this time?
Apa yang diklip? Hah?
Fight. Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Ya ampun. Bisa double ding. Niku anjing nih.
Sage killed.
Ya Allah, ditungguin nggak? Dari Phantom auto headshot ya. Kenapa sih map ini dijadiin tempat DM? Lebar banget anjir. Susah banget ketemu orang. Baru ke 5 orang udah 12.
Nature girl down. Sage killed.
Bisa ada orang naik kali. Lain, oh.
Dominating.
Aduh, di bawah ternyata. Match customnya sama kayak Glim. Siapa Glim? Si jago.
Finish. Got 3.
Bisa gak kena? Glim siapa Glim?
Nature girl down.
Kalau pada nyari nyapa.
That's done.
Ten kills remaining.
Ya Allah. Ya Allah.
5 kills remaining.
Aim tuh.
Dominating.
One down. The eyes are down.
1 kill remaining.
Nature girl
Ini
down.
udah 1 kill lagi aja tuh.
Got 3. Now 4. Got 1.
Ya ampun, mati sama orang yang. Ya boleh ya? Belum ya? Belum ya? Aman ya? Dari 2-0 kah? Ya anjir juicy. Wah, ada yang ke-spill nih. Aduh, takut ke-spill nih. Spec crush, Bang. Spec crush, kelamaan ah. Lama gak sih spec crush? Ini harus menang dulu nih, first win of the day nih. Kalau udah mulai kita AFK kali ya. Wih, Ibrahimovic sekarang jadi ini Valorant cuy. Ibrahimovic jadi ini.
Kaca.
Apa sih?
Cak.
Apa sih?
Kaca.
Apa sih yang manggil-manggil nih?
Kaca.
Apa?
Lagi ngapain, Cok?
Lagi nonton.
Lagi ngapain, bro? Oh, nonton apa? Gimana nih menurut lo game kedua siapa yang menang?
Apa? Onyx
game
dong.
Game kedua siapa yang menang? Oh, Onyx, oke.
Onyx dong.
Wah, Asen nih gimana nih menurut lo? Asen gimana nih? Kayak
Apa? Asen?
Gimana nih menurut lo nih Asen nih kayak gimana nih? Oh, Esen nih, Onyx nih. Wah, gila si monyet masih pakai jet gimana, Cok? Waduh. Jet kan udah nggak bisa dimainin lagi nih sebenarnya, ini udah jelek gitu kan, Cok. Udah di nerf ya, Cok. Iya kan?
Gak, lu kenapa?
Gak apa-apa, gue lagi menganalisis.
Aman ya?
Iya, lagi mencoba menganalisis.
Fokus.
Ada Wronski, ada RQ, oh dia pakai Duni Shaper tuh, ya kan? Si Wronski masih pakai Jeff. Gak ada chamber mereka, oh my god.
Oh lol.
Terus
NC slash up. Classic on
NC Slasher pakai
of course, you know, making sure we do see those KOs come back to regularity much more, and you know, Elmi Moore had a really big run on that chamber in the previous map. Will we see it again? But all of it is going to really sort of run down to that pistol round and seeing what strengths can come through.
Ada yang
have the tailwind yet to be popped. The Nebula
sompral.
that info. They've already actually looked for the fight to try and get in here. Paranoia is great.
Goblok ya kaca ya, gue lagi mencoba pengalian isu sama dia di ini lagi.
And it's going to be Elmi Moore to find Wronski through the bloody wall.
Salah nih gue minta pertolongan kaca nih.
Gue gak ngomong apa-apa kocak.
Everything is starting to lean over towards the A site for ONIC G. RDW is going to have a bit of a field looking for the second.
Wah, katak bener-bener lo katak lo.
Aduh. Well, not dodge out the play, but he will be able to find a frag in the face and ding goes toward him as well, but that the damage.
Ya lu kok sendiri sih?
Aduh,
kok sendiri?
Dapat 2 nih kayaknya nih.
Kok sendiri sih?
Assist order, they're starting to really firmly get a grip on how this pistol round is now coming to an end, and it will come to an end with Texter.
Texter had a big round in the previous where there was that 3K sort of locking down the site solo, doing a lot, right? And I remember back to the previous map against Fancy United yesterday,
let's go, Nick.
holding it all down from that A main position on the Omen, and again the leader, he has so much on his mind, and to be able to kind of set that focus, and
gila ada 1-0 nih gimana nih? Oh tenang. Ini Iko nih pasti menang ini. Iko nih pasti menang.
Oke, dapat satu nih. Tolong nih.
But of course, as we said, ONIC G, they're the team with the
momentum. Meminta prowler, HG colong, dapat 1, dapat 2, masuk deh ya.
What we've seen in the series already. Are they going to be able to strike back here in this second? They picked up some sheriffs, so they're
aduh, kena pull Hagai.
Enggak, ada TP deh. Mampus kan Hagai dapat 1. No jinx di sini ya. Ada senjata tuh. Nah, gini baru. Ini baru. Awareness tuh, santai, chill, udah bunuh 1, santai. Udah dapat ke secure senjatanya, ya chill, bareng-bareng. Bareng aja nih.
Severin's now got the Spectre. And Monyet's going to be walking straight up short, so not really a whole lot of space being taken by Order. They have to go back up against the wall. It's only really Ronsky with that lean on the Marshall from the market now, spotting back towards Pizza. So he's just going to sit and lay pretty until he does get the call for the rotation. Actually back towards A, so maybe Texas got a little bit of a read here, potentially heard Monyet, who's up short.
And Elmi Moore left to gallivant around the B main area as well, but Texas
nice, nice.
Something, but if he gets flashed on through, it could get a little bit awkward. And Monyet's already there. Paranoia will force him away. And remember, he does have RDW here to assist him, but he's trying to take the challenge, trying to take the fight by himself. ONIC G, the B side, so they're peeled away towards this side. They're going to get a plan, and they've got a number advantage for the post.
All I'm going to say is like Elmi Moore is just so good, so sharp, like to be able to get those fine lines, utilizing the ADS of the Headhunter. He's found 2 picks basically for free. That was a position where there was almost no time left completely. Takes it off of his hands, did get the dink RDW with the trade. Texter has made his way into the side, but he's completely wrapped in. Here now, it's so awkward, so many angles to watch, and they're just walking straight down. It's a little bit shaky, but it's Severine.
Okay.
And Elmi Moore,
Dibales.
So apparently, we can do better in this one right now. It's a flip out from what we saw in the opening of Breeze, this time going into the way of ONIC G and Elmi Moore. I mean, it's exactly as you say, right? Very, very quick to find those frags with the Headhunter and even the Sheriff in close proximity. Order, they have a little bit of a discussion to have now to make sure that they are covering a lot of bases, to make sure that they're not losing these opening duels.
3-1v1 where Elmi Moore managed to make that start, right? The peek into B main, and then obviously getting the lurk.
Terbalaskan dengan Iko,
Disco, who was trying to jump back over towards that A side. The round wasn't done, and they were already trying to make too many decisions, so they completely changed up.
Oh, dia dua-dua Elis ya.
Towards tiles, and now there has been some damage done. Monyet, Severine, and Sasha all opening up, and it should be Monyet to find something else. It's going to be RDW at least for one.
Yep.
But that's a very quick punishing round here for ONIC G. They just smacked through. And even though they've been denied entry, they took it.
Gak ada sentinel ya? Iya
gak ada sentinel. Tidak. Dia gara-gara tadi main chamber langsung ini deh.
So look, it is what it is. It's a play to come out from Order. It didn't go away. They've got the guns now in towards this new round and all.
Gak ada sentinel.
But I am seeing territory of Ultimate starting to just be around the corner.
Amin
Elmi Moore,
bang,
Severine over on the side of ONIC G, one away from the Tour de Force and the Null Command each, which if
Enak
Elmi Moore
bang
is hitting all
Septian,
these shots that we have been seeing him hit, he
enak.
could do it even quicker with the Tour de Force. So I really do wonder how far forward ONIC G are going to be able to go on this attacker side. Now in this new round, they've already got complete control of B main.
Running that setup, very, very similar towards the A site, will be Order. The double up of RDW and Texter here. The Haunt will go over the top to spot some info, but again, Elmi Moore, he actually should be fine here. That's very, very big here. That might sort of prompt them to actually move into position accordingly. Look at the rotation already starting to head out.
Waduh, anjir, timingnya pas banget.
Now the fragment goes down, but he's been seized, he's been held, and that's going to make it really, really awkward as this decay does continue to go down. Dark cover will at least allow him some solace for now, but they're already starting to pull away. Great position from Elmi. He finds Maple. Elmi Moore. This guy is an absolute demon to this team. They just cannot get him. It's like swatting away a fly that just won't give up at this point in time. And now he's crept straight through on towards the side. Already all of this control. And he might even find another. He's happy to drop into these Nebulas here, Komodo. And he even might just find this extra pick. No, Ronsky maybe too far for Elmi Moore because they haven't got the spike through the site yet.
Severine's trying to sell somewhat of a fake over towards A. Ripping the Null by himself. Look at this. Texas already behind him right now. He just needs to inch on the discipline, but he found the frag, and with 20 seconds, he'll hear the footsteps of the rest of the ONIC G squadron coming over towards the tree room and trying to push on through. They have to contend with Texter. How much of a duel does he actually want to fight by himself here is the real question. 3 hostiles detected on that blade. Texter falls, but the transfer, and Ronsky's there for the closure.
There it is. Team dynamic as a unit. They go together. They push through the dark covers as a team. And the call has clearly been concise and perfect. They had 10 seconds left on that plant to get the spike down. And unfortunately, they could not quite find it. But again, Komodo, it's Texter to make those 1% plays, the position that he was able to take. He's just so far ahead of the game.
Oh, certainly does get electric inside the server and out the server doesn't, and around that order we're desperately wanting. And one of those things that I was kind of talking about as well, right, was the null command that was ripped by Severine there. There wasn't any other assistant utility that was really thrown in. So Order already hearing some footsteps around the B main location. They kind of already knew where ONIC G was sort of leaning towards in that round, but you still can't take just that information away, right? The round still has to be finished by those kills, and that's exactly what
it continues to be that massive problem where it's Elmi Moore who has just been able to completely rip apart so much that Order have been throwing. It's just the one thing, and they play all around of his control, right? You know, he's got the
dia lagi ngomongin, udah itu B, coba kita kontrol aja B-nya. Itu Elmi Moore tadi dibantuin buat ambil, habis itu mereka pada cabut. Clearin aja B-nya.
And then that's where they started to do it. So text that was him that made that 1% play, took the further info, because I believe he walked up short potentially there to be able to wrap around, find the flank, and then basically save RDW's life for long enough to get them back into the round. So 2-2, still plenty more Valorant ahead of us right now. And yeah, look, ONIC G have got a decent enough buy to sort of fight the fight back.
First couple of seconds in the round, both teams exercising the use of their 0 point, the Haunt as well to come out from Maple. So have to wait a bit for them to come on back, but already ONIC G pushing down to the depths of mid. Ronsky and Pizza is something that's going to be very interesting. As he does have his teammate Disco next to him over in the market, but a very slower paced round start for ONIC G. And Ronsky feels like he wants to be able to take a duel with the rest of his utility. The Paranoia, he spotted out exactly where Monyet is playing from as well. Maybe not. Shiro starting to get some action back, however. And now it's all the possibility for RDW stuck in the seas. Destruction of the Haunt now finds one in this round, but NC Slasher will come
ada Ucil, ada Ucil. Nice. Banyakin tuh jalan bareng. Itu tadi jalannya udah kayak catdog guys.
Nempel-nempel.
Sambil pegangan udah kayak catdog deh barusan.
ONIC G feel like an immovable object. They know exactly what Order's throwing at them. They're not the ones who are playing reactive by any means. You know, they're just relaxing and waiting for him to kind of like play out a script in their head, right? They know exactly how Order are doing it, and every single time they've just been prepared for it. So another massive round from Severine, who has just been impact round after impact round, whilst Monyet's still been quiet, right? Yeah. They haven't had to rely on him at all yet.
Just got these pistol round coming through from Order. It was one of the big tells against the game of Fancy United yesterday too, where if there's 40, 30, 20 seconds left, Order want to do something. They want to push, they want to get some information. That's kind of what happened in the previous round for Ronsky, right? He wanted some information, he wanted to go for a bit of a duel early on, and was taken out. So real unfortunate now with these pistols.
Ya Allah, itu mundir lagi, ya ampun. Yang satu kunainya udah kayak, wah itu bukan pisau kunai, pisau cutter anjing. Yang satu malah suicide anjir. Wah, banyakin mengawal.
Yang satu depresi, yang satu kunainya nggak masuk.
Ya ampun, banyakin.
Satunya anxiety tuh, dia depresi katanya. Aduh, gua depresi nih, bunuh diri aja lah.
Never really feeling the pressure, right? So when the pressure does come, when they end up versing some of these top tier teams, you know, ONIC, what, second seed in near the LCQ.
Di Odin, awan di Odin B-nya. Ini kalau dia udah nembak, dibalas nih sama si Haga ini. Dibalas sama Haga. Ya,
langsung low lu, mampus lu.
Coming in with the guns in this round.
Banyakin makin dading.
Holding one over at the B site. Nelmy Moore dancing around with his own as well, looking for the reversal wallbang through B main.
Gak berani lagi dia.
Very happy to play passive in the early stages here. Get a little bit of this mid
control. Odin Prime enak juga
suaranya. If they do want to, they know from all the history that it's Texter and RDW looking to be the ones to lock down the lines, which means they'll be.
Si Monyet itu dapat body kayak gitu pasti dia dapat dari Mei itu.
So setting themselves up will be really.
Pisau ke wine nih. Mana ya patokannya ya?
And in a couple of seconds,
ini kayaknya, ini apa enggak ya? Kanan apa kiri ya? Ya Allah, sampai kena dulu. Gila. Sampai kena dulu loh. Karena ini apa ini ya? Kiri apa kanannya? Ini kanan deh. Apa kiri ya? Sampai kena dulu. Ujung-ujungnya manual anjing.
Salah pula. Salah gak sih itu?
Salah lagi. Ya tapi tetap kena sih itu. Walaupun keluar map.
Nyadarnya itu di one.
Ya Allah.
Still somehow manages to find the one, and RDW is falling back. Are they sold yet on the fact that it is A? Now they know RDW.
Oh gila si botak kan.
2 kali.
Ini orang
Tiga kali
yet he is wanting to go for a fight early, potentially goes for a little bit of a spotter, but has to get that plant down.
Nggak wajar anjir.
On Elmi Moore to essentially maybe bail him out a little bit earlier. The Haunt to be destroyed. All the order members coming in from the heaven.
Nggak jadi.
Down to hell 6 feet under.
Aduh, relax.
Brings out the blades. And it will be a bit of a recovery here.
Udah kejepit soalnya.
To hurt everyone at home, I was almost kind of hoping
Gila si botak ya.
pop-off moment just there, only purely on the fact that they didn't clear him.
Nah, tapi
left him in that corner for so long,
ngakak
but
banget sih
we do see
Ucil,
order
anjir.
move as a
Lupa
unit.
dia
All
kayak ragu gitu. Kalau gue sih mendingan langsung buka map M, tandain tuh ke Wayne tuh.
The heavy lifting, being the strong man in the KO that they do desperately need. He has been, I guess, like the iconic player through both of these series so far. And whilst again they're not getting eliminated here,
tadi Ucil kalau lagi kayak gitu tiba-tiba mainnya di push kan.
Iya itu ngakak sih sumpah.
Aduh. Maple has just been
Gak ada yang jagain lagi tadi.
Well, that's it, right? RDW yesterday, the man at the
Emang
top.
patokan itu kalau
but you've also got Texture just
kadang
behind him,
lupa,
bringing out the brains, making sure the team can do what they can.
Wah.
Similar story right now. And as you say, a big old B hit to come through for
Satu orang doang yang
ONIC G,
bisa
but
jalan.
Ronsky
Anjir Ucil lah kecong tapi bisa dihidupin sih.
come out onto him through the null command of the KO, but Monyet space has gotten behind Texture. Not going to be able to cut Disco down.
Nice.
All of these trades.
Satu lagi.
Disco's managing to hold down the
Wah,
fort, and
kabur.
with that, ONIC G are
Oh dapat tuh midnya.
Untung ada takel dapat mid. Untung ada takel.
Nah, jalan lagi.
Sih.
Gandengan lagi nih, gandengan lagi.
Wah ini kalau di flash.
Ini kayak bakal dicek deh. Ini dicek
Nggak mungkin di flash sih.
Nice
takel. Ya Allah. Itu udah harus menangnya takel sumpah nggak mungkin. Itu crosshair dan segala macam udah pas cok. Ada aja dilindungi anjir. Nih patokan ini.
Oh nice.
Nice.
Patokannya yang buta dia buta kan. Aduh bisa kenal line up nih.
Ucil.
Gila Ucil ya. Awareness-nya.
Dia ngumpat dulu dia.
Nunggu bunyi flash baru pick.
Itu harusnya menang takel sih posisi itu.
Definitely feels like another one of those moments where Ronsky wants to try and be the superstar in that round, right? Over on Heaven, he peaks a little bit earlier than the rest of his team. And RDW wasn't into the tree just yet to try and assist from another angle, so really unfortunate in that merit. But you've got to give props to ONIC G. The 2 versus 3 are able to pop up with a very, very rapid plan before the spike even goes down to eliminate order coming from those heavens. And you mentioned it again.
Wah, Maple masih nol. Gimana nih moderator gua nih ya?
Real underperformance. It's even more so here.
It just can't be happening, right? You know, Maple 0-7, and we're seeing, look, can't overly criticize Disco. He's had some attempts, but you know,
satu. Bubar kan, langsung ke B kan.
You know, just not putting up that impact that we desperately need to see. This is a round again, kind of throw it out to the side. It's just the sheriffs, it's just the pistols. But yeah,
nanti sabarnya. Ya Allah butanya. Gak dicek. Itu posisi emang jarang dicek sih. Itu posisi emang jarang dicek sih. Itu monyet kagak nembak.
To be found in on the attacker's side of Ascent here, as again cannot get the engine revving. They've been pulling that.
Nggak sadar ya Tekta ya itu jalan nabrak-nabrak.
Yeah, and they're running out of fuel as well for this one. They need to get a little bit of a refill over at that station, and for right now the station is many moons away. Not even miles. We're on another planet right now. It almost feels like so. Something's got to get started for order to get back into this one, because again, very reminiscent of what was happening on Breeze, right? There was a bit of a start for order to come on through, but as soon as ONIC G realized what order was running with, they just completely were able to account for almost every single situation.
Ya Allah monyet, ya Allah mati dong.
Aduh
hampir cok.
Off the back of that utility from Maple. Tagged up, Ronsky this time on a line and he's out. Okay, one and done, he says. He does have a bit further spot, and as a response, you know, Elmi Moore, this is the level of confidence they've got now. Good response from Ronsky, but a little bit lucky. Straight through that nebula, he's able to equalize and bring it back to an advantage going the way of order.
It's a rare chance that we've seen, a glimpse at order having an advantage, and it's not going to go the other way just yet. Ronsky with 3s, setting himself up for the trophy in this round, but will he be too hungry for the ace? Disco is going to be the one. It's going to be the next challenge in the tree.
Ya Allah, Maple. Mampus kalah nih Maple nih. Yang penting keluarin ulti dulu lah kata dia. Durang dia nggak berani full darah. Kata Shiro. Durang bawa ulti.
To get the ace stolen, but that's confidence building for the man and Maple on the board. We are able to see just in that one round combined that maybe there is some additional signs of life, right? We know that Order do have a strong attacking side here and there, but again, ONIC, they're just going to use that timeout, discuss what's happened in that previous, because that one looked much better. Ronsky this time as well. He got a pick, fell back, repositioned, another pick. Second, again, a little bit lucky, but at least now we're finally seeing him do the damage that we know he can. And the only thing is, I guess, Maple did have to burn the Nightfall for that frag. Irrespective, though, they've got what they needed in that round.
Yeah, exactly so, and it's not a bad idea to call your first half time out now for ONIC G either as well, right? Get a little bit of a settle down for yourself. Not maybe so much as to, you know, reinvigorate yourself as a team for ONIC G, but to slow Order down, because such a momentum-based team that we keep talking about time and time again, you get a round like that, everybody's hyped up, a pause, can generally simmer that down a little bit, and maybe it puts a bit more silence on towards Ronsky here. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to turn out. But for ONIC G, you know, they've already kind of gotten what they needed in the first half. Right? Welcome back. These next two rounds is extra change.
We can kind of run back and, you know, use a little bit of time whilst we got it to play out that storyline, right? You know, ONIC G, a very young team in its own right with a lot of fresh talent that is really trying to step up into the world of Valorant and show themselves. And again, that argument, the top 3 in Indonesia is the best, right? ONIC G are the top seeded, but it's the exact same thing to be said for players like RDW. Like,
wah, anjing combo flashnya.
We're seeing him
Flashnya 2 anjir.
And he got out.
Gimana ngedodge-nya anjing?
No second frag, no highlight reel, mate. Build your own.
It almost looked like he was blinded there as well before the frag come through, but he got a glimpse of Shiro before he was able to find the frag. And now again,
capek-capekin diri aja mendingan ke rumah sakit aja langsung.
Enggak, soalnya antriannya itu ini.
Good position to be in. Time to let it simmer, and this is where ONIC G is starting to question themselves a little bit more now, right? Order's not trying to kind of push their way down to force another fight or anything along those lines. There is some information off the back of that Prowler into main, which they're doing right. So close. Up on the line with Texter. He almost had the shot, but there's Ronsky again. Only one though. Elmi more.
Jadi 3-3 kan?
Straight out, but the paint shells were perfect. Disco did well to at least force Monyet back for now as they set up towards it.
Texas lost that
hidup lagi.
Gak, pisaunya Ardu kemana?
Dia mau ngecek Emen itu, Bang.
Agak kena kocak itu, nyangkut. Nyangkut di garden. Waduh, busuk ini kayak.
Aduh.
Oh, aja.
Mampus lu. Tapi orang udah masuk
They're heading up short, but they've closed the door, and that's what's going to make it awkward. So RDW has to be very, very careful to wait out for the rest of this team.
Langsung dikagetin dong.
That's going to be punished.
Aduh, ketarik.
Sebelum TP. Keren banget.
Nice. Untung ada smoke di situ. Mampus. Busuk kan lu disco, banyakin disco.
Gila Haga ya?
Anjing Haga ya apaan tuh?
Caranya satu loh, itu kena tarikan.
Iya, Cok.
Tarikan Shiro.
A lot of pivotal positions that Order want to make sure they've got some control of, but a lot of these times they've been already taken out on those spots
kalau kena ya udah, kalau enggak ya udah gitu. Yang penting TP.
It's the definition of insanity, trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Sometimes, yes, in an FPS shooter it happens, right? You get a different result. But for Texter here, taken out again at short, another avenue.
Itu dia niatnya pengen nembusin sih, ya guys sih. Terus kayak ya udah.
Dia pengen nembak aja udah.
Iya, pengen nembak aja udah.
Of this half here now, ONIC G falling back on the laurels, doing what they like to do most. It's grouping around this B side, but this is a little bit different.
Deep kira monyet anjing yang bunuh.
Yeah, they used a lot to try and find this fight. Now they're going to be battling it back here. The Nightfall goes in.
Mampus, banyakin ngepick lagi.
Kayak gitu anjir.
Muke lu kayak tai itu. Ronsky anjing, banyakin ngepick lagi.
Dia mentang-mentang lagi pede kayak fake terus.
No, not quite. He's been pulled away.
And with all this as well, Texter's gotten into wine and got a little bit of a peek
out.
So the information for Order right now is that nobody was home. Everyone's contained over towards me, man.
Ada crosshair placementnya nggak jelas anjing.
Iya. Kayak nggak mau ngepick juga kan.
Kayak dia mau ngepick tapi kayak nggak pas gitu crosshair placementnya. Mau repick.
Still locked in. We've seen this setup work so well for Order
lagi
yesterday
setup
against
busuk.
Fancy
Emen lagi.
They don't have the
Professor.
Exactly, that's the big thing. It's going to make it awkward, isn't it? But look at Elmi Moore's positioning at the exact same time.
RD mati udah nice.
Got to be ready for this right now. Is the peak going to come in? Will
Gila sakit banget nih orang.
RD kok monyet sendiri jadi.
Enggak, tadi dia emang mau ke AD kayaknya tuh, dia tadi lagi mau nungguin temen-temennya itu. Cuman kayak nggak siap dipus sama si RD gitu di pick.
Busuk dong kali ini.
Gila bro, temennya jauh-jauh soalnya.
Busuk dong lagi-lagi katok.
Jago banget cok dia.
Yep, they didn't
lagi
katok
yang bikin kalah anjir.
Opportunity for ONIC G to get back in toward that round. Some nice timing for RDW with that sheriff shot, sorry, over towards main on towards Monyet. But yeah, really in those last sort of couple of rounds, Order they got a bit of a wriggle. They got some early picks and they didn't overstep.
Yang menang giveaway kemarin ya guys ya.
We see a lot Order go too fast.
Aduh hoki aja itu enggak hoki anjir, itu dia emang lagi jago anjir. What the fuck.
He's got a couple of frags back in. He's had to use that utility well, and he has started to improve on it quite dramatically. And then the Ronski item.
Tapi dia emang cara mainnya mancil banget sih. Jadi kayak placement crosshair juga benar.
Confusing it a little bit, but what we got to see in those last couple of rounds, instead of him just sort of throwing himself at the enemy team, there was a couple of moments, but we did see that one pick out, reposition, another pick, straight back. Kind of being pulled a little bit around in the way that he needs to play instead of potentially getting tossed in away too early to the mix and, you know, going down after 2 and the team losing out of 3v4 or something like that. So irrespective, once they sort of got a bit of a wriggle on and worked out maybe that short was a bit of an issue, they sort of readopted that A main control between RDW and Texas. That's what won in the final round. But ONIC, again, you've got to absolutely tip your caps. They are such a well-drilled team. Everyone's on the same page. And look, trying to be the pride of Indonesia, they're putting up a pretty good case for it right now.
Yep, taking the lead at the half, going over to usually what people would say is the better side on the defensive side for ONIC. So Order a little bit more of a way to go now on the attackers side, and you look towards the rounds that they've been able to get in the whole history of Ascent.
Let's go,
Order
ONIC
a 66% defensive sided win rate. Right. They are trailing here in this map right now. So already it puts ONIC G just a little bit further forward on those statistic marks, but this is where things are going to be really big, right? The pistol rounds for Order have been a little bit hit and miss towards this series right now, and the subsequent rounds with those thrifties coming back, if you remember how the half first started here on Ascent. But for now, bit of a quick how do you do over towards A main for Order.
Very, very fast. Looking to get straight into there. The gravity well does hold them a little bit, but there is a very good, solid force back by that Haunt. He's missed a couple of shots, so this time very important. Ronski gets the trade out. This time, Disco straight into the site. We talked about him being a little bit more quiet, but Shiro's got as well. That's the big thing here, Komodo. Disco gets another, though, and here's those confident picks we're looking for. Door will be closed by RDW, but the quick in, the pick off, the spike dropped as well, Komodo. The communications we've seen so many rounds where Order are irrespectively not known who's picking up that spike and the shots, the damage, they've not yet. He is through, he is damaged, and he is taken by the man in Disco himself, who is certainly boogieing down on the D floor in that round.
Mate, we're pulling the players down to size with all these frags that are coming around, and I think I need a little bit of a breath of fresh air after what has just happened in that round. Everybody's shooting every which way. Duels are being fought aggressively through the door, the peak, just as the door's coming down to try and upset the balance. But for Order, the trades were there very quickly in that pistol round as well. They're not trying to slow it down when they realize in the 2 versus 1 that they've got an advantage on towards Monyet. He was tagged up a little bit, dashing toward his own cloud burst, and that really makes the narrow window of where you have to start shooting at him to find him, right? So Order gathering the pistol round makes things a bit better for them. They can look to close it up and tie it up at the 7-7 piece if they're able to convert this.
Exactly right.
Aduh, anjir, hampir loh.
Picked up here, but they lost out that second round, and damage has been dealt by Monyet this time round. However, Ronski's hungry, he's happy, up over the top, and Maple will hold it. Very nicely done there, so it should be a 5 alive position, unless we do see Omi Moore do something disgusting. Damage is all he can hope for, but he's lost a couple of bullets in that chamber, and very bad flash. RDW,
yang buta temennya cucu.
Look, it's only one frag going the way of ONIC G in that round. It's fine. Ronski can maybe get an upgrade to a Vandal and be able to test them in the next round. We've got the guns to come through from ONIC G, and it is a very ambitious purchase to come through for the Odin here in Shiro.
All I'm thinking about that team flash is Ronski's catching up to RDW on the frag. Now it's like, no, I'm top fragging this game.
Oh, flashnya ke depannya si Wronski anjing.
Again, I just didn't want to see any more calls for concern that
Kedepannya si
Order were
Wronski
going
di
to kind of
atasnya
just give
Hage, jadi
themselves
kayak
a
harus
silver
gitu.
platter to ONIC G, because what we've seen at least now, Komodo, is a 7-7 scoreline. It is not going to be that same experience as what we got on Breeze, which was the 13-6 victory for ONIC G.
Yeah, you got to remember as well, a 6-6 tied scoreline at the half on the attacking side for Order.
Untung takelan nembak gitu.
Specifically into this A side where they are rampaging into water.
Busuk dong, nice.
He's dancing with the dice and he's rolling his number, the talent to escape, but it's into the crosshair of RDW. And now in the 2 versus 2, Shiro is still here with that Odin. He can purr the bullets out to try and find the frag, but that glass will be shattered by Texter. He's trying to find the frag. He's trying to be instigated.
Nice. Mampus lu makan tuh Odin.
Tapi ini ngeri coy.
RDW falling away, gived up the goat, gived up the information.
Masalahnya raja terakhir, bro.
Iya, dia pakai Phantom lagi kan.
Facing a 1 versus 2.
Di swing nih.
This is risky.
Ketahuan dua dari jauh.
Bold brain play, right? Getting that information as quickly as you can into the attacker side of spawn, but defender rather. Now he's back into the boat shed, gets the info.
Wah, busuk nih kayaknya nih. Harus banyak yang dicek.
Seas goes down, will not quite catch. It's going to be really tough here in this 1v2 for RDW. Tap onto the defuse here, but they've just got to clear it. They've got to look absolutely everywhere here. He's got to make sure
all langsung reflect.
Badannya.
The Elmi more.
Langsung reflect.
Untung Hage di situ loh. Coba kalau Hage di tempat lain kayaknya susah dah.
RDW, right? Going to the back of the side.
overthinking.
They are wise to the fact, right? They spread themselves out. They clear over towards the logs. They're making sure they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's before getting into the side
Enggak, ini monyet sih. Dia
RDW is
bisa
lurking there in a
bunuh
1-to-1
3
trade.
nahan
You're
di
happy
side.
with that because you get the round. However, that was a pretty costly investment for ONIC G, right? The big gun round to come on through. The Odin has been taken out. Shiro's now playing with the Bulldog. Maple's picking up an Odin of his own. ONIC G, they do reclaim that lead here. But again, you know, with the gun rounds that keep presenting ourselves right now, it does come down to all that information that these teams have got a little bit earlier, right? ONIC G on that attacker side were very aggressive in the first couple of seconds of those rounds to get a little bit of control, or holding back outside of that B main location, and really toing and froing, pendulum them around the map.
Pause in, timeout to discuss again. Perfect opportunities for a mental reset, right? You know, you don't want to sort of throw too much of what you've got in those last couple of rounds out the door to be able to convert the pistol, convert the second, and then do so much damage to the ONIC G economy, right? Now what we look at, Bulldog, Spectre, they've really got nothing in the coffer at all to work with. Ronski's managed to establish the Blade Storm. Yeah, exactly. A good swing round again for Order to kind of get that catch back. You know, this will mean 8, then potentially 9 against the Eco if they do find it. But ONIC G, the exact same thing, right? Order in the exact same financial predicament. Didn't take out the loan at the right time, and now inflation's been hitting them. So they've got to be careful that they do not get rid of this. Ultimates are a big play. Do have the Nightfall, and not too far away from that null command.
Very early tactical timeout as well to come through from Order, right? Only 3 rounds really been played in this half, and that's already here. So I wonder if it's an early call for them to really get back in towards this one right now. If they feel like there was a mistake in that previous round that they could have won it, because there definitely were instances that they could have. And now this is very Order-esque with how ONIC G are actually playing over towards A main at the moment. You change up the agents, yeah, for sure. RDW, he'll have to be the one to find the multi-frag potentially, but you're exactly ready for this if there's a flash though from the KO would be huge. There's the first one overlooking the second. Down to 76 points of HP. It would have been dire. Shiro is the next contest over in the market. He's looking to cut that check, print the receipt. It's only for 1 though. Ronski's super low as well.
Akil kena.
Convinced with that position.
Ya Allah.
But Maple does get the catch, does get the lurk, and now he's ready to send the Nightfall out. It's not going to quite clip Severine though. Keep your eyes on this man right now.
Aduh, dapat yang low lagi.
And he's stuck in the corner, but he will get that flash drive out. The paint shells will force him away. Very wise, very tact there from Disco. Now they should be able to find the
orang di heaven nih.
Position is neither.
Tapi di party.
Elmi more
Yo, mampus.
Ini notif HP.
Man hasn't been having the
Tajam banget coy.
We saw it a couple of
times. Map 2 tajam banget.
But it's ONIC G taking the lead and absolutely.
Dia ngumpulin ilmu dulu di map 1 tadi.
Economy down here for Order. They got nothing.
Sangat.
Yeah, Disco and Maple, the 2 versus Elmi Moore and Severine, but you don't really necessarily need Severine if Elmi Moore's going to just be ever so consistent with finding these frags. Very rapid to take your head off specifically on that known dice angle, right? You got the plant going down over towards the default spot, and then it really is just a 1v1 for Elmi Moore, right? And percentages show that he is winning these more often than not in this series right now, even more. So another round over towards ONIC G on the back of orders timeout nonetheless, which means if they had a discussion directly for that next round, it didn't go their way.
And they bought again, so clearly they want to actually try and make this happen.
Berantem nih 5 lawan 3, siapa yang menang?
Not absolutely fantastic. They're waiting for some utility to come out.
Dia tuh selalu
which is huge now.
Geli loh gua.
Come out this time from
Sakal kan nggak di expect ya?
Nggak di expect ya. Nice. Nice.
Rata lu. Padahal mereka dari kemarin mana dari tadi masih di situ.
Ketahuan dua-duanya short.
And they've just completely left their boy in towards A long. There's nothing they can do. They look at the jump into hand.
Nice.
Nice. Blunder coming out here for order. Texter is going to have to do something insane here.
Kena baik nih.
He's got plenty of HP, but the flash drive goes through. Now he can look to reposition here, but I love the stop from SC Slash. He's and Severin should not be too far away either. He is going to clear out the Jenny line, but look at this crossfire. It's beautiful. ONIC G
dia.
Backs. They're the boys, they're the brothers, and they know how to close each other's out rounds together.
Double digits achieved for ONIC G as well, a complete shutdown. Order, you know, a position that they see themselves in again comfortably is playing over towards Ryan, right? But maybe not feeling that anyone from ONIC G is going to be playing there, not putting any utility to clear it. No fragment to come out from IDW. No paint shells from Disco, no information over towards Wine, and it's just been spilled over them at the moment in the previous round. So as you mentioned, they did force it on through, they went for that buy here, they're going for
Cahaya yang apes, cok.
and we've seen a play from
Busuk nih kayaknya nih.
just like this, they run through mid, they try to get into order.
Ada recon.
Work for order, but for ONIC G, it is working right now, looking to be a very
dibantu recon dari Bimen itu.
Katap ngapain?
Yeah, he's just trying to have fun with this one.
Gila lu hasilnya CQ anjir.
G and around to basically kind of like put that spike into the coffin, right? You know, nailing it straight down. ONIC G are telling them basically just through the gameplay itself.
Iya, diliatin dulu anjir baru tembak.
Dia mau pasti itu, soalnya dia tahu seri peluru dikit doang.
For the top of this competition, right? You think about the
pengen dah gua jadi secil dia gimana ya anjir.
ONIC G second and just looking so strong as the rest of the competition does start to unfold. And look at the spread of the kills, right? Over to the other side, Texter. He was playing so well.
Flash nggak smoke.
Criticize always on frags, but it's just a clear disparity. You got two members doing something. The rest are all sort of falling behind. Yet over the top, straight through long, straight.
Ini baru peperek.
Langsung dicolong sama banyak orang.
TVS sekarang peperek. Banyakin TP.
Tapi taktik kayak gitu ya, cuma bisa dipakai sama satu tim satu dah sumpah. Abis itu kayak orang pada tahu gitu.
Pada tahu ya.
But it's just all over their hands right now, and like the series is kind of one.
A bit of a masterclass on a couple of these last rounds.
Kopi dengan metode jet.
Hero tadi against more often a team that likes to play very aggressive, right? Order, they do not shy away from a very early fight. We see it from Ronski in the first half where he got away with it a couple of times, but now maneuvering the second half. ONIC G again, it feels like in the very beginning of these matches they're having a little bit of a wrestle, a bit of a tug of war to figure out how to play, but as soon as they figure out what to do, their feet are planted, they've got all the support they need to just get that final tug, and then it's just so simple from there on out.
It's just really clean, concise Valorant to come out from ONIC G. You know, sure, Order aren't all on the same page. They're not all firing on all cylinders. You know, as the analyst desk did continue to mention, it's just not enough. ONIC G are showing themselves as the clear power in this matchup right now.
Kalau bisa kan yang mau pakai strat bayar dulu aja.
It's going to be the one to start it, ready to
pengumuman giveaway ini ya guys ya. Kalau like-nya udah 1000, bikin 1000 dong like-nya dong.
Bronski udah di situ kan anjir.
Wah parah. Maple capek-capek bunuh diciduk sama RD. Lumayan ini buat KDA ACS. Lumayan nambah kill. Parah banget diciduk cok. Capek-capek bunuh ya si Disco.
Tapi gue kesel sih jujur kalau kayak gitu cok, sumpah cok.
Kadang ada keselnya kan, cuma ya udahlah ya.
Soalnya tuh apa momen kayak gitu tuh udah fix nggak mungkin menang dong ya kan. Maksudnya kayak dibiarin aja gitu, kasih si Maple, ngerti gak sih? Kecuali kayak yang KO
enggak, tadi iya, maksudnya kasih aja yang udah ini ya. Parah diciduk loh.
Diciduk masa?
Kalau kayak gitu kesel banget, sumpah gue pernah tuh kayak gitu anjing.
Diciduknya sama Taufik lagi.
Nah pernah kayak gitu sama siapa tuh?
Cocok, apalagi lu pas lagi nggak bisa nge-kill tau gak?
Ini lu kesel sama siapa, Nap? Tuh Disco capek-capek nge-headshot ya. Diciduk.
Sering banget kayak itu anjing.
I like in the small little moment that I've been able to see in that
Sabar,
replay
iya,
as well.
sabar
But
kan,
Disco
Niki,
was the
sabar
one
banget.
to drop the KO whilst Null commanded. So for Severin,
Oke dong, tambahin dong. Lagi dong. 1000 dong.
and it was
Mungkin
IW trying to
dong.
finish him off to get the kill.
Ayo 2-0 ya, 2-0 ya biar bisa nonton AE.
Lu nggak nonton ya nanti AE, Cok?
Nggak sempet sih, udah jam 4. Gara-gara tadi game pertama 2-1. Kalau game pertama 2-0 bisa.
Disco used to be one of those players that was brought in alongside Autumn to be the decimator, to be the strength in the roster. But
Udah
as
leg
of
bang,
late,
mantap,
you know, he has
Oka.
been more strong sort of on those sentinels kind of things, you know, like the chamber. Now coming back.
Biar ada
And of course, this
pengumuman
roster
ya.
that we're seeing, this agent lineup for ONIC G was the one they used previously against
Di
Ultimate,
giveaway-nya,
right? But this is a new rendition for
giveaway-nya
Order.
di
We're seeing this same lineup if you
diumumin
change Ronsky
like
from
satu
Jet to
dulu.
Exactly.
Eh,
right.
Have Rex bagus gak?
Ronsky, you know, wants to have that
Kurang sih
comfort back
menurut
onto the Jet. It's somewhere where he was always sort of looking his best. Definitely has
Masih
a good
ada
game
suara
on
iPhone.
Chamber though here and there. You know,
iPhone,
we see him looking on
maksudnya ya
fracture.
bener,
But
kabel iPhone.
Hari-hari Onyx boom.
So, bit of a silent
iya,
one.
Onyx boom lagi ya?
Down through mid, Severin in what could be a one and done position as well. The Haunt in the window, going to be destroyed.
Aduh.
Pulling out the flash
Let's
out of the
go.
Ronsky to start the lead.
Kira itu-
Aduh, gua pas dia udah megang flash kayak udah.
As well. There's nobody home on the site for ONIC G currently.
Telat lagi dia
They're all
nge-flashnya
playing
ya.
over towards the defender spawn. RDW to NC Slasher, and this is the stuff we were
Anjing.
missing from
Oh,
Order
WP.
earlier.
Gila.
Kira one
Enggak,
tap.
itu gara-gara observer itu
Moore does
kayaknya.
actually manage to
Gua
pick up
kira
one
dia
as a
nge-one tap
response,
pakai
but
Vandal
it's a
aja.
long
Iya,
way from home
gara-gara
right,
observer
RDW into position. This is where we need to see Order lock in and make sure that they do not lose these picks individually. It's a 3v4, they have the advantage, and it looks like ONIC G are actually being relatively hesitant here. Komodo, Shiro only with that Odin, Elmi Moore, and Operator very hard to find that retake in as they do push into this site.
That's exactly right.
Empat-
And the only
empatnya
real
mindset
assistive thing they've
possible
got is
sih.
Shiro with that seize. If he can get a couple of members with it,
Aduh,
would be
nggak kena
big,
itu
but
pojok
no
kiri.
reveal
Ya.
over towards
Ya
B
udahlah,
main.
tapi kata
Entertainment
Simonnya,
for Order, they need to hold everything
fokus
in this one.
miskinin aja.
On toward the
Anjing.
side, a good shot out from Maple to
Maple,
Elmi
anjir.
Moore, and that might just be the thing to
10.000
send
dari
ONIC G
Samuan.
packing in this
Pesan
one.
Ko,
Take the Odin
kemarin
as prize,
kenapa
take
Antan
Phantom to
Boom
the next
cuma
round as
2
well.
game
You've still got
aja?
a Blaze on from Monyet. They've
Karena
got
latihan jam
Cari
6 bang.
ONIC G in the next round, but any damage they could do towards Order,
Karena latihan jam
it's not
6
gonna
ya.
reset them just
nggak
yet,
bisa.
but it might make the next couple of rounds a little bit easier to close out this match.
Absolutely, so only Monyet to live on. Three
Hai Naps,
members of Order
halo.
will keep on
Kemana
keeping, and
aja
they've
lu
got
baru
enough money to
nongol?
Apa
buy
emang
for their
gun
boys in
badinya
RDW
Cahaya apa
and
emang?
Texter, who were
Itu gun badi
unfortunately
yang
going down.
nobar
But look, I think
master
RD
zaman
did
dulu
really,
tuh.
really well in this round to kind of keep some
Yang
focus. You
kemarin
know, it kept Elmi Moore
terlalu.
back towards that A position, and
Yang
you
di
know,
Berlin
Elmi Moore
kalau
has
nggak
been really
salah.
sort of being that B lockdown.
Yang merah itu ya?
He's been completely
Bukan
tapped
yang
into the
love.
other side, and
Oh.
they kind of capitalized on that. I think Ronsky had a fantastic position. The
Itu dia pasti
entry
dapat dari
to
Mei
actually
itu, gue
dodge
yakin
around the
100%.
Prowler to get into
itu
market
kan
before taking side accordingly, and
apa,
that really just
semua
quickly
kebuka.
freaked ONIC G out. They got straight back out.
pakai
Itu
klan
gun
yang
badi
beda.
yang di giveaway, Cok. Yang punya si Cahaya.
Iya kan kliennya buka
Oh,
semua.
turnamen.
Klien turnamen kan,
I think
semuanya
right
ada.
now, I just don't
Iya,
want to
juga,
see ONIC G Latibulate in the corner, right? I don't want to see them go and hide away. I don't want to see them kind of be
Tapi
pressured
kalau
too
turnamen
much
kok nggak ada
by
dah.
Order
Dapat
right now.
kayak
And again,
gituan anjir.
we are seeing Order
Cuma
Oh iya.
things
playable.
down. Over and towards mid.
Iya, kalau gua nggak dapat.
Cover. You do have Elmi Moore.
Kayak karena si Cahaya main dari X.
Wah, di flash kali ini. Iya.
Texter has been done quite a
Ya
much
Allah,
time,
kaki.
but this time he's
Bisa
able to actually
kaki.
win it.
Got the opposition fight. And open up.
Nah,
ini dia.
masih mau lagi mending TP.
Who continues to do it. Rendezvous out. A quick snap of the fingers. Because it looks like Disco is pretty keen to jump on in. I think that was to break the
Ya,
trend
soalnya
up,
game
but it
changer nggak
actually
pakai
has
klien
missed.
turnamen ya.
So, still
Ada-
trying
Oke,
to
pakai
miss
klien
here.
turnamen,
Pakai
cuman
klien turnamen, tapi kliennya wah parah, emansipasi sih itu. Parah, masa ada beda-bedanya sih. Wah, kalau gua sih
enggak, kalau gua kan emang baru turnamen lagi kan. Kalau kayak odol-odol gitu dapat, gua nggak dapat. Soalnya akun baru gua.
Lu akunnya karena baru kan?
Iya.
Oh, bilang dong.
Emansipasi kan tuh.
Ya maksudnya emansipasi masa dibeda-bedain gitu.
They've got to make a
Harusnya
decision
sama
right
dong.
now. Like, what's going on?
Eh,
They're walking in
buyar
solo.
di palanya.
Like, what is
Bos!
this?
Nice.
Where's the call?
Dah,
Where's the
kelar,
call?
kelar,
Ada
yuk.
sadar takil
Game's done.
situ.
My game's lost. There's nothing
Dia
they can do
sembunyi
here
off
at
angle.
all.
This goes way too far from
GG
the
dong,
Spicy Wolves.
ucil
Doesn't even
nih.
matter if he won that duel against Severine there. It is
Diskriminasi
done
oke.
13-9
Sorry,
over
kalau salah
towards
sorry.
ONIC G. I can't
Yang
help
penting
but
Onyx
feel in
menang
that
cuy.
one. The ball was
Kayak
in Orders court and they tossed it to ONIC G.
Yeah, I'm just
Bentar ya,
wondering what
giveaway
exactly
dulu.
happened
Santai
there.
dong,
It just felt like
jangan
there was
emosi
no communication
dong.
between the team. You know, we talk about two lackluster finishes.
Oke guys,
where Order
GG
just
Onyx.
basically didn't do
Yang
anything
AE
in those
kalian
last couple of rounds, right? ONIC G kind of
nonton
just
masing-masing
played
aja ya.
And yeah, look, I'm really hurting for Order again because all it can, you know, as a massive Australian
Yang AE nonton
fan,
masing-masing
as
aja.
an
Thank you ya guys
Order
ya
enthusiast,
buat
Order enthusiast,
hari
you just
ini.
didn't see that cohesion.
Besok
in the
kita
end, and I'm
ketemu
sure the boys on the
lagi
desk are feeling the exact same
di-
thing. What do you reckon, guys? Just not on the same page, eh?
Hey, as much as you're
besok
feeling it
siapa
for
ya
Order,
berarti ya?
we're feeling it for you guys.
Nggak ada tim
Big
juga.
time.
That was serious pain we had there, Jesus.
Bikin
Fans
server,
at home,
yang
this
PHP
is a
anjing.
great commercial on the side effects of copium. It hurts.
Gua ada latihan.
It hurts,
Gua
especially
lebih
when they
pentingin
give you
latihan
a little
daripada
bit of life like
nonton.
that. You're stringing together rounds, and on the round that you lose, you get the opening frag. and
Tim
you
gua
start
nggak
to get
lolos
a deal,
malah
just a little
sibuk
bit
watch
be like,
party
"Oh,
anjir. Red,
This is the order that we were waiting to see. This is gonna be the one.
And especially after their victory yesterday, you know,
Yeah,
especially
Mana
after
like yang nggak
having
nambah,
such a good
kocak.
run so far, it kind of hurts extra if you
Like
if you
nggak
just
nambah.
have a little bit of success.
Par-
and then it's just
700
taken away
doang.
from you.
Finished our
Bikin
desk
1000 dulu dong.
past the area where they were casting.
Ah,
You can
nih.
see Dion just go.
Latihan mulu. Iyalah latihan lah, Bro. Wih, 264 nih. 264 nih. 264 ya? Coba oke, 264 ya. Coba cek dulu berapa banyak yang menang. Coba cek dulu Kenapa jawabnya 2000 anjing? Ada yang jawab 2000. Capek jawabnya 2000. Kalah cok 60 bubar. Wih ada nih 264 banyak banget. Udah nih kalau like belum 1000 udah bubar ya guys. Gak ada hadiah buat hari ini ya. Like masih 700 udah lah bubar kah? Anjing orang di situ. Orang di situ guys. Oh, pantas tadi Wilson ngajakin hari ini anjir. Kesana nggak hari ini nggak bisa lah. Aaron diam-diam sana kocak.
Cepet.
Nge-raid siapa? Emang bisa nge-raid? Gimana cara nge-raid, Cok? Ini nggak ada nih, yang mau nih. Aduh, gue tanya Kaniki ada Kaniki kah? Kaniki bisa ke Discord nggak Kaniki? Bisa di live-nya nap mulu loh Kaniki loh. Kaniki di live-nya nap terus cuy, nggak pernah ke live gua dia sekarang. Parah Kaniki, udah nggak mau live gua deh sekarang. Gak yang jawabnya pas yang Ucil kenapa rendah-rendah gitu yang gue bingung. Rendah-rendah anjir. Ada deh yang banyak yang gede. Kaniki parah banget sih. Wah, Kaniki sih benar-benar loh. Kayak dia bubar kah ini, guys? Bubar kah? Gak ada hadiah ya hari ini ya. Kaniki mana sih? Bubar. Sabar. Ada sih yang jawab benar, ada cuy. Ada yang jawab benar. 4 orang doang tapi. 4 orang doang. Tapi coba dulu deh. Kalau nggak ada, kalau orang-orangnya rata-rata nggak ada, kita bikin ini aja ya. Kita bikin lewat netbot aja ya, oke? Yang masih stay berarti beruntung. Kalau yang udah cabut biarin aja. Oke, kita bikin kalau memang ada yang nggak ada dari 4 ini misalnya cuma 2, berarti 3 lagi dari netbot ya, oke? Oke guys. Aniki, aduh, malas lah gue. Iya cuma 4 cuy nih, lihat tuh. Tuh, 264 tuh. Tuh. Cuma 4 doang anjing. Oke. Kita putar, siapa namanya terpilih dikasih 1 menit untuk ngechat di live chat, oke? Siap. Rezeki nih, ini 4 orang ini rezeki nih harusnya nih. Kalau nggak ada GG, 1. Selamat dulu, iya selamat dulu. Kita shuffle 4 kali karena yang menang 4 ya. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gas. Ada nggak orangnya nih? Ini enak cuy. Kepingannya gede, pizzanya gede anjir. Jadi mau dia udah berhenti di sini pun tetap bisa menang. Ada nggak orangnya? Siapa namanya? Fortress. Fortens. Fortens ada nggak? Forten, angus ya? Ada ke Forten? Oh, ada cuy. Forten coba langsung DM Instagram. Oke. Coba langsung DM ya, ditunggu ya. Dikasih waktu semenit. 16:23 lebih 30 detik, oke? Forten. Ditunggu untuk memastikan. Bang, ini kah? Oke hadian kah? Oke hadian. Bener sih. Real ya. Oke. Real nih. Oke, kirim nama dan nomor HP. Real cuy. Yang itu real, oke? Oke, untuk pemenang kedua langsung kita ini shuffle 3 kali ya. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Baruna Brio. Oh, dia udah follow. Baruna Brio. Ada nggak sih? Nggak ada ya? Baruna. Ada tadi, ada lagi dong. Oh, ada cuy. Coba langsung dikasih waktu 1 menit 16:25. Kalau nggak ada gugur ya. Hangus. Ayo DM sekarang. Baruna Bio. Ada cuy. Tapi kita lihat dulu persyaratannya dia memenuhi apa enggak nih. Waduh, dari 4 orang udah 2 nih ada nih. Apakah 2 lagi masih ada ataukah 2 lagi hangus menjadi 3 untuk lewat nightbot? Apakah? Ditunggu mana 16:25. Namanya Bio NLY. Oh bener cuy. Bio titik NLY benar. Real. Berarti 2 orang udah benar ya. Oke, kirim nama dan nomor HP. Real C. Wow, 2 orang nih. Ada nggak ya 2 orang ini? Oke, kita shuffle 2 kali. 1, 2. Wah, ini sih bukan pizza lagi, udah kayak kaset anjing. 1, 2, 3. Nah, ini mah ya udah pasti menang merah anjir. Farhan Miadi, ada nggak tuh Farhan Miadi? Kalau misalnya dua-duanya nggak, kita kasih waktu 1 menit ya. 16:26 lewat 30. Farhar Miadi anjing. Miadi. Anjing bisa-bisanya. Tadi siapa yang bilang Sukma truly nggak logis ya? Arahnya kemana itu? Terus. Apa guys? Ini sesuai dengan rules biasanya. Kalau nggak ada kita kasih 1 menit. Kalau emang nggak ada hangus ya. Bentar lagi 32 15 detik lagi guys. 15 detik lagi kita tag kalau nggak ada hangus ya. 10 detik lagi. Santai, sabar. 5 detik lagi. 16 lewat 26:30. Oke, kita tag sekali lagi. Ada nggak? Farhar Miadi. Bener gak sih? Ya. Nggak ada ya? Tadi moderator lihat nggak ada kan? Oke, ente Farhar. Nggak ada, masih nggak ada. Oke. Golden Flash ada nggak? Golden Flash nggak mungkin dong di shuffle. Hangus ya, hangus. Berarti ada 2 untuk dibagikan di nightboard. Ini nggak mungkin dong. Cuy. Tuh, nggak mungkin dong. Berarti dikasih waktu 16:28 1 menit. Kalau nggak ada Golden Flash hangus juga. Golden Flash ada nggak? Ada. Mana? Ini kah? Real kah ini? Golden Flash. Ada dia, tiba-tiba ada cuy. F-nya huruf gede tapi beda huruf dia. Beda akun nih. Wah, mau nipu kah kamu? Wah, dia nipu nih kayaknya nih cuy. Kok tiba-tiba ada dia? F-nya beda. PK coba DM. Ada admin Onic Esport, mantap. Onic hebat. Onic bagus mainnya hebat tadi mimin Onic. Mantap mimin Onic. Kapten Ucil tebak-tebakannya jadi tidak terduga. Mimin Onic mampir ke sini. Apakah tanda-tanda Onic fake? Pala lu fake. Masa iya centang fake? Kocak beliau ya. Coba DM dikasih waktu 1 menit, coba buktikan. Kocak beliau ya. Bisa. Ini. Sabar guys. Paham tanda-tanda. Tapi bener cuy. Nama IG-nya FX David. Tapi bener tapi. Paham tanda-tanda. Tapi dia nggak DM ini. Bukan akun baru bikin tapi bener cuy. Cuma dia emang masukinnya salah berarti. Tapi ini bener. Coba. Gimana ya? Buat mastiinnya. Gue takut ada DM tadi dibilang. Coba kamu fotoin Bang David. Pokoknya next harus samain huruf kecilnya sama nama YouTube ya, biar ini. Ya dia agak miss kayaknya. Ya udah, berarti real ya. Karena nama IG sesuai, nggak mungkin nama IG sama kan? Udah follow dia, udah follow. Oke, kirim nama dan nomor HP. Oke guys, ada 2 untuk dari Nightbot, oke? Udah follow, udah aman. Berarti 2 orang ya. Sabar ya, kita bikin ini dulu cuy. Mimin Onyx mainnya tadi mantap, congrats ya. Besok lah, besok main ya lawan Boom ya. Semangat landak kuning. Forten, Forten langsung join member cuy. Yang 50.000. GG cuy. Salam buat Boneng. Lah, kok beda divisi anjir, kok jadi ke Boneng. Mantap Mimin Onyx. Coba netbot dulu. GG Forten langsung member. Kamu hebat. Ke Istanbul, kalau Onyx lolos Istanbul aku ikut ya. Bayar tiket sendiri nggak apa-apa, tapi hotelnya nebeng. Hotelnya nebeng. Sabar sih. Ini berlaku untuk semuanya, mau mod mau apapun bisa ikut ya, sabar ya. Ada kata keywordnya. Hotelnya nebeng, tiket pulang pergi nggak apa-apa deh sendiri, tapi hotelnya nebeng. Siapa cuy? Keywordnya oke. Keywordnya ini guys, kalian tinggal ketik, pasti udah pada tahu sih. Ayo guys, keywordnya aku cinta Tokopedia, cepat. Dikasih waktu 16:35, berarti 3 menit, oke? Oke, keywordnya aku cinta Tokopedia, oke. Sambil chill. Oke, 3 menit. Lumayan 2 orang pemenang nih. Sponsor ada hadir, hebat. Pokoknya yang keywordnya bener langsung masuk guys. Nih udah bener. Berarti kalau misalnya ada yang salah berarti ya udah GG. Oke. Berarti sabar. Oh, kita bisa pakai teori ini kah, thumbnail Sonic? Hah? Thumbnail Sonic kah? 3 menit ya guys, masih 2 menit lagi. Coba cek dulu. Thumbnail Sonic coy. Sonic mana ya? Thumbnail Sonic kenapa ada muka si Ban? Mana thumbnailnya ya? Thumbnail ini kah? Wih, thumbnail kita nih besok. Berarti kita besok pakai ini ya thumbnailnya ya? Thumbnail ini atau thumbnail ini guys? Apa ini thumbnailnya? Coba 1 menit lagi ya. Yang ini apa ini? Atau ini aja thumbnailnya? Apa ini? Apa ini guys? Ini kah thumbnail kita? Kocak lo beliau loh. Kenapa jadi mangga bus? Oke, 1 menit lagi, 30 detik lagi ya. Kasih lagu dulu lah. Tapi ini harus cepet ya. Gua sini cuy. Harus. Udah ya. Keyword terus udah ya. Langsung ya. Terus hapusnya gimana cuy? Berarti dihapus aja ya keywordnya ya? Hah? Langsung roll aja ya. 1 2 3. Gilang coba chat Gilang. Namanya Gilang, G-nya 3 udah kayak jing. Nipu nih. Gilang cuy. Gilang dikasih 1 menit untuk ngechat. Hadir katanya. Coba Gilang chat nama IG-nya dulu buat mastiin. Chat nama IG-nya dulu baru dicek real apa enggak. Takutnya salah, ada gilang-gilang jadi gilang-gilang yang lain nanti jadi girang lagi. Bukan girang lagi. Ditunggu aja 30 detik. Gua kasih ini deh, slow mode-nya 20 detik aja deh. Biar dia bisa ngechat ini. Gilang chat ini ya. IG-nya. Skip aja, Bang. Lah. Ini serius. Gilang mau di-skip. Lah. Gilang nggak mau. Gilang malas kah? Sabar, tunggu balasan sekali lagi. Gilang nggak mau nih. Real kah? Coba balas chat dulu. Lah, kocak respect banget dia. Skip aja, Bang. Oke, dari ya, skip aja kata dia ya. Oke, 1 2 3. Fikrul Ahsan, coba chat ada sama nama IG langsung. Wah, gokil loh Gilang loh, G-nya 3. Saudaranya Jing dia. Apakah dia bagian dari Mama Ferrari? Kocak, dia ketik hadir doang. Nama IG langsung. Apakah kamu skip Fikrul? Apa yang belum sub? Fikrul Ahsan, coba DM sekarang. Coba DM sekarang untuk memastikan. Ini ya, nggak ada yang salah ya. Ini kalau misalnya N-nya kurang berarti bisa nipu loh. Penting sesuai dengan nama IG-nya. Berarti Fikrul Ahsan, N-nya 2. Oke. Kayak kalau salah beda huruf, ada huruf kecil huruf gede, berarti langsung skip. Udah mulai, aku nggak nonton yang cuy. Nonton di Napski aja. Napski masih live kayaknya. Masih live tuh. Atau Ior. Lah Ior kan latihan ya. Kenapa gue suruh nonton di Ior? Mana cuy? Anjir. Fikrul Ahsan, real ya. Udah follow belum dia? Udah follow dia cuy. Fikrul Ahsan, N-nya 2, benar-benar real ya. Oke, yang kedua. Pemenang terakhir langsung kita 1 2 3. Ijat Jarjit ada nggak nih? Ijat ada nggak? Ijat ada cuy. Ijat ini Ijat 1 menit lah. Ini ya. Kalau 1 menit nggak ada kita roll ya, Ijat. Ijat lagi syuting kah, Ijat? Ijat lagi syuting kayaknya. Nih 40 detik nih. Nih kan ada waktunya tuh. Ada cuy. Aji ATM. Hah? Coba DM. Dia ngechat cuy. Aji ATM. Coba chat. Ijat pantun dulu kocak. Kata Ijat ini. Ijat katanya skip guys. Oke, masih lanjut ya, masih lanjut ya. Kata Ijat skip, kasih yang lain aja. Oke, lanjut ya, lanjut ya. Ijat dia mau skip katanya. Kasih yang lain. Pada nggak mau. Oke, langsung ya. 1, 2, 3. Ya Allah, bisa dia yang menang ya Allah. Tahu gini anjing namanya. Gue tahu anjing sumpah. Wah ini dukun cok. Ini dukun cok. Dukun cok sumpah. Redo skip kah? Redo jadi umam. Redo AZ coba dem dulu. Redo jadi umam. Semangat ya guys ya, kata Ijat tuh. Wih, menang lagi cuy. Mending tadi yang menang kamu Ijat. Dak, masalahnya tuh ya. Gini loh, gue jelasin loh. Di spin wheel Redo, di nightbot Redo. Itu gue nggak tahu lagi sumpah. Udah beda loh. Satu spin wheel, satu nightbot. Memang hoki tuh emang nggak ada yang tahu cuy. Emang hoki. Gue Redo Bang Kaco. Oke. Redo real ya, dia udah DM. Oke, kirim nama dan nomor HP lagi. Oke guys, GG ya. Ini emang the real hoki atau enggak tahu lah gue. Oke guys ya, berarti udah 5 pemenang. Oke, GG cuy. GG cuy. Oke. Dah. Udah berarti ya. Apa mau tes kali nih? Ntar jadi bangkrut. Jangan lah. Jangan tes. Nanti pindah ke napsi guys. Bikin nonton 800 lah. Ini kan yang nonton di gua berapa tuh? Yang nonton di gua kan 400 tuh. Bikin napski 800 cuy. Pindah ke napsi cuy. Coba enggak. Nanti gue yang bangkrut. Bobo kebangkrutan nanti. Gila nap. Udah circle kita deh sekarang. Nap circle kita dia cuy. Coba cek Wilson ada nggak? Dia bukannya masih nonton, kocak dia. Gila memang. Circle ini loh. Keren loh. Ih, keren banget. Ih. GG ya. Gak ada yang lihat, gak ada yang hilang, aman. Gue tahu tuh yang tadi tuh. yang namanya kepilih. Gue tahu sumpah. Soalnya dia bikinin thumbnail buat gue. Dia yang bikinin thumbnail guys. Ente ya. Dia yang bikinin thumbnail kemarin Master Paper X Optic. Yang bikinin webcam, yang bikinin yang ngeditin gue foto gue sama Arul. Untung orangnya nggak ada kan? Aman ya, nggak ada ya, aman ya. Aman cuy, aman cuy. Orangnya nggak ada cuy, aman ya. Aman cuy. Nggak ada orangnya nggak ada, aman. Lanjut di Napski ya guys, oke. Soalnya udah mau jam 5, oke guys. Ya. Pindah ini channel Napski nih. Ya cuy. Nonton di Napski. Thank you, ramein punya Napski. Terserah lah, Napski kalau Wilson udah kebanyakan, udah 3.700 cok. Bagi-bagilah di Napski sama Ior, bebas. Oke guys, thank you buat hari ini. Baton kapan enaknya? Wih, baton gimana ya? Baton gimana cuy? Ini padahal udah siap loh. Tuh kamera gua. Tuh buat tidur. Udah siap loh. Gua udah setting loh tuh. Udah setting waktu segala macamnya, udah setting. Tapi nggak tahu kapan. Nanti deh dipikirin dulu. Oke, bye bye semuanya, bye bye. See you next stream besok ya. Lanjut besok ya. Dadah.